always wanted to serve on a jury.
I'm really super excited to be here, so I really appreciate you having me. I'm looking forward to it.
Creating this whole trial, Daddy.
I want to give a big shout out to the 13th Jury Podcast and Brandi.
Yeah, I applaud you guys. Keep doing what you're doing.
That every time you run into Phil Barber, you should reach for it.
And then I just look to the jury, and it's sort of like, look.
I was in the eye of the storm, and you guys were watching the storm.
Hey, if you're bored of work, come pop in and say, hey, want some coffee?
You are a ray of sunshine, and I love what you've done with your YouTube channel.
Good morning. Uh-oh. Do I have my mic too loud? Good morning. Hello. It is good to see you. Happy Wednesday? Right? Pretty sure. Share screen. Oh my gosh, I have so many tabs open. Oh, so many tabs. Oops. I got you can tell what I've been working on. Podcast stuff everywhere. Good morning. Happy Wednesday. It is good to see you. We are back. Somehow with more deliberations. I don't know how, but yet here we are. With more deliberations. How? I don't know. I really don't. I don't know. Oh, shoot. Oops. I'm moving stuff to all the wrong screens. Let me not lose my podcast episode. So the jury is, I don't know what's taking so long. I really don't. I thought this was going to be a very short verdict watch. I thought that we were going to have a very short time together for verdict watch. I thought that this was a slam dunk case. To me, it was a slam dunk case. But somehow the jury is hung up on, I don't know if they're hung up on the profile or the hair, or they just are digging the free lunches. I really don't know what the deal is, but somehow we are still here. So I have updates set for the reporters that are in the room and directly from court, so that we can get very first word when stuff happens. But I don't know how. Hello, Bakerade. Hello. I was just in your chat. I don't know how we're not there yet. I really don't. Maureen Francis became a member. Welcome to the green side. Still no verdict. They did start earlier today, which could be a good thing. Maybe that means that they're like ready to get this over with, right? Get this show on the road. Get back to their Las Vegas lives. Maybe? I don't know. I don't even know what to think anymore. I thought we'd be done by now. There's one person on Twitter who thinks he's innocent and is commenting on all my stuff. Other than that, I think we're all pretty much in agreement. Bro's guilty. He's guilty. Tony Zamora says it's the hair. I think that's what it has to be, but I'm just confused. I'm so confused. Yeah, last night was fun. Well, we had a good time in in chat yesterday talking about the stuff that, like, showing our age, talking about the things we used to do. It all started with what brand would you, isn't that how it started? The whole trip down memory lane started with what brand would you bring back if you could bring back one brand? And because somebody had mentioned Jordache or something, and then we got on, and then it was like, oh, Lisa Frank, and then we talked about Delia's, and then it spiraled out of there. Unmedicated Brandi, you just never know where we're going to end up. When I'm not on my ADD medication, you just never know where we're going to end up. It's like a field trip for your mind. So we ended up going through this whole long trip down memory lane, talking about things that we haven't thought about in a long time, like clear pagers and calling for the movie times and weather and all kinds of stuff. It was fun. We had first cars, first movies we ever went to go see. It was fun. It was a good time. Jinko jeans. Yeah, we talked extensively about Jinko jeans. It was fun. It was fun. Hello, expert. Hello. Hello. Good morning, all. Good morning. Good morning. So we are live in court because somehow we don't have a verdict. Let me show you this before we get going. I need to show you something very important. This will be the most important thing you see all day. Prepare yourselves. Be the most important thing you see all day. Are we ready? My kid sent me these pictures. This is his dog. It's a little rescue that I told my kid years ago. I think he was a junior or senior in high school. I told him that if he got good grades, he wanted a dog. We had Lucy, but he wanted his own dog. So I told him if he got good grades and got a job, then it was before he was a senior, because he had a job before he was a senior. So anyway, I told him he could get a dog. So we go to the animal rescue and we meet this guy. This is Finn. And this is Jacob's dog. I'll have him all next week. Y'all will see him all next week. While my kid is out of town, I'll be pup sitting. But he is the funniest thing. And so my kid sent me these pictures this morning of Finn. This is Finn. This is how Finn sleeps. This is how my kid's dog sleeps. So you can see where he gets it, my kid, and the spoiling of his dog. And my mom's the same way. Like I have pictures of my mom and her dogs. Well, she has one now. There was one that she rescued that was a little Yorkie that was about 482 years old and just the sweetest thing in the world, and lived her best spoiled life for the last year and a half of her life, which was great because she had a really tough life before that. So we all spoil our animals, but how cute is that? This is Finn not wanting to get out of bed this morning. He's like, no, I'm good. I'll stay right here. How cute is that? That'll be the most important thing you see on the internets all day. Zach, my favorite mediocre chatter. Hello. I put a map on Brandi's wall and gave her a dart. Actually, I have a friend that does that. She, her and her family do dart vacations once a year, and then she does like a video blog thing about it. It's kind of cool. Kind of cool. All right, let's see. See what the court says. That there was a total of 10 hours so far. They stopped at 10 hours of deliberations, and I haven't seen that they started back yet from the court, but they have it on here. So I started our jury clock when they said that they were deliberating. If it turns out to be fake news, then we'll adjust the clock. I'm just surprised we made it this far. I'm really surprised we made it this far. Told her I would take her wherever it landed. And apparently we're spending a week behind the fridge. Zach gave, if you missed it yesterday, if you missed the day, Zach gave us dad jokes and then pointed out that he's the only one who pays for other people to hear his jokes. Good times. Good times. Thank you, Zach. Okay, I identify as Finn. Isn't it the cutest? He's so cute. He's so cute. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, yesterday they never started until 10:30, which was kind of annoying since we started early and everything because they were supposed to be coming in. So I don't know. I started the clock. We'll see what they say. I haven't heard anything from inside the courthouse yet, but we'll see. We'll see. Can we order breakfast burritos? Asking for a friend. Yeah. I had like 3 hours of sleep. I stayed up working on the podcast. I had like 3 hours of sleep. So I need like a breakfast burrito with a big coffee. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Anyone else have more of a Friday vibe than a Wednesday vibe? Yeah. Well, okay. So I went to bed this morning around 3:30. I worked on the podcast episode until around 3:30. And then I went to bed and I had some notifications on Facebook or something. So I'd opened Facebook to look at some of my notifications. And I said something about long day and how it's, 20-hour work day and it's Tuesday and I'm already exhausted. Well, by that time it was Wednesday because it was 3:30 in the morning. So then I saw everybody this morning was like, when I woke up, I slept for like 3 hours. I woke up and I saw all these notifications pointing out that it's not Tuesday, it's Wednesday. I was like, okay, y'all, I was still awake working. So I still had Tuesday energy. Taco Tuesday isn't over until you go to sleep. That's how it works. It's not a midnight thing. It's an until you go to sleep thing. That's my story and I'm sticking to it. Yeah, I haven't heard anything from inside the courthouse today. I need to text. I'll text him in a minute. Yes, they said that they were doing 8:30 Vegas time today, which gave me high hopes because they said that they were, if they're starting earlier, go ahead and get in there and knock it out, get it over with, get this hump day on the road. What better day to get over the hump of not being able to make a decision than hump day? Right? Right. No verdict because someone hasn't put. Okay, Lauren, I did have on my verdict brows. I just sleep a little bit aggressively. So I slept them off. Actually, I think I was so annoyed with Tellus that I was like rubbing my head. And so one of them had almost completely rubbed off anyway. And then the next night, the other one came off. So I did have them on. Kathy, thank you for the super chat. This deliberation is making me mad because I can't help but feel there's one person who is getting off on being contrary just for the fun of it. There's always that one person on social media. So maybe that's the situation we have with the courthouse. I hope not. I hope not. We'll see. We'll see if we can, you know, maybe, I don't know. I don't know. I really thought we'd have it by now. I really did. If nothing else, his ridiculous testimony should have convinced everyone that he's guilty. That alone was enough to make me want to lock him up. Am I wrong for that? Maybe. Hello, Silver Fox. How was the doctor's appointment? Oh, KCL, the behavior panel has a video coming out about Telus tomorrow entitled World's Worst Liar. If that's any indication of how they say his testimony and body language was. That's amazing. That's amazing. I need this to wrap up by 3 Pacific time today. Suspense is killing me and I got things to do, right? Yeah, I got plans, y'all. I need him and his little moccasins to walk on to his prison cell. The convict. I'm ready. I'm ready. Bring on the little perp walk. Maybe. Let's do a poll. Oh crap, I gotta open YouTube first. I wish y'all could see how many.
I'm just trying to point out
Oops.
that you really don't know much about the charge against you, and you can still represent yourself.
This is breaking news.
But I'm just pointing out.
Let's see. I don't know which.
Very much about what you're coming up against.
Accused murderer Robert Teles elects.
Oh my God, I have so many tabs open.
From Las Vegas Review-Journal. Sponsored by
Oh my gosh, there's so many tabs. And I don't know which one's playing. There are like 5 of them just started playing. Okay. All of the tabs open on my computer right now are kind of an example of how my brain works as well. And it just goes from tab to tab, and I don't know which one's talking to me at any point in time. All right, let me pull up our chat so I can do a poll. Poll time. This one person is, I'm about to mute this person. Hold on. Don't let me forget what I was doing. I was pulling up chat, but if I don't mute this person right now, they're going to keep on blowing me up on my DMs and I'm getting annoyed. I don't like notifications. If I don't mute them now, I'm going to start getting in a cranky mood. You won't like me angry. Mute. Poof, be gone. Okay. Back to this tab in my life. Live chat. Poll. Okay, so we're going to do a poll. Do you think we will get a verdict today? Yes. Before lunch. Yes. After lunch. Or no. sad face. Those are our 3 options. Choose wisely. All right, so this is what I was thinking about for today. No worries, I muted you, so I can't get them anymore. Oh no, I hope you feel better. Hope it works out quickly. Quickly. Cardi B says, I voted no because I'm always wrong in the polls. I'm always wrong too because I thought this was going to be in and out. You could not have convinced me that they would have made it past 10 hours when we started this whole shebang. Hung jury means that they will retry. There's no chance that they don't retry this because they have so much evidence. Oh my gosh, why is mute not working? Why is this person still blowing me up? We'll just block. I don't know why mute's not working. We'll just block. Block. I love the block button. Block button and mute buttons. Oh my gosh, I love them so much. So thankful for them. They're amazing. Just oop people right on out of my little bubble. It can't be a hung jury, right? Right? You think he's innocent? I think he is guilty AF, and there's not a doubt in my mind. But that is okay, too. We can agree to disagree. Text says, if the wig doesn't fit, you must acquit. The wig don't fit, you must acquit. Maybe his wife or girlfriend did it. Yeah, and Paris Hilton. You know? Paris Hilton as well. She was in on it. Everybody was in on it. Why? Why would they frame him? Because he is all important. Duh. Everyone's going through all of this to kill a journalist, to frame him. He is the all-important public administrator, lame duck. Paris Hilton just couldn't handle it. Kathy, thank you for the super chat. If he walks, I'm going to seriously consider the idea that we're living in a simulation. Too much insanity. Kathy, I agree. However, I think that There's no chance of that happening. There's no chance. No chance. Oh. Wait, is this true? Wait, is this true? Hold on. Oh. Hold on. Let me verify this before I say it. Hold on. No, it's not related to this. Sorry. It's not related to this. It's another one. Hold on. Let me verify. Let me verify before I say it out loud. Farwell's going down. Oh. Oh. This makes me want to cry. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. This makes me want to cry. Police Detective Matthew Farwell has been federally indicted for the murder of Sandra Birchmore. An investigation that was covered up by Canton police officers. Oh my gosh, I am so excited. Oh my gosh, I am so excited. Y'all, okay, so for anybody who listens to my Canton series, my 13 Juror podcast, the whole second season is Conspiracy in Canton. I've talked about Sandra Birchmore, talked about her on live streams. Oh my gosh, I want to cry. Oh my gosh, I want to cry. Oh my gosh, I want to cry. Let me see what I can pull up. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, I want to cry. That makes me so happy. Oh God, I'm so happy for her family. Okay. Oh my gosh, that makes me so happy. Okay, sorry. Farwell has been indicted. Okay, so federal authorities have indicted former. Okay, so for those of you who don't know, if you haven't followed this, I've put it, this is her. I put this in, oh my gosh, I just want to cry. The things they did to this poor girl. I put an introduction into her case in the podcast episode. She believed that, I'm seriously going to cry. She believed that Farwell was the father of her child. I know that it was not test done. Ugh. Okay, get it together, Brandi. Okay, so I put this in the podcast. Whew. Okay, get it together, Brandi. I'm so happy for her family. Okay. So Matthew Farwell indicted on charges that he killed Sandra Birchmore. She was 23 years old, pregnant in 2021, and she was a participant. Did you see the picture? Which is, it's crazy. I posted that picture this morning. Didn't I post a picture this morning of her when, was it this morning? Everything's running together. Yesterday morning. Okay, look. Look how young she was. She's so young. Okay, so she was pregnant. She was a participant in a law enforcement youth program where she met Farwell and his brother. There were three of them that she met. I mean, she was, look how young. She was a child. She's a literal child when she met them. There were texts. Hold on, let me pull up my podcast episode. Oh gosh, this makes me so happy for the family. Okay, so I'm just going to read you what I wrote for the podcast because I'll just read this, get my emotions in check. Okay, so when Sandra was only 13 years old, she became part of the Stelton Police Explorers Program, a youth mentorship program run by local police departments across the country. At 13 years old, she met Officer William Farwell, his twin brother, Matthew Farwell, and former Deputy Chief Richard Devine, all three who engaged in inappropriate sexual relations with Sandra. So according to the court documents, Matthew Farwell took Sandra's virginity in 2013 when she was only 15 years old, and they continued a sexual relationship until at least October of 2020, just a few months before Sandra's death. So Farwell, who was married with children, was the last person to see Sandra alive just days before her body was found, and Sandra believed Farwell to be the father of her unborn baby. So she was pregnant. She was 23 years old. Video surveillance at her apartment shows Farwell arriving and entering the building. Hold on, let me pull up the footage. Oh my gosh, this makes me so... You can see him walking into the building. Oh my gosh. Where did I save it? Oh, here we go. They posted it on. Okay, so this is her apartment building. So you can see her going to the elevators, you see her going outside. He's the last one that you see come in, the last one that saw her alive. Oh, goodness. Sorry, I've missed all this. And thank you for gifting a membership. Thank you, thank you. All right, so here he is. You can see him walking with his hood up, mask up, etc. He's the last person to see Sandra alive. So her body was found days later, but you can see him leaving. So they apparently got into a big argument. This is him coming in. So, they got into, sorry, I'm just now catching up on chat. I've missed all of this because I was having a moment. Jury was scheduled to be back today at 8:30. The final juror arrived in Telus this morning at 8:46. So the jury began deliberating at 8:55, according to a court spokesperson. So we'll have to fix our counter in just a minute. So we're 30 minutes off. All right, there, that's fixed. All right, so he's the last person to see her alive. Okay, so he goes in, he has his mask on, he keeps his head down, keeps his hood up. He goes up there. He's up there for 28 minutes, I think is what it was. And he is, he comes down, they had what was called a nasty argument. And you'll remember Michael Lank, one of the ones who was the first on scene at 34 Fairview. He was one of the first on scene here as well, when all of this happened. Canton Police Officer Lank. So they ruled it a suicide, basically like right away. There was no investigation, nothing. They went in, were like, yep, this is suicide. This is, we'll just be done. Sorry, I'm so behind on chat. I didn't realize how behind I was. I have missed everything y'all have said, and I'm sorry. Okay, so they ruled it a suicide. They said that that she hung herself, but the officer right here, Farwell, who was the last one to see her alive and basically groomed her from the time that she was a literal child. Statutory rape, the whole, just trash dude. Last one to see her, no investigation into him, no thought of hey, maybe we should look into this. No, nope, none of that. Which is crazy to me, but whatever. They've had maybe a couple weeks ago, they had, oh gosh, time's running together. They had the hearing that we watched. There was another one recently too, but I think it was a couple weeks ago where they were talking about the decertification and all of that. Yeah, same DA office. Say a lot of it's all the same, not all the same. It's a lot of the same people in Karen Reed, which is why I've included this story in the Canton podcast, because it's a lot of the same crappy people. But one of the officers, so just two of them are brothers. My phone's blowing up. Everybody's seeing it now. That's the kind of stuff I like my phone blowing up for. Anywho, okay, so Matthew Farwell agreed to a decertification, and so he's no longer going to be able to work in law enforcement for good reason. For good reason. Fanning and Goriano are going down. They claim there was no text messages recovered in phones. The feds found 32,000 messages. Okay. So Matthew Farwell agreed to decertification. There was a post-commission hearing where they talked about, statutory rape against Sandra Birchmore when she was only 15. He was 27 at the time, I think. Oh yeah, here we go. Trooper Nicholas Carino did the phone extractions in this case. Sound familiar? The Karen Reed case? That's another name that you will remember. That's what I'm saying. It's a lot of the same people. So Matthew Farwell also lied to state police troopers about the relationship that he had with Sandra and about their, communication and all of that. So, it's only been a couple weeks ago where his brother, William, had a post-commission hearing, and they had asked if he wanted to do the same agreement that his brother did agreed to the decertification or whatever, and he did not. They said that he was using the police database to do unauthorized searches of Sandra and sending her like sext messages or whatever while he was on duty, lying to state investigators about his communication and his relationship with her. And it was on a Zoom conference. It's been only maybe a couple weeks ago, but it was on a Zoom conference and he wasn't on there, but his attorney was. And his attorney had said that he did not want to accept the same ban that his brother did, which his brother's the one that's now charged, and said that there was never any evidence that he had sexual contact with her while she was still a minor. So he has a decertification hearing in November, I think, if I remember right. Sorry, I'm reading messages. I'm behind. I just want to cry. They did a independent autopsy. Dr. Bader, what's his first name? I can't remember. My mind is. And he said there was evidence of homicide, not suicide. They also had federal investigators that were reaching out to witnesses, which is, I say witnesses, not witnesses to the murder, but people who they wanted to talk to about the Sandra Birchmore case. So even though it's not like the feds put out a press release saying, hey, we're investigating this, but we know that they were. Michael, that was it. All right, so let's see what it says. Oh my gosh, I'm so happy. Goodness gracious. He was taken down by FBI SWAT team in Boston, or Boston SWAT team. He's scheduled for arraignment today in federal court in Boston. You know, to statutory rape, grooming her, treating her, just the way that the way they did this child, and then even as an adult, just the way that they, and it goes beyond them. And I was planning on putting this in one of the next couple of episodes, but it goes so far beyond that too. And the way that it's like they just looked at her as not even as a human. It's just so dehumanizing, and it's so just infuriating, but also heartbreaking. FBI news conference at 1:45. Yes, absolutely. Oh my gosh. Thank you for the super chat. But yes. Yes. Oh my gosh. I'm so happy. Okay, let's see what we can. Okay, so the indictment charges Farwell with killing a witness or a victim. It alleges that he killed her on or about February 1st, 2021 by strangulation, and then staged her Canton apartment to make it appear as if Birchmore had committed suicide. Farwell is accused of killing Birchmore with malice aforethought, willfully, deliberately, maliciously, and with premeditation to preempt the communication to law enforcement of information related to possible federal crimes. The crimes that Farwell could have faced, according to the indictment, were deprivation of Birchmore's rights, coercion and enticement, and wire fraud. The charge carries the potential for the death penalty. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Mildred. The Department of Justice to examine every conviction gained by the Canton Police Department going back at least a decade. Yes. Oh. All right. Birchmore met Farwell in about 2011 when she was 13 and enrolled in the police youth program known as Explorers. Farwell, who is nearly 12 years older than Birchmore, was an instructor who had previously participated in the program when he was a teenager. The Globe has reported that Farwell allegedly began having sex with Birchmore as early as April 10th, 2013. At the time, Birchmore was 15 and Farwell was a 27-year-old police officer who was engaged to be married the following month. He denied having sex with Birchmore when she was underage, but acknowledged doing so when she was an adult. He and two other former officers have been accused in a lawsuit brought by Birchmore's estate of wrongful death, assault and battery, and negligence. According to court records, Stoughton police received a tip that Farwell and Birchmore had sexual relations, and Farwell learned about the tip. The indictment alleges during some of the shifts when Farwell was supposed to be performing his duties as a police officer, he was instead engaged in sex acts with Birchmore. He failed to disclose that information to the police department and took steps to conceal his conduct from other employees, the indictment alleges. 3 months after her death, the state medical examiner's office ruled that she died by suicide. Yet in June, Michael Baden, forensic pathologist hired by Birchmore's estate, wrote in a report that she was a homicide victim who died by strangulation. They found Birchmore dead in her bedroom, her body hanging from a doorknob by a gym bag strap. 3 of Birchmore's friends have told the Globe that prior to her death, she said that Farwell was the father of her unborn child. He was the last person known to see Birchmore alive on February 1st. 3 days before her body was found, when surveillance cameras captured him arriving and then leaving Birchmore's apartment building in Canton, according to a redacted Stoughton Police Internal Affairs report. Farwell, a married father and former Patrol Officers Union president, said in an interview with investigators that he went to Birchmore's apartment to end their relationship and told her that he didn't father her unborn child, according to a state police report. Farwell said that Birchmore was standing in her kitchen when he left the apartment. He has repeatedly denied any criminal wrongdoing. The day after Farwell visited Birchmore's apartment, his wife gave birth to the couple's 3rd child. Camilla, thank you. What will this mean for the Karen Reed trial? Could this release more Fed investigation info? This is... I need water. That's not water. This is the result of the federal investigation. So, into Sandra, not Karen Reed, but with them having information on a lot of the same people who are involved. Yeah, I mean, stuff can come up. I'm just so. Yeah, he was arrested by the feds, Virginia. Oh, okay. So the day after he allegedly killed Sandra Birchmore, his wife gave birth to their 3rd child. The Globe was the first to report on the concerns about Farwell's interactions with Birchmore in April 2022 when he resigned from the police department. And then the FBI had begun interviewing people close to Birchmore in March, or sometime around there. Birchmore's death has prompted multiple investigations. The wrongful death lawsuit and disciplinary proceedings by the state's law enforcement oversight agency. But Farwell's arrest marks the first criminal prosecution. It is also the latest case to be filed against a former member of Stoughton Police Department, which has faced decades of state and federal prosecutions of its officers. Do you hear that? The police department has faced decades of state and federal prosecutions of its officers. Including the convictions of a previous chief and a sergeant in an extortion scheme. Police Chief Donna McNamara ordered the Internal Affairs investigation examining Birchmore's interactions with Stoughton police officers on February 5th of 2021, the day after her body was found. The wrongful death litigation brought by Birchmore's estate targets Farwell, his twin brother, and former police officer William, the one that I told y'all about, had the hearing recently, and their mentor, Robert C. Devine, a former Stoughton Police Deputy Police Chief and lawyer who led the Explorers program from 2002 to 2014. Birchmore's estate alleges the men took advantage of her significant mental and emotional problems and reverence for law enforcement with a near decade-long scheme of grooming and repeated assaults that culminated in her death. This is why this one hits me so hard. That she was a child, and these officers took advantage of her significant mental and emotional problems and her reverence for law enforcement with a near decade-long scheme of grooming and repeated assaults that culminated in her death. The Farwell brothers and Divine deny the allegations. Birchmore grew up in Stoughton, where she was raised by her mother and grandmother. Both women died in 2016, and Birchmore told a colleague that the Sharon Elementary School where she worked that her father had never been in the picture. An aunt who also helped raise her died in 2019. She participated in the Police Explorers program until she graduated from high school in 2015, officials have said. In 2014, her mother wrote a letter thanking the department and Divine for the program. Police ended the program in 2016. Her interest in law enforcement continued. In 2019, she took the statewide civil Sorry, DMs are blowing up. Okay, in 2019, she took the statewide civil service exam and was placed on the eligibility list for Stoughton Police, records show. Birchmore's electronic devices provided investigators with a trove of evidence about her interactions with Matthew Farwell, his brother, and Divine, a former Stoughton animal control officer who knew. Oh, this one too. I have this one that's going to be in the animal control guys. It's supposed to be the next episode. A former Stoughton animal control officer who knew Matthew Farwell and Birchmore also told detectives that Farwell used his phone to track her whereabouts. Birchmore and Matthew Farwell exchanged approximately 32,709 text messages between December 2019, when she was 22, and her death. In the messages, investigators said that they learned that Matthew allegedly began having sex with Birchmore in April of 2013 and continued to do so through at least 2020. The messages showed Birchmore and Matthew Farwell coordinating plans to meet clandestinely at a hotel, Costco, Birchmore's family home in Stoughton, and her apartment in Canton. They did not find any communications between Matthew Farwell and Birchmore on his phones. He told troopers that he deleted all of their messages after he left her apartment on February 1st. How convenient. In 2020, Birchmore struggled with her mental health. In May of that year, Stoughton Police used its authority to seek a psychiatric evaluation for Birchmore after an aunt reported that she had threatened to harm herself, according to court and police records and a recording of police and fire radio transmissions from the incident. The police report about the incident was heavily redacted, and the Globe couldn't determine what triggered Birchmore's distress. From the end of 2020 until her death, Birchmore began sharing news of her pregnancy, telling a colleague at East Elementary School in Sharon about her plans to take time off, picking out a carriage that a friend bought for her, and confiding in another coworker that her boyfriend said that he would be there for the child, but that his wife could not find out. The same coworker also said Birchmore wanted her boyfriend to sign the baby's birth certificate, but he might not wish to do so, police records show. Birchmore's electronic communications also revealed details about her interactions with William Farwell and Devine, who she also met through the Explorers program. When Birchmore was an adult, both men met her for sex in their Stoughton Police patrol cars. In their patrol cars, y'all. William Farwell resigned from Stoughton Police in August 2022, the same month that Devine retired from the department. The Post Commission, the state's police oversight agency, opened cases against the Farwell brothers and Devine. That's the one that we were talking about where we watched the Zoom. Earlier this year, the commission voted to strip Matthew Farwell of his law enforcement certification after he agreed to no longer work in the profession in Massachusetts and be added to a national database of sanctioned officers. William Farwell and Devine are challenging the commission's disciplinary proceedings against them. William Farwell is accused of sending Birchmore sexually graphic text messages while he was on duty as a police officer, according to commission records. The commission has accused Devine of arranging to meet Birchmore for a sexual encounter while he was on duty in December of 2020. He reportedly began engaging in inappropriate, suggestive conduct with Birchmore when she was an explorer, as in when she was a child. And by 2020, he was having full-fledged sexual encounters with her at various locations, including inside his Stoughton Police Department patrol car. In 2016, Devine was demoted from deputy chief to patrol officer after an internal probe found that he lied to investigators who were looking into his role in a harassment investigation involving a woman with whom he had an extramarital affair. So the indictment says that the same thing that we've been saying for how long? That he killed her and staged it to look like she did it to herself. There's a statement that was just released from Norfolk District Attorney's Office on the indictment of Matthew Farwell for the killing of Sandra Birchmore. It says, the Birchmore investigation has remained open and active, but as you know, we do not comment extensively on active investigations. That work has included collaboration with local police. Oh gosh, it's like got my stomach. Local police, the Attorney General of the Commonwealth, and I'm hitting my microphone, and the FBI, as each entity has unique resources and jurisdiction. 2 state police officers assigned to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office were at the command post for the operation when the apprehension was made in Revere. We look forward to supporting and assisting federal authorities as they pursue this prosecution. Now they want to support and assist. How convenient. Bulldog Mom, thank you for the super chat. They bury themselves in text in the Commonwealth, both local and state. Yeah. says that he killed her by strangulation and shortly thereafter staged her apartment to make it appear as if she had done it herself. No, this picture isn't. This one isn't. This is Divine. This is Robert Divine in this picture. But that's the whole point. This was during the... He's one of the ones that she met during the thing. This is Divine. Robert Divine. But this is while she was in that Explorers thing. Hold on, you want to see Farwell? I have pictures. Hold on. This picture is actually, there's another officer on this side, but he's not one of the ones that was... douchebag. That we know of, anyway. This is... Matthew Farwell. I'm glad they're getting it too. Yeah, we're going to watch the news conference. We got about an hour. Yeah, I just yelled out in my house at the Norfolk County statement, the flipping audacity, right? Finally, we have been screaming from the hills that this is exactly what happened for how long now? Yes, his brother is his twin. This is the other one. This is Divine. And this is Matthew Farwell. The other one is William Farwell, which is his twin. But look how young Sandra is. Yeah, she was just a baby. This one's like, it's, I mean, it's any case that we cover, you know, anytime there's a victim involved, it's always going to be difficult and it's always going to be sad. But this one has been one of those that has, been so hard because it was such a long process of people who were supposed to protect other people being the predators and it just being ignored and swept under the rug. And the people who she looked up to the most that are, you know, that are supposed to be protecting her and everybody else are the ones who, you know, spent a decade grooming and abusing her, then killing her and staging it to look like she did it to herself so they can just walk away and be done with it. And the baby. And the baby. The DA's comment was that the Birchmore investigation has remained open and active, but as you know, we do not comment extensively on active investigations. That work has included collaboration with local police, the Attorney General of the Commonwealth, and the FBI, as each entity has unique resources and jurisdiction. 2 state police officers assigned to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office were at the command post for the operation when the apprehension was made in Revere. We look forward to supporting, this is the part that it's the audacity for me. We look forward to supporting and assisting federal authorities as they pursue this prosecution. Okay. That's amazing. So glad that you look forward to that now, because you've done such a great job with it. You've been so supportive. The other day we were coming when we were watching his trial and his sentencing. It's federal, so it won't be like streamed or anything, but if there's a trial, I mean, who knows, he might take a plea deal. I doubt it. He's probably gonna deny. Morrissey just had a fundraiser. The audacity. Are we surprised? Oh God, I'm so happy for her family. Oh. He goes down. The others need to go down as well. Divine right here is no longer a cop. I think he retired right when all this was going on. But, shocker. But Matthew's twin brother, William, has his hearing in November, I think, the post-commission hearing. I'm pretty sure it's November. He just had the other one a few weeks ago. Yes, Guarino did the phone extractions for this case as well. That's the thing, is like, you know, Guarino did the phone extractions for this, and Lank was one of the first ones on scene, and oh yeah, that's right, Scott Devine is an attorney. Yeah, retired or not, nobody who is involved in any of this should get away with anything that they did. I agree. Oh, goodness. Okay. We will watch the press conference. It is turning out to be a wild but good day. What's happened to the Tells case today? Nothing. They're deliberating. We got our clock going up there. Oh. Let's get his ugly face off there. Oh, okay. My plan was I was going to leave Verdict Watch on and work on finishing podcast episode. That has been blown up. She won't be the only girl groomed, I agree. Why did it take the FBI to do the arrest? How come the DA arrest and how did the DA arrest not charge him? And why the DA's office needs to be dismantled immediately? Because they don't do anything. Please stop reading comments while talking. It sounds like you can't think of words. Thank you. Well, sometimes I can't think of words, and I'm not going to stop reading comments. And I'm probably not going to always be able to think of words. It's just how my mind works. This will be a where were you when you got the big news moment. I was on Brandi's channel. Yay. It just makes me so happy. I don't want to put that loser's face up there, but we'll put hers up there. Oh, did we all portal over from our, oh, did you? Did y'all portal over? Or Mary says it's only beginning, in my opinion, many more federal indictments to come. Waffles and true crime. So thankful for all the time you spent on this case and trying to keep everyone happy at the same time. You're a rock star. You cannot keep everyone. Oops, I didn't mean to remove myself. Keep everyone happy, and I have learned that, but that but that's okay. Lauren, there have been no more jury questions yet. Hi, Terry. Wow, I took a nap, woke up, and thought I'd come to see if you guys had a verdict yet. And I see that Farwell was arrested. Best news ever. It is. Sister Franny, welcome. Welcome to the family. Welcome, welcome. Nancy D, member for 13 whole months. Big hug to you. Big hug to you too. Happy 13 months. Oh gosh. What time do you think the verdict will come in? I hope not during the press conference. That would be our luck, right? Get the press conference going and then they get a verdict. Evangeline Light, thank you for the super chat. Help Brandi. What trial is this? What trial is this? What trial are we watching? Robert Tellis? Day 11? We are in verdict watch. We were told that Tellis had a DV arrest in 2020. Yes, and there's body cam footage. We watched it on here, where he is like yelling and slurring. Yeah, still no verdict. I hope all those that covered his crime will also be arrested. Looking at you, Lieutenant Fanning and Officer Link, right? Oh, this is Sandra Birchmore. This is Sandra Birchmore. She's I've covered her, given some information on her, and the episode this week and the episode next week has a lot more information on her too, which now I've got even more to add. But we just found out that Matthew Farwell has been federally indicted for her murder, which we all knew should happen. We all knew it wasn't self-inflicted. Scott says, I plan on attending these coming federal trials in Boston. Good. Good. It will not be Morrissey's office. It's federal. Just be, yes, everyone, today's the day. I feel it in my bones. Yes, yes, yes. They started at 8:55 because they were scheduled for 8:30. For the last juror didn't get there until like 8:46. So they started deliberations at 8:55 this morning, Pacific time. Justice for Sandra involves more people being arrested, not just Matthew Farwell. I agree. I totally agree. The press conference is at 1:45, so we've got about 40 minutes. I had some stuff in this week's episode, and then with all the stuff that's happened with Karen Reed too, I've got some of that I'm gonna have to push till next week too. I can't keep up. Nobody calms down in Canton. Thank you so much for super sticker. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Virginia Little says Vegas trials always run late. They do, especially this one. This one has been consistently running behind. Be Kind Tiger, thank you for the super chat. Thank you, thank you. Let's see. The jury has not asked any more questions this morning. Calm down, Canton. That should be the next series name. Change it from conspiracy to in Canton to calm down, Canton. Sandra Oliver, thank you for the super sticker. Thank you, thank you. No, Bev won't be the judge for this case. This is federal, so this is out of their hands. Thank goodness. For those who are new to this, welcome to Wednesday, Massachusetts. Yeah, do y'all remember when I started doing the Canton series, I used to put it out on Tuesdays. And then Wednesdays would while out in Canton for whatever reason. So I changed it and started releasing it on Thursdays and Fridays because for whatever reason, everything would go crazy on Wednesdays. I don't know why. I don't know what the heck goes on. It's like Massachusetts celebrates What the Hell Wednesday or something. I don't know. Everything goes crazy. I have no idea. Melissa, thank you for the super chat. Thank you. Choo choo. We love you, Brandi. We love you too. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my goodness, Canton, Massachusetts needs a Grady Judd. Right? Everybody needs a Grady Judd. Think about how the world would be run. Nobody calms down in Canton. Next council. Yes, the next select board meeting will be great. Kelly, thank you for this super chat. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Maybe Monday they write the motions, Tuesday they get them, and then publish on Wednesday. My hair is doing a What the Hell Wednesday. That's funny. I have not watched the new Microdots video yet. I have it saved to my stuff to watch, but I worked until like 3:30 this morning and was back up at 6:30 working again, so I haven't got to watch it yet. I'm so excited to because everybody's talking about how amazing it is. Everything Microdots does is amazing, though. Like, serious talent. Bulldog Mom, get to 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I'm really excited to see it. Microdots is crazy talented. I have like a total professional crush on Microdots. Makes my graphic stuff look like arts and crafts. Yeah, in that video, we watched it, the body cam video where Tellis is drunk and slurring. He's awful. "11 hours of deliberations, what in the world?" Right? Nobody thought that it would go this long. Nobody. Jillian, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Just started watching yesterday. Brandi, you are absolutely amazing. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. That's very kind of you. Yeah, Tellis was wasted in that video, and that one was everybody else's fault too. It's a pattern with him. Definitely a pattern. Which video are we watching on Microdots here? Let me, I love Flipperhead too. I've talked to Joe Flipperhead. He cracks me up. His videos are good too. He listens to the podcast. Light a dolphin candle. You see it? Oh, you can't see it from here, can you? It's right on that shelf right there. You can't really see it from here though. It's on that shelf right above my microwave. So cute. I love that candle. Hey, Jen Devka. All the YouTubers are sending out notifications for Sandra Birchmore, but we heard it here first. Yes. We experienced it as a family. I'm going to make a quick thumbnail because I know that as we get a little bit closer, everybody and their mama is going to come in here like, hey, did you hear that Sandra Birchmore, there's going to be a press conference? So I'm going to do a quick thumbnail and put half with the loser that we've been watching and then half with her so we can... People will still come in and tell us about it, not knowing that we've been talking about it for however long, but we'll still do it anyway. still do it anyway. Oh. I'm so dang happy. All right, let me make this the thumbnail. Having her and Tellus on the same thing, it's like she's so pretty, and then there's Tellus. Alrighty, let me change. I made a quick thumbnail. I'm going to put it on today's video. Change. Save. All right, I've got that updated so people can see that we will watch it. Let me get it pulled up. Press conference at 1:45. It is now 1:23. Okay. All right. I've got that ready. This is great news. Yes. Today ended up being a much different day than I was expecting, a much bigger day than I was expecting. And I'm glad. Let me exit out of some of this. Some of, I had pulled up some of the pretrial stuff for Telus because I plan on playing some of that while I got some work done. But that's not how this day has played out, and that's okay. I'm gonna roll with it. Okay, let me take, we have a few, just a couple minutes. Let me take her OUD real quick. So that way I can get back in time for us to start the presser. All right, I'll be right back. I'll leave, I'm gonna move this so that if they do come back, oh goodness gracious. If they do come back while I'm taking her OUD, y'all won't miss anything. So I will be right back. All right, we are back. Two things just happened. There's a verdict that will be read at noon. Which is fine. Let me get the press conference up. There will be a verdict at noon. I can't keep up with everything going on. What a day. What a day. I need more hours in the day. Yeah, there's a verdict. It'll be noon Pacific time. All right, so we've got that.
Contemporaneously with the pronoun.
All right, so we can stop the clock. What do y'all think about the verdict? Trying to do 100 things at once. Oh, God. Come on, what's happening? What's happening? Sorry, I'm having some kind of weird cramps. I'm trying to pull up the... This release. Come on. Yeah, it's not... Ow. It's not hung because there's a verdict.
Farwell learned.
Okay. There you go, the United States Attorney's Office. Hold on, I gotta stand up. Something's happening.
Everybody all set? Just a minute. Yep.
Good afternoon. On February 4th, 2021, Sandra Birchmore was found dead in her Canton, Massachusetts apartment. The charges filed today in federal court allege that she was in fact murdered by Matthew Farwell 3 days earlier. At the time of her death, Sandra Birchmore was a 23-year-old woman with her entire life ahead of her, and she was pregnant with her first child. We allege that Sandra Birchmore survived years of grooming, statutory rape, and then sexual violence, all at the hands of Matthew Farwell, who was employed throughout their relationship as an officer and then detective for the Stoughton Police Department. And when it became clear to Mr. Farwell that he could no longer control Sandra Birchmore, he allegedly silenced her permanently. This morning, Matthew Farwell was arrested on a federal grand jury indictment charging him with one count of killing a witness or victim. Specifically, Mr. Farwell is charged with violating Title 18 United States Code 1512 for killing Sandra Birchmore with the intent of preventing her from communicating information about his possible commission of federal crimes. How did this all unfold? What happened here? Well, back in 2010, a 12-year-old Sandra Birchmore applied to join the Stoughton Police Department's Explorers program, which introduces teens to policing. Officer Matthew Farwell was an instructor in that program. And as alleged in court documents, he befriended Sandra Birchmore, contacted her online, went to the library with her, became friends on Facebook, essentially groomed her. And then
Everything just crashed. Hold on. I'm gonna rewind it.
In her 3 days earlier apartment.
Oh my gosh, I'm getting so annoyed.
Alleged in the indictment. Clear.
Abuse and rape.
Was in fact murder.
All right, here we go. Thank you, Oksana. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Good afternoon. On February 4th, 2021, Sandra Birchmore was found dead in her Canton, Massachusetts apartment. The charges filed today in federal court was in fact murdered by Matthew Farwell 3 days earlier. At the time of her death, Sandra Birchmore was a 23-year-old woman with her entire life ahead of her, and she was pregnant with her first child. We allege that Sandra Birchmore survived years of grooming. She was pregnant, statutory rape, and then sexual violence, all at the hands of Matthew Farwell, who was employed throughout their relationship as an officer and then detective for the Stoughton Police Department. And when it became clear to Mr. Farwell that he could no longer control Sandra Birchmore, he allegedly silenced her permanently. This morning, Matthew Farwell was arrested on a federal grand jury indictment, charging him with one count of killing a witness or victim. Specifically, Mr. Farwell is charged with violating Title 18 United States Code 1512 for killing Sandra Birchmore with the intent of preventing her from communicating information about his possible commission of federal crimes. How did this all unfold? What happened here? Well, back in 2010, a 12-year-old Sandra Birchmore applied to join the Stoughton Police Department's Explorers program, which introduces teens to policing. Officer Matthew Farwell was an instructor in that program. And as alleged in court documents, he befriended Sandra Birchmore, contacted her online, went to the library with her, became friends on Facebook, essentially groomed her. And then he committed statutory rape by having sex with her when he was a 27-year-old police officer and she was just 15 years old. Mr. Farwell continued to have a sexual relationship with Sandra Birchmore until her death 8 years later, allegedly meeting her for sex regularly when he was on duty and being paid by the Stoughton Police Department. Now, in the weeks leading up to Sandra Birchmore's death in February 2021, she found out that she was expecting a baby. And she told Mr. Farwell that he was the father. According to court documents, Ms. Birchmore was very excited about becoming a mother, buying baby clothes and other items, taking precautions to ensure the health of her new child. Sandra Birchmore had good friends, she had a good job, she had dreams of becoming a nurse, and she had a child on the way. But Mr. Farwell did not share in that excitement. It's alleged that Mr. Farwell reacted quite negatively to the news that Sandra Birchmore was pregnant with his child. And he acted angrily, it is alleged, when Sandra Birchmore started making requests of Mr. Farwell around doctor's appointments and ultrasounds and what information would be on the birth certificate. Mr. Farwell was losing control in late 2020, early 2021, and the information that Sandra Birchmore possessed about his illegal conduct was in danger of slipping out. In fact, word started to get out about their relationship. Less than 2 weeks before she was found dead, someone called the Stoughton Police Department and disclosed that Matthew Farwell had had a relationship with Sandra Birchmore. And when Mr. Farwell learned about that call, he became visibly angry. Mr. Farwell, it is alleged in these court papers, started to lose his patience, lose his temper, and the 6'4" Mr. Farwell started to be physically violent with 4'10" Sandra Birchmore. And Sandra Birchmore told her friends that Mr. Farwell had pushed her and shoved her and put her in a chokehold. She was scared. And during that same time, Mr. Farwell was allegedly planning Sandra Birchmore's murder. For the first time, he requested a key to her apartment. And she told friends that he was oddly inspecting the apartment and looking at the closet, including the closet that she was found dead in front of. And then it all came to a head on February 1st, 2021. Mr. Farwell went over to her apartment that evening, and he strangled Sandra Birchmore to death. That's the allegation in this case. And he used his knowledge and experience as a law enforcement officer to stage her death to look like a suicide. He allegedly attempted to cover his tracks to literally try and get away with murder. And he almost did, until today. Back in 2021, with the information that was available, Sandra Birchmore's death was ruled a suicide, or deemed a suicide. But over the last year or so, the FBI and our office have been working exhaustively with our state partners. We've uncovered critical new information, examined the existing information, all of which led to this federal grand jury indictment. If convicted on this charge, Mr. Farwell faces a minimum of life imprisonment. Giving voice to the voiceless, ensuring that no one is above the law, protecting the vulnerable people of Massachusetts, that's the highest calling of people in law enforcement. And this case represents those principles. And every day across Massachusetts, thousands of police officers, federal, state, local law enforcement, put their lives on the line to protect the people of Massachusetts. Mr. Farwell violated those principles, and now he faces very grave consequences. It is disheartening to have to charge law enforcement officers, especially with crimes as serious. But it's our job at the Department of Justice to investigate potential crimes without fear and without favor. We do in this office what we've been doing for decades with our federal partners like the FBI. We follow the facts, regardless of where they lead. We apply the law and the principles of federal prosecution, full stop. We are not influenced by social media chatter. We are not influenced by politics. We're influenced by the facts and the law. Our mission is to do our level best to do justice in every case. And our mission today is to do justice for Sandra Birchmore. Lastly, I want to note that we are sharing the information and the evidence that we developed in this case with the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, with the Massachusetts State Police, and with the Massachusetts Attorney General's Office, so they can assess whether state charges may be warranted in this situation. And I want to thank those three agencies. I also want to thank the Stoughton Police Department for their assistance in our investigation. Lastly, I want to commend the women and the men of the FBI Boston and Lakeville for their incredible work on this case. This was a dogged investigation, and as you look at the court papers, you'll see exactly how much work has gone into this matter. A huge credit to them, and I particularly want to thank the members of my office, the office I'm proud to lead, the victim witness advocates, paralegals, the chief of our Human Trafficking and Civil Rights Unit, Liz Riley, Assistant United States Attorneys Tori Cummings and Brian Fogarty. This case doesn't happen without their passion for justice. They deserve the credit, not me. Now I want to turn it over to Steve Kelleher, the Assistant Special Agent in charge of FBI Boston.
That was Levy.
Good afternoon. I'm Stephen Kelleher, Assistant Special Agent in charge of FBI Boston. At approximately 10:45 a.m. this morning, the FBI arrested former Stoughton police officer Matthew Farwell for allegedly taking the life of Sandra Birchmore in order to ensure her silence. The FBI SWAT team took him into custody at a shopping plaza in Revere without incident. Immediately following his arrest, we shared this significant development with Sandra's family. We know it does not ease their pain, but hopefully it answers some of their questions. Simply put, this case is about seeking justice for Sandra, who we believe was killed by Matthew Farwell after he allegedly groomed and sexually abused her when she was just 15 years old, violating her body and her civil rights. It's also about keeping Mr. Farwell from getting away with murder and from harming anyone else. We in law enforcement are entrusted with immense authority because our decisions can have life-changing consequences, both good and bad. To temper that power, we must adhere to the highest of ethical standards. What we believe Officer Matthew Farwell did, as outlined in today's indictment, is depraved and a gross betrayal of his sworn oath and the public's trust. Let me be clear. Matthew Farwell's gun and badge did not grant him authority to violate the Constitution, and it certainly didn't entitle him to sexually exploit, abuse, and rape a child before killing her and her unborn baby in an attempt to cover up his alleged crimes. What's also troubling is we believe Matthew Farwell staged Sandra's body and her apartment to make it look like she had died by suicide. In the days that followed, this sworn police officer repeatedly lied to Massachusetts State Police investigators about the nature of their relationship. It's a stark contrast to the sheer excitement and pure joy that Sandra felt when she told Farwell that she was expecting his child, texting him a photo of a poster she had made celebrating the pregnancy. Our investigation also uncovered additional evidence that is inconsistent with someone choosing to die by suicide. In the hours leading up to Sandra's death, she reached out to a photographer to inquire about booking a newborn photo shoot. She also reached out to a friend about obtaining baby clothes. And at the time that she was in the middle of doing laundry when she died, with a load in the washing machine and another one in the dryer. There's no question this was a complex investigation, and our work is not done. Our agents, analysts, and financial investigators reviewed tens of thousands of text messages, emails, and financial records, conducted dozens of interviews with family, friends, and experts, and analyzed the crime scene. We urge anyone with information about the circumstances surrounding Sandra's death to contact the FBI. Committing murder to eliminate victims and witnesses is heinous, and it shakes the very core of our justice system, which depends on people truthfully testifying to what they know. Today's arrest shows that anyone who tries to interfere and retaliate against victims and witnesses in an attempt to subvert the rule of law will have to answer for it. After all, the public's trust is critical for our justice system to function properly. That's why the FBI will do everything in its power to bring to justice anyone who tries to undermine that trust. Our hearts go out to Sandra, to the Birchmore family, and all who knew and loved Sandra. On behalf of the FBI, I want to thank them for their cooperation, patience, perseverance, and fortitude. I also want to thank our agents and analysts for their hard work and dedication, Acting U.S. Attorney Josh Levy and his team for their partnership, and both Chief McNamara of the Stoughton Police Department and Colonel Mon with the Massachusetts State Police for their assistance in helping us move this investigation forward. Thank you.
Next, Steve.
Take some questions.
John, why did it take so long to go from suicide to finding suicide to now murder?
Well, I think if you
So why did it take so
when
long?
you have a chance to look through the court papers, you'll see how exhaustive this investigation is. Obviously, this is an incredibly serious charge. There was a lot of forensics and other evidence that had to be marshaled, expert witnesses, et cetera. So we move as fast as we can, and we also have a duty to get it right.
Was there a rush to find a suicide because this involved a police officer?
Yeah, our office wasn't involved in the initial determination of a suicide, so I can't speak to that.
You mentioned your office got involved about a year ago. What prompted that?
Yeah, we get leads on cases all the time from all different sources. I'm not going to comment on how we get information on how we got into this one.
As you said initially, this was considered a suicide, but it seems like there's a plethora of evidence to suggest otherwise. Surveillance, text messages. How was that all missed for the first 2 years?
Yeah, I'm only in a position to comment on what we've done on this investigation. Those questions are not something I'm able to answer to. We like I said in my comments, we started pulling this string and followed the evidence and got new evidence to put together the case we put together today.
So what evidence tipped you off?
I'm sorry, sir?
What evidence led you to pick?
It's you're never able to pick one piece of evidence that is the straw that breaks the camel's back. It's really an accumulation. We have to go in front of a jury, 12 citizens, and convince them beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Farwell is guilty. That's on us. He's presumed innocent today, and he will remain innocent until we meet that burden. But it's all the evidence in combination makes that case.
Did the state medical examiner's office plan to change the cause of death on her birth death certificate, and did you determine who the father of her unborn baby was?
Well, I'll take those in reverse order. I'm not going to comment on the second piece. What we have alleged in the court papers is that Ms. Birchmore told Mr. Farwell several times that he was the father. And your question about the state medical examiner, obviously, they don't report to me, and that's a question better directed to the state medical examiner.
Matthew was mentioned here, but we've heard reports over the years of several other officers. Have you guys conducted any other ongoing investigations related to Sandra?
So I think
Good question.
Assistant Special Agent Charge Kelleher alluded to the fact this is an ongoing investigation. I'm not going to comment on what the other pieces are that we're looking into, but it's an active investigation.
So
Shelley?
this is a death penalty eligible case. Is that on the table, or is that already off the table?
Shelley, you're absolutely correct. The maximum penalty under this statute as charged is a sentence of death. And whether to seek the death penalty in a federal case is decided at the highest levels of the Department of Justice. That decision has not been made on whether the death penalty was sought in this case, and that process will continue, but I can't comment on it beyond that.
Would you favor that? Would you push for that?
Not going to comment on it. It's a process that involves a lot of people at the Department of Justice, and I'm not going to share my view on this.
Did other officers in Stoughton or Stoughton government know about the grooming, the underage sexual contact that Matthew Farwell was having with Sandra when it was going on in those early 2010, 11, 12, 13?
I'm not going to comment on information that's not in the public record. As you heard, this is an ongoing matter, so we're going to continue to look into this matter. And if there's other individuals that we develop evidence that they've violated the federal law, we'll proceed.
Josh, can you touch on, murder state?
Josh Levy.
State usually is the one that handles murder charges. Obviously, defense have jurisdiction on many cases.
Okay.
But what made this one get to federal authorities, and do you think that the state officials watched this investigation?
there's a lot of overlap in the law between the federal government has jurisdiction over and what the state government has jurisdiction over. When someone comes to our office with credible information that a police officer may have been involved in a murder and underlying legal violations as set forth in the indictment, we're going to investigate that case every time. They come in different shapes and sizes, but that is our duty to the public, is to pursue credible leads like that and investigate them fully.
To follow up on her question, we saw Lieutenant Toledo said earlier, this was Norfolk Day's case first. You mentioned that they've been state partners throughout this. Does your office look into what may have went wrong in their investigation?
This case is about what went wrong for Sandra Birchmore and how she was treated by Matthew Farwell and how he violated her rights and ultimately killed her. That's what this case is about. It's not about what happens at other state agencies. This is about justice for Sandra Birchmore.
This is the second major death investigation where your office has come to a different conclusion than Norfolk County DA. I'm sure you can't comment on that, but is that normal for federal prosecutors and state prosecutors to reach different conclusions on investigations?
So I'm here to talk about one case. We got about 1,000 cases in the office. I'm not going to comment on any other case in the office. I would just caution you to not extrapolate too much from one case out of all the things that are happening in our office.
Ongoing.
A charge of killing of a witness. I can't think of any others. I'm wondering if there are others.
Yeah. I don't know the answer to that. That's a question. That's an answer we could get for you, but I don't know the answer to it, Shelley. We bring charges of obstruction of justice frequently, as you know, but I'm not pulling one off the top of my head that matches this. Sorry. That's okay. Yeah, I'm not in a position to comment on things that are in the public record. That I wouldn't take that as yes or no, but I'm limited up here under local rules to talk about what's in the public record.
Can you talk about the arrest? What happened with the arrest this morning?
I'm going to ask ASAC Kelleher to speak to that.
So this morning we had a SWAT team that was in a location where Mr. Farwell was. He was taken into custody. He was driving a truck, gravel hauler, and he was safely taken into custody by the SWAT team, which is, what we strive to achieve every time we do an operation like this. No, he was in Revere.
Not in a neighborhood in Revere, or was it on the highway?
No, it was in a shopping plaza in Revere.
Did he say anything?
We have not tried to interview him.
That dump truck you're driving, is that the new employment, presumably?
Again, I wouldn't comment on that here at this time, but he was driving the dump truck when he was arrested.
Before your agency got involved, there were other agencies.
Pictures below. That's the SWAT team taking him down.
From those lead investigators from other agencies who were responsible for finding justice in this case and did not.
I think the juncture we're at right now is that we are working with state agencies. We've developed, as I said, new information that we're going to share with our state partners. They're going to make decisions about what charges are appropriate under state law, if any.
Can you tell us who the lead investigator was in this case before your agency got involved?
I can tell you the lead investigator was for our matter, which was the FBI. I don't know. I honestly don't have information on who the lead was in a state investigation. I don't get that type of information.
There wasn't hardly an investigation at all.
You're looking just at investigation of Birchmore's death. That's the focus of this case, not what law enforcement agencies prior to did. Is that within your jurisdiction to investigate what those state agencies did?
I think what I said was I'm here to talk about Sandra Birchmore, and I'm not here to talk about other things that are happening in the United States Attorney's Office. It's 125 federal prosecutors doing a lot of different things. In this case, this press conference is about one young woman who we allege, was killed by a Stoughton police officer, Matthew Farwell.
How your investigation might be complicated by the fact that you're going now into federal court where there is this NE found that it was suicide, the Norfolk County DA's office opted not to pursue it. How does that affect your efforts now to prosecute?
Yep, good question. Look. In evaluating whether to bring charges, we obviously look at all the evidence that's both incriminating and exculpatory. All that gets turned over to defense lawyers. Mr. Farwell will be well represented in this case, and those facts will be put out in front of a jury. We are confident that when all the evidence is presented to a jury, if it gets that far, that those issues will not prevent us from securing a conviction.
Have you done your own, have your own person do an autopsy?
We,
come to a different conclusion? I know there's another one out there that's already been reported on. But
that's correct. There's an expert witness. I don't want to get into exactly what that person did or didn't because I don't want to mischaracterize it, but it's in the court documents, who has a tremendous amount of experience in this field and has reached a different conclusion.
Just a couple more questions. And just to be clear, you're not going to comment on the other two officers who had sexual relations with Ms. Birchmore?
That's correct.
How unusual is it for a police officer to be charged with a capital offense involving sex with a minor?
It's unusual in my experience. I don't have a full handle on how often this has been done nationwide, but it's an unusual situation. And that's partly why it's so incredibly disturbing.
Anyone else?
Do you have any words of caution to departments that have these Explorer programs based on what you learned from your investigation about how this was able to unfold?
Yeah, I'm going to stick to my swim lane. I'm not an expert on police Explorer programs, and so I really don't have any intelligent answer to that question.
Thank you.
Yeah, the autopsy was done independently by Dr. Bader. That was done independently, I think around June-ish, if I remember right. Don't quote me directly on that. I would have to go back and look at my podcast episode, but I think it was around June-ish. These are the pictures. Let me show you. Oh, gosh. Thank you to those of y'all asking. I'm okay. I'm just having some kind of weird side pains. Oh, these are the pictures of him being arrested this morning. I am so excited. Yeah, he has been arrested. His brother has not. His brother still has the post-commission hearing. For those of you who joined us late, we went over all of this earlier today. But the post-commission hearing for his brother is set for November. There was a Zoom hearing where his attorney came on. It's probably been maybe 3 weeks ago, maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago. I think it was sometime around first week of this month, he wasn't on there for the Zoom meeting. His attorney was, and they had asked him if he wanted to take the same deal that his brother did. Well, not deal, but take the same agreement that his brother did, where he basically lost, rights to be a police officer and was put on the list of sanctioned officers and all of that. And he said no. So they're going to do a post-commission hearing for him in November. That's for William. This is Matthew. So this is the one that she was actually believed to be the father of her baby. The one who was came to her apartment, the last one to see her alive, which has been the whole reason that we've all been screaming from the rooftops that she did not unalive herself. He came to her apartment. We saw him, for those of you who watched it with us earlier. I know I'm repeating myself, but I know a lot of people joined us since then. But there is video of him entering her apartment. He's got his hood up and he's got like a COVID type mask on, kind of keeps his head down away from the camera, goes up, but it's known to be him. He goes upstairs. He's up there for 28 minutes and then comes down. And then he leaves. The very next day, his wife gives birth to their third child. he was not happy that Sandra was pregnant and saying that, you know, that she was excited about it. She was wanting him to be involved. She had said that told a friend that she wanted him to, you know, sign the birth certificate and be involved, but she didn't think that he would want to. But he took her virginity from her when she was a child. She was a child. She looked up to them. She was in the Explorers program. She looked up to these officers. And she was a child. You know, I posted, hold on, let me pull this up for those of you who didn't see it earlier. I posted this yesterday about Sandra Birchmore. I want you to see how young she is in this. Look how young she is in this. This is Divine. This is a different one. This is not Farwell. This is Divine. But this is one of the officers who was also sleazebag. Look how young she is. She's a child. They groomed her. They groomed her and entered her into this cycle of abuse for more than a decade. She was a child. The murder happened. He strangled her and left her and made it look like a suicide. It happened in her apartment, which was in Canton. Canton is obviously the town we've all been hearing about, you know, since I named my whole second season of the podcast after it, Conspiracy in Canton. We've all been hearing about it. It's a lot of the same people. You'll hear the same names. Lank was one of the first ones on scene. Guess who? You know, guess who was also one of the first ones on scene at 34 Fairview? Lank. Guarino, the one who we heard from in the Karen Reed trial, who did the extractions and gave the digital evidence for Karen Reed trial. He's also the one that did the extractions for this. Fanning, who was one of the ones involved in this, is also, he was the lead investigator in the Justin Root, which I have mentioned on the podcast too, but the one that's coming out later this weekend is supposed to be the one that has that on there too. So it's going to end up being, I'm going to end up having to do 2 episodes of it this week because there's so much that's happened this week. But it's a lot of the same people. It's a lot of the same, you know, the same corrupt people that we've been hearing about. You know, some of them are involved in this as well. And this one has been, I think it was episode 26 that I first talked about it. And then, you know, gave a little bit of the information on it. It's just, it's one of those that's, I was saying this earlier, it's so sad because these are the, you know, people that she looked up to, and they took advantage of the, you know, of this child. And the things that she, you know, the way that they viewed her and the way that they used her and the way that they abused her, it's heartbreaking and infuriating. And we've been hollering for so long that she did not do this to herself. They need to, you know, we need justice for Sandra Birchmore. Like that, she did not do this to herself. So to hear Levy, you know, Josh Levy get up here and say all the things that we've all been saying it makes me so happy for her family. And for her friends and the people that loved her and the people that have wanted to see this happening. I got emotional this morning about it because it's a huge day. This is a huge day. This is something that happened, that was basically just kind of swept under the rug. And one of the things, I did an interview, I can't remember what it was on, and somebody asked me after the Karen Reed trial, what's next? And the thing that I said was I hoped that all of the attention, while everybody's up in arms about everything that's going on, I hoped that we could use some of that attention that's on Canton right now and get justice for Sandra Birchmore. And I was very hopeful of it, but also didn't know how long that process would be or what that would look like. I knew that the feds were looking into it, but seeing it happened is it's just such a big step, and it makes me emotional. I'm happy to see it. I'm really happy to see it. Oh, Charmaine, thank you for the super chat. And yet we should tell our children to trust police. And that's the hard part, isn't it? Because most police are good. Most police are trustworthy. Most police are in it for the right reasons and wanting to help you. And, that's who you call when you need help. And that's, for the most part, for the most part, they're good. But then you have the ones like these that use and abuse their badge, their power. That saying, the way to become above the law is to become the law. And I feel like that's kind of what some of them have done. And I hate that, because there are so many good officers, and I am really glad to see these guys, or well, at least Matthew Farwell, being held accountable. It's such a huge step. It's such a huge step. Her mother passed away. Her dad was not in the picture. Her mother passed away in 2016. If I remember right, I have to go back and look at my podcast. They passed her around between them. That's the things, like they treated her, they took advantage of her emotional and mental state, and the way that she looked up to police so much, and which is the whole reason she wanted to join she joined this Explorers program, and she looked up to police officers so much. And it's like the people that you admire and respect the most end up doing that to you. How heartbreaking is that? It makes me equal parts sad and equal parts just enraged. The medical examiner who ruled this a suicide definitely had no pressure from the police, right? It took the medical examiner who looked at the doctor, which Dr. Baden is like a, world-renowned, he's done all kinds of celebrity cases and stuff like that. He's a big deal. But him looking at it independently was instantly like, no, there's obvious signs of strangulation, which is something that we had all talked about before. We'd all said this before. We had, the circumstances around her unaliving herself were just it was too much. And so seeing that come, and I think that was like around June of this year. Like I said, don't quote me on that. I'd have to pull up my notes. The times all run together on things, but when that happened, we were like, like, okay, yes, this is a step forward to where we're, to where we need to be. It's very exciting to what happened to the other two? There are tomorrow, Trooper Greeno name coming out again. Be prepared. We were talking about Greeno a little bit earlier. I think there's gonna be more coming. The post-commission hearing is in November for the other brother, but him and Divine, there's no evidence that I have been aware of yet in any of the documents up to this point. Now who knows what's going to come out later, but up to this point, there's been no evidence that they had sexual relations with her. Sexual relations, because I don't like the R word. It's the R word when she's underage, period. But there's no evidence as of this point that has been made publicly available that they did that to her while she was underage. Now, after she crossed over the age of consent, yes. However, it was still a result of their position of power and the role that they played with her and them grooming her. So it wasn't like she just dated a couple of them. It wasn't that at all. So even though as of right now the evidence that we have about that aspect of it with her between the other two was her being the age to consent, it's still there's still obviously things that they were doing this while on duty, sending inappropriate texts and stuff to her, having these meetups in their patrol cars while on duty. So yes, the family actually wrote a letter thanking the officers for working with her. Because they thought that the Explore program was, good for her, that they were doing a good thing. It was supposed to be a good thing. Yeah, no one gets more angry over these types of things than the good officers. And you'll see that. You'll see the good ones who are outraged over this, because it gives the good cops a bad name, number one. It prevents them from being able to do their job the way that they should be able to do their job, because it does have an effect where people stop trusting police because of the bad eggs like this loser, I got we were live early this morning, of course, so all of this happened while we're live, and got to kind of go through all of this whole emotional roller coaster together. Linda Ellen Greenberg. was not even close. That's another one that there's no possible way you could look at the details of that one and think, oh yeah, she did that to herself. There's no way. I have been told by locals something is hitting about Tully and Guarino tomorrow. I have been told the same. Mike W, welcome. Welcome, welcome. By Levy's statement talking about cooperations and state bringing charges, do you think Morrissey will see any repercussions? I don't know. It's hard to say because I feel like he just scoots on by without any repercussions on anything. And that is really hard to watch, you know? But I hope, I have hope. There need to be changes. There need to be changes. And I don't care how much hate mail I get. I don't care how many trolls come after me. I don't care if you make fun of the way I talk or the way I look or call me name. I don't care. I'm not going to shut up about it. You're still going to hear from me every single week. I'm still going to be talking about the things that are going on and the things that need to change, and I obviously have zero to do with this, you know. I'm just a nobody from Florida, but I'm still not going to shut up about it because the more people that know, the less they can continue to ignore it. Yes, he acknowledged taking her virginity at 15. That part that came out in the civil case, her estate against them. So, which is something that I had said before too about, okay, if nothing else, why is he not charged with that? If nothing else, but now, you know, better the big stuff, all the stuff, but Farwell was not alone in this. Others covered up for him. I 100% agree, and I would never want to speculate on who I think is involved in a cover-up without any kind of evidence. However, I do have theories, especially one. The Canton Police Department has a lot of rebuilding the trust with its citizens. Wayne Hatchell, you're absolutely right. They do. However, the problem is that they continue to not build trust. I mean, even at the select board meetings recently, you know, when it came up for Chief Rafferty, they, you know, so many wanted her gone. So what do? They extend her contract anyway. And, you know, people speak out about it and they voice their concerns and they say why they feel this way and why they have problems and why they don't trust her. And, you know, the specifics on even the wreck where the police came and couldn't find, there was a wrecked car and they couldn't find any person, and then somebody driving down the road is the one who saw the body on the side of the road. How do you have a whole police investigation and you don't see the body, but somebody driving down the road can see it later? And then when, you know, she was asked about it, she was basically like, well, it wouldn't have made a difference, you know. What? Just the flippant, just the lack of care or concern. And people are angry, and people are voicing their concerns, and they're, you know, finding support and strength within each other to be able to do that. And I feel like there's so many things that they could do to work to build that trust again, but they don't. And that's really sad for them, for the whole community. It'll be 3 p.m. Eastern. We got like 12 minutes. Do you think Taylor's wife will be present? I think so, yeah. I think so. Yeah, this means no hung jury. They have an actual verdict. Rose's mainly Birchmore's case is among at least 194 allegations that law enforcement personnel, mostly policemen, have groomed, sexually abused, and engaged in inappropriate behavior with explorers since 1974. This is something that I can't really talk too much about it yet because it hasn't been announced, but this is something that I've based on digging into the Sandra Birchmore case. I don't know what I can say yet. This topic about the explorers and the allegation and stuff like that, not just in Sandra's case, but the Sandra's case is what has kind of opened this door. There is going to be, I'll just get I don't know what I'm allowed to say. There's going to be a project coming out soon that's going to talk about a lot of that and get into some of the details. And I'll let y'all know more when she announces it officially. But there's going to be some really interesting stuff that comes out that will hopefully help raise a lot of awareness about some of that. Thank you. I appreciate it. You know, the thing that matters to me more than like trolls and stuff, the emails and the DMs and stuff like that I get from people who listen to the podcast that live in the area, and especially emails. Because the podcast reaches a lot more people that aren't on social media, or at least aren't in the social media groups that are discussing this all the time. And like, you know, they're not on YouTube and they're not on Twitter and they're not on all of these things. My podcast reaches a whole different group of people that we don't see and hear every day, you know, and I get emails from some of those that I love hearing from, you know, some of the locals who are so appreciative of their voices being shared. When I did the episodes on the Canton Select Board, I had, I think it was like 11 or 12 emails that were sent to me over the next 2 weeks that were people who were so appreciative that there was now an outlet for their voices to be heard, because the people who, like, those of us in like the YouTube community, we see this because we watch those select board meetings, right? If you're on Twitter, a lot of times you'll see it because we, you know, I talk about them, other people talk about them, like we see the clips and stuff, but not everybody is in that bubble. So having some of the issues brought up in podcast form, I guess was, you know, felt helpful to some people, which I thought was really cool. And stuff like that matters a lot to me. I love getting those emails. That kind of stuff matters to me a lot. Mildred, thank you for the super chat. As horrible as it was to hear all of that, hopefully future citizens will be spared from this band of criminal law enforcement officers. I agree. It is so sad. It is so sad, but it does, you know, give hope about what's to come. Will you be covering Laurie Shaver trial? Yes, I will be in Lake County for that. I'll be in Claremont for that, because that's my college roommate's friend. Well, was. Yeah, 16 is the age of consent in Massachusetts. But again, that's a little bit different when you have a 27-year-old who's in a position of, you know, authority. Maybe not legally, but ethically. Janine M became a member. Welcome, welcome. Oh my gosh, there's no way he's acquitted. There's no way. Berkowitz was the chief. Berkowitz is retired. Rafferty is the new one. I say new. It's been, what, 3 years now? Something like that. They're about to read the verdict now. Oh, I'm behind on chat. I didn't realize how behind I was. I'm just a yappet. Miss you Russell for 9 whole months. Welcome to all the new members, subscribers. Oh yeah, speaking of that, we're getting close to 30,000. Let's see. We are 286 away from 30K. That's kind of cool, right? Elaine, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That is very generous. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Michelle Dunn said 2 out of 4 of my adult daughters listen to your podcast but don't do YouTube trials. See, yeah, like all of my friends that are into true crime listen to podcasts, but they don't watch YouTube, and they're not on Twitter, and they're not, you know, any of that. So they don't They don't do any of the other stuff, but they listen to podcasts. RA says, I can't wait for this verdict. I grew out my eyebrows just for this. My eyebrows that I put on the other day did not last very long. Don't make them like they used to. Maybe I didn't put enough water on them when I was sticking them on. Hi, Kathy. I'm in a meeting, but watching with one eye. Charmaine gives a membership. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, no way that 12 people thought he was innocent. No way. The Mamta, a couple people have sent me that one. I have not looked into it. I can't put anything else on my plate right this moment. Laurie Shaver starts on September 9th. So I will be in Claremont for that one. That one's a wild one. I did like a recap on it while we were in Verdict Watch, but I'm going to put a video out on it next week. I'm so behind on chat. Hello, Baker. GDC member for 11 whole months. Love being a 13th juror. Thank you. I love having you. All right, member for 16 months. Gosh, that's crazy. 16 months. Is that our first 16? It might be. I think you might be our first 16. Happy anniversary, my friend. Eddie, thank you for the super chat. Thank you, thank you. Twice in one day, and in my age. Candace Hoff, member for 14 months. 14 whole months. Love it here. Yeah, if you haven't subscribed, please hit the subscribe button. We may get to 30 today. We'll see. That would be cool. Beth Henderson, gifted membership. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Katsy, welcome, new member. You live here now. You live here now. Rita Reed is there. Waiting on this. Miss Shorty, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you, thank you. It has to be guilty. There's no way, right? Because nobody other than maybe his mama and one person on Twitter think he's guilty. Bulldog Mom, Bulldog Mom D, thank you for the super chat. Sub it up, y'all. It's free. It's free. It's free. Baker Raid. Kathy, thank you. Could the judge overturn a not guilty? Let me move myself. I didn't realize I'm like in the way. I don't think that would happen. No, I don't think that could happen. Weather Watch, remember for 15 whole months. All right, got me by one. It's 1 month ahead of you. Queen Oliver the Gamer for 16 whole months. 16 whole months. Happy anniversary. Happy memberversary. And remember for 2 whole months. Love living here. We love having you here. I wonder what their buttons say. I don't know. Christine, thank you for the super chat. Why are all those women wearing red in the back row? Any idea? Is that the old guard? I don't know. Erica, member for 1 whole year. I'm so happy to be here for this verdict. Been a busy week for work. Ow, this better be guilty. It will be. We're manifesting it. We're manifesting it. Lois Cox member for 16 whole months. Happy anniversary. Miss Trial gifted 1 membership. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Silver Swag, thank you for the super sticker. Thank you, thank you. Pillow's mom for 13 months. Finally, a baby and a half. I'm half baked. Love you, Brandi. Lucy, Mod Chat, fam, you're all the best. Thank you, thank you. We love you. Oh my gosh, wouldn't that be funny? Can Rita read the verdict? We vote for Rita Reed to be the one to tell you that you're guilty. Please and thank you. Bulldog Mom, get to 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, he lost the election to Rita Reed, which made him a lame duck. Ashley Kane, thank you for the super chat. Thank you, thank you. Tayo Toys is wearing his verdict Jinkos today. They barely fit. It's Little Dog member for 7 whole months. It's been a fun 7 months. Fun 7 months. Happy, happy anniversary. Ow. Sienna's member for 10 whole months. We're covering 13th year here. Oh, we're glad you're here. Zimmy from the bus stop, member for 4 months. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. Group of 5 men and 7 women have reached a verdict. My side pain's fine. It's getting better. It's getting better. It's calming down. Debbie, thank you so much for the super chat. Which one is Rita? Which one is Rita Reed? Let's see. See if I can pull up her picture. Isn't this Rita? Debbie, welcome to the family. Welcome to the family. Doesn't the DA, doesn't he kind of remind you of the Glare? Like an older version of the Glare? Or is that just me? Am I just crazy? It looks like Will to me. Dreamy Later, you get to membership. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Welcome to new members. Wayne, member for 15 months. Feels like yesterday since I've came the first member. Yay. Y'all are all in that first little batch. Nancy member for 15 months. No fake eyebrows today. You feel confident. No fake brows today. I'm so behind. Miss Shorty, get to 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Mary Murphy, member for 9 whole months. Love the chat, mods, and Brandy's humor when a hot-looking man is on the stand. Excuse me. Just because I drool sometimes. Tellus has entered the courtroom. Sorry, thank you for the super chat. Thank you, thank you. Charmaine, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you, thank you.
Come to order and be seated, please.
The record reflects that the hearing is taking place outside the presence of the jury panel. The court has marked as Courts Exhibit 27 and 28 notes received from the jury panel. Does the state want to say anything?
No, Your Honor.
The defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, at this time we can bring the jury panel in.
Knock off Nikes. That's loud.
You can bring the jury panel.
Yes, ma'am.
I might have turned up the volume a little bit too much. Knock off Nikes is a hilarious name. Happy 7 months. Christy, gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. I didn't realize how behind I was, y'all. I'm sorry. Behind on chat. I think I'm just caught up now. Hey, Kaylin. Here we go. Bring the jury. It's going to be guilty. Him and his yellow tie. I have switched my Mr. Potato Head to a worried face. All right, I'll have to show you the glamour shots and all of that we did of him.
All rise for entering jury pool.
Here we go.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated.
Does the state stipulate to the presence of the panel as well as the 2 alternates? Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Jaskowitz?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Juror number 2, have you been selected to be the foreperson?
Yes.
Has the jury reached a verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Will you please hand the verdict form to Officer Hawks?
Thank you, Britt Bottoms.
Okay, the clerk will now read the verdict form out loud. The defendant and his attorneys will stand for the reading of the verdict.
District Court, Clark County, Nevada, State of Nevada, Plaintiff versus Robert Tellus, Defendant, case number C-368935, Department number 12, verdict. We, the jury in the above entitled case, find the defendant, Robert Tellus, as follows. Murder with use of a deadly weapon, victim 60 years of age or older. Guilty of first-degree murder with use of a deadly weapon, victim 60 years of age or older. Special verdict. The jury unanimously finds the murder willful, deliberate, and premeditated. The jury unanimously finds the murder was committed by means of lying in wait. The jury unanimously finds the murder was committed by means of elder abuse. Guilty of first-degree murder with use of a deadly weapon, special verdict. The jury unanimously finds the murder willful, deliberate, premeditated. Do you want me to finish this?
I'm just having the attorneys approach for just a moment.
Thank you, Judge.
Guilty. Guilty. So guilty. Good job, jury. guilty. He shook his head.
Okay.
Dated this 28th day of August 2024, signed by foreperson, juror number 2. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are these your verdicts as read? So say you one, so say you all.
Yes. Okay, this time, ladies and gentlemen, the clerk is going to ask you a question and just ask that you respond yes or no.
Juror number 1 is, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number 2, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number 3, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number 4, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number 5, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number 6, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number 7, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number 8, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number 9, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number 10, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number 11, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number 12, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes. At this time, the clerk will record the verdict in the official record of the court. And at this time, ladies and gentlemen, as you know, pursuant to your verdict, we will now go into the penalty phase of the trial. We're going to take a break and allow the attorneys to get prepared for that penalty phase. So we will start again at 1:30. At this time, you'll all be able to be back together again. You're going to go with the court officer back to the jury deliberation room. And at 1:30, we will begin the penalty phase of this trial. Thank you very much, and you're excused.
Thank you. All right, you're acting jury, please. Jury, please go together.
It's a good day for justice, y'all. Today and yesterday. Good day for justice. What do you think? So far, 99% think that the jury got it right on our poll. Lucky13, thank you for super chat. I didn't think he could get any paler. Guilty. He got a little paler. I think the jury got it right. Just crying. This is not, my chat doesn't have enough trolls. We love the block button around here. We boot them on out of here when we need to. I agree. I think the jury got it right. And like we said before, everything that we've heard about Jeff Gehrman was such a, you know, it was so positive about what a great guy he was and how, you know, he just had so much class and integrity. And I know that there's, you know, regardless of a verdict, there's nothing that can make it better for his family. But I like to see the justice system work and for bad guys to be held accountable, which doesn't seem like something that Tellis is used to having to, you know, deal with being held accountable. So, oh, gracious alive. They're probably going to give him a chance to talk. Y'all know they are. They did it with Thami. When they did Thami's hearing, he got to yap on and on, talking about Sharon cooking and he's innocent and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so they're going to start the penalty phase at 1:30. So we got about an hour until then. Today has ended up being a much busier day than I anticipated. Missy Russell, Jeff isn't my relative, but I feel like crying. I know, right? Especially because like we've heard, he's just such a good dude. Such a good dude. Tells us thinking, what other facial expression could I have made to convince them? That's exactly what it is. He's thinking, did I not furrow my brows enough? Will there be victim impact? More than likely, they will do that. They give that option for Vegas during the sentencing. So we will more than likely hear that. And we will more than likely have to listen to this full ramble on again. Shaking his head at the jury before they decide penalty, amateur move. Right? The women in the back are the ones that worked at the office, the ones that he was treating like crap. The ones that he had like scared to even talk in the office. They didn't even know if they were allowed to talk in the office. They were not even comfortable saying good morning to each other and stuff. Brian and Jill W. met for 4 whole months. So happy to be here with 13 juror and RA family. We are glad to have you too. Paris Hilton strikes again. The one that was hunched over crying was Rita Reed. I'm pretty sure. It looks just like her if it's not her. I'm pretty sure it's her. What took so long? I am not sure, but I am hoping that at some point they do jury interviews and we get to hear their thought process behind that, because I would personally love to know what the dealie was. The dealio. Can we get a kitten heel emoji? The kitten heel killer. Yeah, I think that those were tears of relief because, you know, think about it. If he were to get out and think about everything that he's put them through, and if he were to get out, you know, that would change their lives forever because now they're going to be scared. And he can't blame anybody but himself, but because he got out there and just yapped as much as he wanted to, but he's still going to. He's going to blame Compass Realty, Thomas More, Paris Hilton, you know, Coles. I don't know. He'll blame everybody. All right. Thank you. Oh, yes. All right. Let me show you the glamour shots. You know, when they have breaks and we get a little bit bored, we start kind of just making stuff up. Let me find. All right, here we go. I'll show you. There's a bunch of them. I mean, not a bunch of glamour shots, but there's a bunch of. We had a little bit of fun. So this is how it started. It has evolved. This is how it started. We were technically originally just trying to find a hat that looked like the hat that he had on. And then somehow he just looked better the more we covered him up. So that's how it started. And then we heard about, when we were looking into his past and stuff and talking about it, we heard about the one worker who said that he tried to like nibble on her ear or something. So we thought we'd return the favor. He's getting his ear nibbled on. This one was a personal request. Somebody asked to release his head out into the solar system. So we did. So this one was a personal request. And then, of course, we figured there's a chance that he could be cellmates, bunkies, if you will, with Thami. Same prosecutors, same county, same, whatever. So we put him and Thami together, BFFs. Somebody said he looks like Wooly Willy, and they weren't wrong. So we did that. Somebody said he looked like Megamind. So we tested that one out. This is where things went off the rails. We started just by putting him on some stilts because he was talking about his lifts. And then it just kind of took on from there. They said something about his, fake Nike, or his cheap Nikes, like the kinds you get from Kohl's, not like the expensive kind because they had the plastic on them. So he has his Kohl's bag and his Kohl's cash. Of course, we have Roberta was here in the car because, with the do not disturb. His Planet Fitness bumper sticker. Oh, and he's techie, so he's got a techie bumper sticker. Says guilty. That one wasn't his choice. Vote for Telus right here. He's got 3 sponges because he was going to wash all 3 cars because that's not suspicious, he said. There's the tennis shoe fairy sprinkling pieces of tennis shoe. He's a neon ninja because he's got on his neon shirt. And of course, can't miss the eyebrows. And his Kohl's cash. He's got his grease pencil. His pants are on fire because that's what happens with liars. He's got a cape because he's definitely a superhero, he says. He's everybody's hero. He's also a victim, but he's everybody's hero. He's got his little moccasins. Paris Hilton, because somehow we got there. He was not wanting Rita to be reelected, or not wanting Rita to be elected, so he was going around stealing the vote for Rita signs. We got the scissors, the glue, and the Apple Watch. Jappy's over here planting DNA. The Apple Watch said, "Where are you?" And we couldn't fit that on the Apple Watch, so we just put it on a plane to make sure they didn't miss it. Oh, the surveillance with the drone. And then, of course, his arch nemesis, Thomas Moore from Compass Realty, is going to sell his house. Oh, and we have a sign back there that says, "Don't make a mess in his house," because that's what breaks him, So that's what happened with that. I think that's all on that one. Oh, and then somebody said he looked like Boss Baby, so we made him into Boss Baby. This was where we were trying to figure out if he had on a hood. And then that was a hood. Oh, here's the glamour shots. We also did a poll to see who wore it better, whether it was him or Ivan. And Ivan won by like 60-something%. So Ivan wore the mullet better. So congratulations to Ivan. You wore it best, according to our poll. But these are his glamour shots. Like, this is like kind of like the typical glamour shot posing. And I feel like this is kind of more how he sees himself when he looks in the mirror. This was him spinning his fancy story. This one's more realistic. Oh, and the duck. Oh, I forgot about the duck. I don't know how the duck lips ended up on this one, but he's a lame duck. So there you go. Why do I say Thami that way? Because he wants to be complicated and spell his name complicated. So we sound it out and say it how he spells it. Thami. Susie been for 9 whole months. A verdict worth waiting for. It was worth waiting for. It was. I'm surprised it took that long, but it was worth waiting for. Lucky13, thank you for the super chat. He will go to his grave, adamant that it's a conspiracy. He's bought into it now and has to. Yes, he will say it is forever. He will do appeals. He will do interviews. He will do everything he can to get his narrative out there because he wants everybody to hear it directly from him. I guarantee within, let's say, a month, he will have some kind of interview, jailhouse interview again, where he's talking. Expected verdict brows. I had verdict brows on. They've come off. It's been going too long. I bet that Compass Realty will not sell his house for him. I thought it'd be funny if Thomas More did because it's like his worst nightmare. Jury's now in on the conspiracy. Knockoff Nike's gifted membership. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Rita was not the lover. Roberta was the lover. Rita was the one who ran against him and was elected. That knocked him out of office, making him the lame duck. Roberta Lee Kennett was...
Order. Mine. All of the people that he accused of being part of a conspiracy had no role in any conspiracy, and I think the jury's verdict speaks. Investigative reporter.
Hold on. Let me go back. We missed.
Investigative reporter.
We just heard remarks from Clark.
Hold on. Let me see if I can go back. Go back, go back. Let me see if it will let me. Come on.
To begin the...
It's not letting me. All right, hold on. Let me find it.
And Christopher, who both did.
didn't catch the whole thing.
Attorney Pam Weckerly and
it started him
Christopher, who both did an outstanding job. Finally, today's verdict should send a message. And that message is a clear message that any attempts to silence the media or to silence or intimidate a journalist will not be tolerated. That's what occurred in this case. That's what occurred, and that's why today justice was served. So I'll take a few questions.
Could you address the weight, how long the deliberations took?
You know, juries do different things depending on the makeup of the jury, depending on the foreman. There was a lot of evidence in this case. There was a lot of video evidence. Some of their questions, they wanted an additional laptop. They wanted to look at some more of the video evidence. So I want to commend this jury. I think they took a lot of time to review this evidence. This is an important verdict. They gave the defendant in this case what he has a right to, which is an examination of that evidence. But at the end of the day, the jury did the right thing and came back with first degree with use of a deadly weapon, first degree murder with use of a deadly weapon, and both enhancements. This crime was committed with the use of a deadly weapon, and this crime was committed against an elderly person.
The jury kind of was thrown a curveball in closing with the defense there, basically pointing out the silhouette of a different looking person than Robert Tellis in the suspect's alleged vehicle there. How do you think that played into the big delay, or at least the length of time it took the jury to decide this? Because they had to go in the jury room to figure this out themselves.
Well, defense lawyers sometimes have to throw curveballs. That's their job. But I'll tell you, the jury hit the ball out of the park this time. They hit a home run by getting the right verdict.
Were you surprised by the length of the jury deliberation?
Yes, a little. To be candid, I think most everybody that followed this trial and watched this trial and was familiar with the evidence thought the verdict would come a little quicker. But again, there were over 400 exhibits. Many of these exhibits were video evidence. And I think the jury took their time and examined all of the evidence. That's what we want juries to do. We want them to look at all of the evidence. We want them to consider what the defense offers. But I'll say it again, at the end of the day, after looking at all the evidence, their verdict was clear and convincing.
Could you address him taking the stand in his defense?
Well, the defendant has a right to testify or choose not to testify. In this case, Mr. Tellis chose to testify. He gave narrative testimony. I think that the jury listened carefully. I was in the courtroom for a number of hours during this trial, and I was watching the jury. I was watching how the jury reacted to the evidence. And I think they gave Mr. Tellis the benefit of the doubt. They listened to him. But again, the jury verdict speaks for itself.
Do you think his decision to testify helped or hurt it?
You know, maybe that's what we'll ask the jury one day when this is all over.
Mr. Wolfson, what is the significance of testifying by narrative? Have you ever had a case where you've had a client, when you were a defense lawyer, testify by narrative?
It's certainly unusual. It is certainly rare. But sometimes, based upon the ethical rules that apply, a decision is made for a defendant to give a narrative.
What ethical rules might apply in a case like this?
I'm not going to speak to that at this point. You know, the case isn't over. We're going to a penalty hearing in about an hour. Certain witnesses will testify, and the jury still has another decision to render, and that's the decision of penalty.
What do you think is the appropriate penalty?
Well, they've got three options. They can come back with life without the possibility of parole, life with the possibility of parole after serving a minimum of 20 years, or a sentence of 50 years with minimum parole eligibility after 20 years. So the jury has options. I'm not going to invade the province of the jury at this time.
What
I've got two excellent prosecutors that are going to present some information for the jury to consider. I'll respect whatever verdict, whatever sentence the jury comes back with.
Generally, in a case where you go to a penalty phase, what is it that a prosecutor is asking a jury to consider?
Well, during the guilt phase, they're asked to consider the evidence of guilt. You know, what evidence does the prosecution have to suggest that a crime was committed and that this accused person committed the crime? We're beyond that now. The jury came back with first-degree murder with use of a deadly weapon against an elderly person. So that there's a different consideration now. What is the appropriate punishment? So I'm sure that Mr. Draskovich and Mr. Horvath will present information on behalf of their own client, and we will be presenting certain information that we want the jury to consider as well.
Forgive me if you answered this before I got here. What was behind the decision not to seek the death penalty in this case?
Well, there are certain cases that are appropriate for consideration of the death penalty and certain cases that aren't. A decision was reached that this was not an appropriate case to seek the death penalty.
I was asking why.
I'm not going to go into the analysis that went into that decision. I will tell you, in my 12 and a half years of being the district attorney, we have decided to file a death penalty in a number of cases, and we have decided not to file in a number of cases. Every case has its unique facts and circumstances. The background of the accused person, the gravity of the offense, the nature and circumstances. But a decision was made in this case not to seek the death penalty, but I'm confident that whatever sentence is rendered, that's a chunk of prison time that Mr. Tellis will have to serve.
Did you have a deadly weapon enhancement and the lying in wait factor?
I didn't hear you, Caitlin.
Can you explain how the deadly weapon enhancement and the lying in wait factor could affect the sentencing?
Well, the jury's going to consider all of the evidence. I mean, this was a crime, in our opinion, that was clearly premeditated. There was planning involved. It wasn't a decision in a couple of minutes or moments to kill Mr. Gierman. There was planning involved. Lying in wait, I think the jury will consider that. The jury will, of course, consider that he brought a deadly weapon. So they will consider all of these things in their decision.
Did you know Jeff Gierman personally, and just what can you say on a personal level about his work?
I knew Jeff for probably close to 40 years. He had a stellar reputation in this community. He was a zealot. He was an excellent investigative reporter. I did work with Jeff over the years. It's a crying shame, literally and figuratively, that he's no longer with us.
Sir, Mr. Tellis brought up a conspiracy theory that involved both private and public figures. Would you be willing to address something?
I think they're ludicrous. There was no conspiracy. The only conspiracy was between him and his evil mind. All of the people that he accused of being part of a conspiracy had no role in any conspiracy, and I think the jury's verdict speaks directly to that. That's it. Thank you. Very good.
Okay, what do y'all think? Hold on, I'm gonna take a screenshot of him because I swear he looks. Yeah, everybody loved him. That was the district attorney. That was Steve Wolfson. He's Clark County, Nevada district attorney. Okay, so couple things while he was talking. Verdict brows are, oh no, what did I just do? Oh no. Verdict brows are a tradition, and they used to work a lot better than they do now. But they don't work as good anymore, apparently. Now they take too long. But I had somebody email me one day telling me that they love the channel, but they can't focus because my eyebrows are not dark enough and it's distracting because they're too blonde or too thin or both or whatever. And I said something about that on camera one day because I thought it was just the funniest, most random reason to not be able to look, I have trouble paying attention. There's tons of reasons why I can't pay attention. That's never been one of them. Somebody's eyebrows being too thin or too blonde has never been one of them. However, super distracting eyebrows for this individual viewer. So I said something about it, and then I was promptly sent a pack of tattoo eyebrows. I wanted, like, you put like a wet wash rag and kind of like a bubblegum tattoo where you know, but for your eyebrows. And so when we went into verdict watch during the Travis Rudolph trial, I was like, well, we need something to do to, you know, spend time or whatever. So I put them on live on camera, and then they came back with a verdict. So, and we got the verdict we wanted. So it's just kind of become a tradition that now when we go into verdict watch, I put on tattoo verdict eyebrows. So fun times. That's what verdict eyebrows are. Also, Allie B from Tennessee said that this is somebody that she knew, an old colleague, and said, he looks like Tellus. What do y'all think? Better looking than Tellus, but I see the resemblance. Bald head and eyebrows. His head's not nearly as big, though. He's like a more handsome version of Tellus. I say more handsome as if Tellus has any handsome in him, which I personally don't think so, because he's a psycho murderer. But, you know, other than that. All right, so they are going to come back at 1:30, 2:30, 3:30. So that's like 45 minutes. 45 minutes. To start that portion of everything. So we have a little bit of time. Let me see. He's like, it's like Tellus is like the Wish version of that guy. Right? Kind of. All right. So this is what I'm going to do. I have a few things that I have got to get done. Yeah, he could be the Temu version. Is Wish still around? Or is Temu taken over? I don't know. I don't know how these things work. What is words on stream? Temu, tell us. Is that the one? Let's see. I I think well, let me see if I can. I'm not dumping you. I'm just giving you a babysitter. Okay, we can do, yes, the next part will be streamed. I just have a few things I need to get done in between this and that. I can pull up the words on stream and you can play words on stream for 30 or 40 minutes. Or I can put on the pre-trial hearing of Goofball. Which one? We'll do a quick poll. And when I say quick, I mean you got to vote now. Which one? Words on stream. Pre-trial hearing. When you show your age by using televised instead of stream. We all showed our age yesterday, talking about all the things in life that used to be. That was so funny. That was so fun. I loved that. Oh, we have 216 until we get to 30K. This poll is much less unanimous. It's like 50-50. Okay, let's do this. Words on stream. I've never done it before. I've had some of y'all send it to me and ask me to put it on there, but I've never done it. So let's see if I can figure it out. Oh, I don't think I think I have to set this up before I. Okay, we may not be able to do words on stream this time. I think I have to set that up before I'm actually live. Okay, so let me do. Ugh. Okay, so we have the one for see which ones we have to choose from. We have the one from 10 months ago, where he appears in court for a hearing on discovery issues. That's the one where he's talking himself. The hearing from 2 weeks ago, we watched that one already, so we won't. The one where the judge denies Tellis' request for better accommodations at the detention center, that one's only 12 minutes though. We'll do that one.
And as the saying goes.
Right, hold on. Because he's a little bit of a whack job. But I have a couple things to get done. So when this ends, I'll be right. It'll end early, but I'll be right here and I can place on the next one. Okay. So this is from about a year ago, right? Let's see. More than a year ago, April 5th of last year.
Employees at the detention center can engage in cruel and unusual punishment.
All right, I'll be right back.
Unless it infringes upon the rights of a protected class. And that's just absolutely not correct, Your Honor. And
Okay, what specifically are you seeking from this motion?
what I'm seeing at this point, because again, really what they've done is, well, I guess we won't even get into it. At this point, I am seeking to have the sheriff speak to the administration at the detention center to open a dialogue about moving me to an area that better suits my safety, while also, giving me an opportunity to engage in more research and also more recreation time. I was in that situation for about a couple weeks before an informant raided my personal papers, and there's again no reason to not have me in a situation like that. I've gone ahead and included in my reply proof that the move was not made for my safety. It was really made, it was a temporary situation, basically made permanent because I annoyed classification with my request for status. And the response in my reply demonstrates that, Your Honor. So again, all I'm asking at this point is an open dialogue so we can see about getting moved to better accommodations.
Your Honor, I have not seen a reply. I was not served the reply.
It was served to everyone on electronic service, so I don't know.
I did not receive it. So I don't even know what his reply says at this point. However, Mr. Tellis is appropriately, first off, he totally misunderstands the argument that I made in my pleadings. I'm not going to go into it and prolong this because actually I did point out that the 14th Amendment applies. But regardless of that, he is appropriately housed according to what occurred in the jail. He doesn't have a right to a specific housing. He will be looked at to be rehoused as it's appropriate on a regular basis as every other inmate is. And if it's appropriate, he will be rehoused. But at this point, it is not appropriate. So he is where he needs to be. As to his access to all of the legal documents that he seeks, I'm sorry, he chose to represent himself, and as the saying goes, you made your bed, now you have to lay in it. The court went above and beyond of trying to explain to Mr. Tellis what it means to represent yourself, and he was fine with it. Coretta is very, very clear, and the court bent over backwards to make sure that Mr. Tellis understood all of the consequences of representing themselves. He said he's okay. He went through this. He doesn't get any special treatment for that, because otherwise we have 3,000 other inmates that would need to have that special treatment as well. It's just not possible. What he's experiencing is like everybody else. He's been treated like everybody else. This is just what it is to be incarcerated.
I think we might want to continue this so she can read the reply. I mean, it's just
I don't have any
taken.
problem.
I don't need to continue it.
Okay. All right. Anything further?
Sheriff McMahill
I'm sorry.
Sheriff McMahill has absolutely misinterpreted all the case law, has basically got the material facts incorrect, and the reply shows again that Mr. McMahill or Sheriff McMahill's position is that his employees can engage in whatever cruel and unusual punishment they wish, and there's nothing that can be done about it. That is the position that was cited by that case law. What was said was, only under the 14th Amendment can you exercise the equal protection clause. But that's not true. We're talking about the due process clause. That is what this motion is operating under, to basically protect my rights against cruel and unusual punishment. And so for Sheriff Mayhill to say, well, you don't get it, you're being treated the same way, Sheriff Mayhill does not actually respond to the fact that I've provided proof that my move to the 24-hour supervision or solitary with 1 hour out, which again, we're not getting 1 hour out, we're getting half an hour, that it's fine for them to do that. But again, the case law that I've shown they cited says that 14 hours is appropriate when you talk about day room access. Sheriff Mayhill thought that saying 2 hours in an exercise yard meant 2 hours out of your cell for the entire week. No. Pierce v. Orange County said 2 hours for an outdoor recreation yard with equipment and 14 hours out of your cell for access to a day room. So, unfortunately, we're currently living in circumstances that may violate many people's 1983 rights. But for me, again, I'm in a situation where there are less restrictive means that have been proven to be appropriate for me. Once an informant who did not put me at risk for my own safety, but only again for risk of a setup. And again, my reply has the documentation on that. Only because that reason was I moved, and the move was made permanent. So it was not to serve any legitimate government purpose. It really was, again, based on the other types of activities I've listed in my motion and the reply. Really, I guess, an undue punishment for being a pain. And so all I'm asking again is that we open a dialogue to see about other means for housing that are less restrictive. That's it.
Anything else? Okay, so this time the court's going to deny the motion. Obviously, you can speak to the jail and the people in the detention center about your classification, but the court is not going to tell the sheriff how to run his jail. We have one more thing, the standby counsel issue, and I'm assuming you still want standby counsel?
If Your Honor again is inclined to appoint.
Okay, before I do, I need you to raise your right hand to be sworn by the clerk. I'm going to have to ask you issues to determine whether you would qualify as an indigent person so the court could appoint one. Raise your right hand.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Robert Tellis, ROBERT,
Okay, can you tell me what income you have, if any?
Right now, personally, I have no income.
Okay.
And I'm married, but again, I personally earn $0.
All right. Do you have any assets? Homes, bank accounts?
I currently co-own a home with my wife, and then there are 5 properties in Arkansas and Hot Springs that are up for sale to hopefully raise funds for council in the future. Right now, those homes are subject to a sizable mortgage, and only 3 of them are currently rented. Right now, the rents cover...
Let's start with, if you co-own a home, is that here in Clark County?
That is correct.
Okay. Do you know the value? I mean, approximately what the value is?
I'd say probably about $500,000.
Okay. And does it have a mortgage?
It does.
How much is the mortgage?
$1,300.
I mean, like, total. The mortgage, 300, 600?
I could tell you at this point, Your Honor, maybe $200,000.
Okay. So there's about $300,000 in equity?
Right.
Okay. And then you indicated there are some properties in Arkansas?
Correct.
Well, they're like rental, like houses?
Right.
Okay. And there's 5?
Correct.
And you said how many are rented?
3 out of the 5 of them.
Okay. So you get rental income?
Yes, and again, as I mentioned before, the rental income covers just about the mortgage and the repairs. So there isn't any net income after that's covered.
Okay, so those 3 homes that are rented, how much rent do you get total?
I'd say probably about $2,800.
$2,800 total?
Total, correct. And again, like I said, you've got to factor in the mortgage and the maintenance as well. So that is not net income off of those properties, Your Honor.
All right, what are the mortgages on those properties?
It's one mortgage for all 5 properties, Your Honor.
Okay, how much is it?
And so the mortgage and the insurance together are $2,400.
Okay, what's the total mortgage? Is it $100,000?
About 300 and I think 320 or so.
Okay, $320,000, and it covers all 3 properties?
All 5 properties, Your Honor.
Oh, I'm sorry, all 5. All right, so the other 2, they're not rented, they're vacant?
That is correct, Your Honor.
And did you indicate, did you just say you're going to sell them, or do you have plans to sell them?
And they are currently listed for sale.
All 5?
Correct.
Okay. How long have they been listed for sale?
I'd say for about 6 weeks now.
Okay. Have you had any offers?
There's been some interest, but no official offers in.
Okay. And how much are they listed for, each one?
It's listed as a package, Your Honor.
All 5?
Right.
So someone has to buy all 5 houses?
That's how I purchased them, and that is the only way to really break those free of that one mortgage, Your Honor.
Okay. So all 5 houses are on the market for how much?
For $519.
Okay, so if those sell as you anticipated, you plan on having a gain, correct?
Having a what? I'm sorry?
Well, because if the mortgage is only $320,000.
Oh, a gain. Excuse me. Yes. I approximate after the closing costs, the buyout of the management contract, everything. It's probably $150,000 or so. As I mentioned in my pleadings, to retain counsel, that I've been able to get information about $500,000. So even with that $150,000, I'm coming far short of the mark to actually hire counsel for any kind of trial.
Okay. Other than the home here and the homes in Arkansas, do you have any other property assets?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you have any bank accounts?
Yes, but there's very little in the bank account.
Okay. Well, how many bank accounts? Let's just talk about that.
I have probably 4, but again, those were just based on the way that I'd set up my budgeting before.
Okay.
And I probably got a couple $1,000, if that.
So $2,000 total? Okay. Any investment accounts or 401ks or anything like that?
I believe there was an IRA for about $10K, but that's it.
Any other accounts, investment accounts, any other income, property, assets that you have?
No.
Anything else that you want to tell the court before the court can make a finding regarding your indigency?
No.
Okay. Anything, I don't know if the state has anything they want to add?
No, thank you.
So at this time, the court's going to find at this point that you are not indigent and you do not qualify for the court to appoint standby counsel.
So then, Your Honor, is overturning the prior indigence finding then?
I'm making my own indigent finding. I've listened to you, and I'm going to make a finding that you are not indigent, and at this point, it may change. So if you think it changes, you can come back to the court and seek further relief. Okay, I think that's it. I'll just need that hearing date.
That's going to be April 19th, 8:30 a.m. for the motion for order.
Your Honor, if I may, I've got just a couple of housekeeping issues as well. So I went ahead and, first of all, I do have correspondence for Attorney Weckerly.
Okay.
And then also I've got to ask, there was a request to have my investigator's phone number made private. That minute order has not been entered, Your Honor. So I'd like to ask to have that.
Okay, how does that, what does the court need to do in order for his,
On February 28th, you mentioned that you would
right, I'm
enter
not
that.
sure how to do that. You
Okay.
know how to do it?
From what I understand, for Mr. Frankie, that was entered, that would be the investigator to Mark Carpenter. That was ordered by this court, and somehow the phone company complied. And then the other thing that I would ask for in that same minute order is also
And he's in custody. Do the parties want to make their, oh, you guys are both over there.
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. Pam Weckerly on behalf of the state.
Matthew Christian for the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. Good morning, Your Honor.
Okay.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
I believe Mr. Chesnuff is online.
Yes, thank you.
All right, are you the only one, Mr. Chesnoff?
I'm online, Your Honor. I had to stand outside because the network connection was bad.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure there wasn't anyone else.
Mr. DeMarco from my office is in the court.
Right, I did see Mr. DeMarco.
Your Honor, Joel Tasker for the Review Journal as well.
Okay, are you gonna, do you want to come up to council table, or? It's up to you, I don't,
Yeah, I don't know that we'll need to participate, but we'll speak up if we do.
okay, perfect, thank you very much. There were first a couple of discovery issues that I wanted to take care of. Counsel for Metro sent a couple of packets over during this time that the stay was in place and asked me to look at them to see if they should be turned over. Before I was inclined to turn them over, but before I did, I just wanted to make sure there was a clear record that it could be turned over and whether there has to be any precautions taken not to disseminate or copy. The first one I marked as Courts Exhibit number 1, and it's emails from Detective Jaffe and Detective Gaddis between September 2nd and September 7th, and it's the CAD unit logs. And so, also these emails, because when I looked through these emails, they basically look like they're emails with attachments, but you've indicated, yeah, they're the surveillance emails.
Okay.
They're just basically a header, and then it looks like there's attachments, but you indicated that the defendant already had the photos or whatever these attachments are.
The photos, yeah, I do remember that now, Your Honor. Yeah, I do remember that now. I think we did attach surveillance logs. I know that was one thing that Mr. Tullis was really interested in. I think that those are attached. I haven't looked at that since.
Do you want to approach and look at it? I don't know. I mean, because it didn't look like, it really looks like email headings, and then, I mean, it does talk about surveillance, but I assumed it was in the attachments.
While he's doing that, could we circulate this list that I've put together for everybody regarding the evidence that has
We
not?
will in a minute.
Great, thank you. Just trying to be efficient. Excuse me.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
So you
That reminds
think
me, yeah.
that he has them already,
Yes.
okay?
Yeah. I mean, if the court would like me to reproduce those, I can. I remember when I was looking at it, Your Honor, the photos were very cumbersome to print. And I think that the regular system in place that does not involve me, between detectives and the DA's office, is more of an electronic type of transfer of those types of big files. So I think that we tried to print photos and they weren't coming out of our printer. And then when I learned that he already has photos, I went this route with just alerting the court that I didn't include the photos. The surveillance logs, there were draft logs, as my letter indicates. But again, my understanding is that these surveillance logs, which were, I think, more on the intel side,
Okay.
had been already produced through the district attorney. But again, if they don't, if Mr. Tullis doesn't have them, I'm more than happy to try to coordinate that.
Okay, but he'll be able to tell by the dates of the emails?
Yeah. What I recall is there were 2 surveillance logs that were, within the scope of the request.
Okay, and just for the
or two
record,
total.
you did make some redactions, but it's my understanding they were, like personal identifying issues?
Could be, yes. And as my letter indicates, there's undercover officer names that we apparently redacted. I don't necessarily, well, okay, now I do recall that, yes. There's the surveillance indicates the initials and the name maybe of an undercover officer. So to protect the identity of that officer, I redacted it, and I would ask that it be maintained as confidential.
Okay, so I just want to make sure the record's clear that Metro did make those redactions, and it did appear to me it was like personal identifying information, but there was no news gathering information in this packet.
Not in the first packet.
Okay, and so there's no objection to turning this over to Mr. Tellis, right?
Not that, no, there would be no objection for me. I don't know if the RJ would make an argument that something in there.
Well, this one to me didn't appear like you had sent it to, the other one you did send to the RJ.
Right.
And they apparently, according to your correspondence, were okay with it.
No.
But this one you didn't appear, it didn't appear to me as though you sent.
I did not. The first packet with emails back and forth between Derek Jaffe and Justine Gaddis, no, I did not send that to the RJ, nor the CAD unilogs. That actually never occurred to me. But as we move forward, it's kind of becoming more obvious that the RJ has a very expansive view of what journalistic material is. So I don't think there was anything in there that could possibly be construed as journalistic material, other than the one email that I didn't provide until the second packet, that I did run by the RJ.
Okay, because these are just emails between the detectives.
Right. I don't believe that there's journalistic material in that first packet, no.
Okay, and
But the second email, though, has been this issue since July or before.
Okay, so what Metro sent, I have marked as Courts Exhibit Number 1, and I'm going to provide it to the state. Does the state have it already?
I don't know if we have it like in that format, if we could have a copy as well, please.
I have a copy for the state. Thank you. From Charlotte. And then the second one, and this was the email that you had withheld between the detectives, and it's my understanding that you sent this to the RJ, and with the redactions that are there now, that the RJ had no objection.
No. So they do have an objection, certain objections that they made redactions, and I don't agree with the redactions. So that's a dispute, I think, that can be resolved at this point. What happened, Your Honor, is I learned that Mr. Tullis had sought every communication between Derek Jaffe and Justine Gaddis.
Right.
So I did the search, and in that first packet, I provided the vast majority of what the search uncovered. But this one email I knew would be
an issue.
Disputable. So, not just disputable, it clearly is talking about journalism. So I withheld it, and in an abundance of caution, I alerted everybody that it existed by filing, I think I called it a notice. The next day, the RJ objected to, my notice suggested that I provide it to Your Honor to look at and determine whether or not it should be provided to Mr. Tullis, because he specifically has asked for it. So that was what I was sort of offering. I didn't call it a motion, but I can see where it would be construed as a motion. So the RJ objected to my suggestion that I provide it to Your Honor. Then a few days later, there was a file review. I wasn't here, but Ms. Kissinger appeared, and there was a discussion about it, as I recall. Plus, I got a letter, and it said, or the opposition objection said that they would be happy to look at it, and maybe they would moot the issue because they wouldn't have any objections. So, yes, eventually, a short time later, I gave it to the RJ. They reviewed it, and they do have objections to an unredacted version of the email going to Mr. Tullis.
Okay.
We kind of have a lot of, there was a back and forth between me and the RJ about that. I did not copy the state because they're contending that it shouldn't be disseminated to anybody. So the state is not privy to any of this, but there was letters going back and forth. where I argue that it's not journalist, well, Mr. Tellis's rights overcome the privilege, plus it's been waived. So I asked them to please reconsider, and they said no. So to me, this is a dispute that could be resolved now, and it probably should be, because whatever Your Honor decides, I think will help guide the special masters as they move forward, because Your Honor is going to have to balance Mr. Tellis's rights against the RJ's rights.
So you made these redactions at the request of the RJ's counsel?
No, the RJ, I gave them an unredacted version of it.
Got it.
And they redacted it and sent it back to me, and they said, we don't mind if you give this redacted version to Judge Levitt, but if they did object to it being provided to you unredacted.
Okay, do they object to it being provided to the defendant in the redacted format? Go ahead, Mr. Chesnoff.
I have an idea. We're meeting with the police lawyers this evening at 1:30, and then you have rescheduled us to come back again. I think it would be far better for everybody. This was on the agenda for the meeting, and we discussed it and reached some clear conclusions about what positions both sides take. Maybe we'll be able to figure this out, but I don't think we should be required to figure it out right now, considering the fact that some things were shared with us and some things weren't, and there hasn't really been a dialogue that I know we can have. So that's my suggestion, Your Honor. We wait till Monday, we all sit in a room, we talk about all the potential issues. Maybe we'll reach some agreements, and if we don't, we'll report that back to the court.
Okay, so I misunderstood. I really thought that they were okay with the redacted format, so I will not turn over Exhibit 2 at this time. I'll allow the RJ to be heard.
Sure.
On whether it gets turned over to the parties.
And I would like to be able to give it to the state as well, because they're the ones that know more about whether something is Brady material or not. They don't even have a copy of this.
I was going to turn it over.
Yeah.
So, but again, I didn't think that the RJ had any objection after these redactions had been made. So I can hold off on Exhibit 2. You got Exhibit 1, correct?
Yes.
The packet of...
May I give it to Ms. Weckerly, or do I need to not give
in
it
the
to
redacted format?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you have to in order for the state to take a position.
Right.
Right, and I can't really look at things that the parties can't look at.
Well, that would be my position, but I haven't done that yet, because I don't want to be accused of disseminating journalism to anybody.
I think that the state has to see it in order, I mean, give it to them obviously in the redacted format, but I think they have to in order to take a position. But again, I would have turned it over today,
right.
But I'll allow,
Your Honor.
I'll allow the RJ to be heard on it.
Yeah, may we, as Mr. Chesnoff suggested, just defer the turnover from the police to the state until at least after Monday when we have a chance to meet?
That's fine.
Okay.
I mean, it was literally just one piece of paper.
Understood, but I just want to...
Maybe two.
It's 2 pages.
Got one and a little bit on the second page, so,
Right.
yeah, that's fine.
Let's hold off, and then we'll put that on the agenda to discuss.
That's fine, I wanted to make a clear record, so.
It would be the same for the call data, Your Honor. I don't know if Your Honor recalls that again, when I was not here in July at that proceeding, the issue of this call data came up. And then the RJ clearly takes the position that the call data from Mr. Bierman's phone is journalism. And so that...
all of it?
I think that is their position. And so that's another thing we can discuss on Monday, but it's probably going to be before Your Honor, before too long, because I don't think the state's going to take the position that the entirety of the call data is journalism or privileged. And at least some of it has to be.
It's not going to be relevant either.
Right.
Well, Your Honor, I think the call data, obviously there could be confidential sources in there, and so, that seems like the sort of thing that should go through the protocol that we're going to be talking about Monday.
But I mean, there's a limited time frame. Because if there's stuff in his phone from 3 years ago.
No, I think the call data is...
Clearly, that's not going to be
I think it's only maybe, the time frame is already limited. But
Okay, it's already limited?
I don't disagree, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. I wasn't seeking the phone records for Mr. Gurman. I'm seeking certain phone records that are listed in this list that we'll get to.
Okay.
So I don't know that, again,
But
unless there's a stance that, by Metro that certainly, there's exculpatory information in there. Perhaps we can get into that discussion, or Monday they can get into that discussion and figure out what needs to be redacted. If there's really any exculpatory value in Mr. Gurman's records.
And that's fine.
Yes.
And then I had, it was an email, it looks like it's from Glenn Cook to the sheriff.
Yes.
And it has some redactions, I'm assuming you made those redactions as well?
Yes, I think what's redacted are
It looks like personal.
Yes, email addresses maybe?
That is exactly what it looks like to me.
Yeah, probably is not that important because anyone can figure out my email address or anyone that works at Metro. But
Or the government.
It's a standard sort of thing that's redacted.
So there's that one email and then like a draft of the Oath Keepers story. And then the
Yes.
other stuff is all public record. These stories have already run
Right.
in the RJs,
Right.
so.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the court's referring to, but we've already attached.
Do you want to approach?
Sure. The Glenn Cook email to Sheriff Lombardo has already been, we've already filed that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All
yeah,
right,
that's
all
it,
right.
that's-
So it's not, just make sure
Yeah.
it's the same thing.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to make sure that wasn't
Yeah.
something that I needed to review and turn over. Because all this stuff that is attached as exhibits are public records, so.
Yeah, the only thing that we redacted, this is an exhibit to some pleading that we filed,
Okay.
probably multiple pleadings. And the only thing that's redacted are the email addresses of Sheriff Lombardo, which again, anyone could have figured out, but also Glenn Cook's, Benjamin Littman's, and Keith Moyer's.
Okay, because towards the bottom, there is maybe some relevant information.
Yeah,
And so Mr. Tellis has that because it's been attached in pleadings and it's part of the
Yes.
public record. Perfect.
Yes.
So that doesn't have to be,
yeah, thank you, Judge.
all right.
I just thought of something. Obviously, we've got these issues that the RJ might have concern with. Perhaps these items that might be in dispute after Monday should go to the special masters as well, right, for review.
I think that's what is.
That was,
Kind of.
Ms.
Right, we have
Weckerly,
the special master.
well, Ms. Weckerly mentioned yesterday that I was poised to file a motion, and that was exactly what I was asking for. That, these two pieces of evidence are now already in dispute. And so pursuant to the protocol, let's give them to Your Honor, and we can get a decision on them. And I think it would really be beneficial because then the special masters would sort of get a good idea of kind of where Your Honor is at as they proceed with searching the rest of the items. Because again, when you look at the call data, Your Honor, and you look at the redactions to this email that the RJ made, your decision on whether it should be redacted or not is going to turn on, is it journalism, is it waived, and does Mr. Tellis' constitutional rights overcome any of that? So it'll be a good guide as we
And
move
then
forward.
even if it does and the court provides it, are we going to take precautions to keep it confidential?
Sure.
And not part of the public record?
But, Your Honor, I guess I would just quibble with that a little bit. I think to some extent that's putting the cart before the horse. I mean, the special masters are supposed to be the ones who are looking at this in the first instance before it goes to Your Honor for any sort of decision. So again, I think that's something we could fight about Monday at our meeting if that's.
Like Monday, you may not even have any objection. It's just a 1.5 page, 1.25 page. If there is an objection, then it can just go to the special master.
Great.
Okay, and how about the special masters?
Well,
Did they say yes?
Yes, Your Honor, this is David. I spoke to both of them, they both agreed.
Thank goodness.
And I sent a letter to Chambers and to all parties.
Okay.
So the state's understanding by the Supreme Court's order is these are the special masters. Mr. Tellis didn't raise any objection to either of them.
That's correct.
Or their positions personally and professionally. So the state's presuming he's waiving any issue he may have with regard to either of those two serving as the special masters.
I mean,
And I think
I
that's
think he
important.
stipulated with the RJ, so.
I think it's important that Ms. Beverly brought that up, just to make a record, because if the defense is going to be something like Metro officers did something wrong, then I just would be concerned that Mr. Tullis fully understands that Mr. Roger represents those officers. They're union officers, and Mr. Roger is their lawyer when it comes to things like being accused of wrongdoing. So
I assume you knew that, but I just.
And of course, obviously, you know, when it comes down to it, if I have any objections to what the hearing masters or the special masters have found, perhaps that can be resolved, right? Whether it be by redactions or what have you. I don't have any concern with that.
He doesn't, I don't
We're talking about even having David Rogers serve as the special master.
Again, on the record, I would like for him to serve.
Okay,
I'll make it clear.
Thank you.
But it's got to be clear though, David Roger will be looking for exculpatory material on behalf of Mr. Tullis. Mr. Tullis thinks that officers misbehaved. So as long as he understands that and knows that there is potentially, in maybe his view, a conflict, then I think it just should be on our record that he understands that.
Yeah, I mean, we're just, he seems to be waiving any conflict, and that's what the order from the Supreme Court was, and he never raised an objection, so.
Yeah.
And Supreme Court knows.
And Your Honor, just for the record, Your Honor, the DA or the police lawyers never brought this up at any time, so, but it's pretty clear that Mr. Tellis is agreeing with David Roger, knowing how he's employed.
Is that correct, Mr. Tellis?
Yes, Your Honor, and I think issues are being conflated here. Any evidence that may be on Mr. Gurman's phone that's exculpatory is not likely to be about the police conflict that occurred after Mr. Gurman's death. So this is, once again, just trying to mix things up.
I just think we just want it to be, the record to be clear and that you have all the facts in order to make that decision.
Of course.
Okay, and then I think the only other issues are his discovery issues in his motion.
Right.
And do you have his list?
I don't know that we need everybody here for that. I mean, I really think it's just the state.
Well, some of the records that he's seeking, Metro is arguably the holder of the record.
All right, okay. So, but I mean, does Mr. Chesnoff, the RJ, do they have to stay?
It's up to them.
Yeah, I guess it is up to you, but I believe the rest of these issues are like just regular discovery issues. They're not anything about news gathering information.
Yeah, I mean,
It's like statutory discovery requests.
understood. If Your Honor does not mind,
I don't mind.
We'd like to stick around.
I don't mind, I just didn't want you to
Case anything
think I
comes
was holding you here, but you're free to go, but you're free to obviously stay and listen as well.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I'm gonna give up my hostage status and sign off.
Okay, and Mr. DeMarco's here, so.
Yeah.
And he's welcome to stay.
Right, and if either Mr. DeMarco or Mr. Tasca have any questions, they can text me.
All right, sounds good. Thank you very much for appearing.
Thank you, Your Honor, always good to see you.
Thanks. I think Mr. Tellis wants you to pass
Yes, please.
something around.
The best copies in the file possession.
All three of these are the same?
The exact same thing, yes.
I mean, are they just
That
the
appendix-
same as your motion?
They're in a list form, so that we can make it very clear, because it seems that oftentimes, sorry,
Do you want a
as we're
copy,
going to be
sir?
here.
You know what, I can, yeah, we'll make a copy.
Sure,
so
that'd
you
be
can have a
great.
copy of it.
Thank you.
Every time I ask for evidence, the DA and Metro get confused, so figured we'd make it easy and list exactly what the court ordered.
Just a second, Mr. Tellis, we're just waiting on a couple copies for the other two attorneys.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Okay, so everybody has a copy. So the first one is the source for audit logs for the signature software used by Metro.
Yes.
Are we talking about, you have copies of all those search warrants, correct?
That I know, but that's again later
They're
discussed.
public record. I mean, because I
They've
think
been
public
provided.
record.
And not the bribe ones, excuse me. I am
Not the
not.
what?
All right, grand jury, thank you.
Are we ready? Yeah, I sent it to Will and said it.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated.
Does the state stipulate to the presence of the panel and the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. The state may address the jury in your opening statement.
Thank you. Good afternoon. We're now moving into the penalty phase of the proceedings. This will be, you'll probably be relieved to learn, much shorter than the trial phase. And what you'll be asked to do as jurors at this point is decide what the appropriate punishment should be for Mr. Tellis. In Nevada, there are 3 possible punishments for first-degree murder. So as a group and individually, you'll be selecting amongst 3 possible penalties. The least severe penalty for first-degree murder in Nevada is a sentence of 50 years in the Nevada Department of Corrections with parole eligibility after 20 years has been served. That's the least severe sentence. The next sentence is a life sentence in the Nevada Department of Corrections, again with parole eligibility after 20 years has been served. And the most severe sentence possible in this case is a sentence of life without the possibility of parole. And that sentence means just like it sounds. That would mean Mr. Tellis would spend the rest of his days in the Nevada Department of Corrections. At this point in the proceedings, you will hear from the family of Mr. Gehrman, and you'll hear information from them about how the crime has impacted them. You'll probably hear information from the defense. Judge Levitt will give you additional instructions that kind of guide you through the penalty part of the trial. And you can also rely on everything you heard in the first part of the trial, the past 2 weeks, and all of those exhibits. And what you're asked to do as jurors at this point is kind of put everything you know together in conjunction with the additional information you hear this afternoon, and you pick amongst those 3 possible sentences. And we would just ask you to consider everything, and then once you all individually and collectively make a decision, you come back and it's announced in court. We thank you for your attention.
Mr. Kasnich?
Yes, thank you. My remarks really, they parallel that of Ms. Weckerly. You have 3 choices. There are 3 options. As we've said previously on multiple occasions, you've been a very attentive jury. Please keep an open mind. Listen to the witnesses. You'll be hearing from 2 families, Mr. Gehrman's family and Mr. Tellis' family. At the close of the evidence, I will be addressing you. I will be asking you to consider what the goals, the purposes of sentencing is, and I'll be asking you to consider a fixed term of 50 years with a minimum parole eligibility of 20. Thank you.
Let me call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The
All right, I'm
state
ending the
calls
poll.
Jay Gehrman.
Please step up to the witness stand. Sure. Remain attending, raise your right hand, face the clerk.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Sure. Jay Gehrman, Jay German.
May I proceed? Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell us where yourself and your brother Jeff grew up?
Sure.
This is brother.
Our family is from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Jeff was born in 1953. I was born in 1959. So we're 6 years apart.
Okay, so he's the older brother?
He is, yeah.
And out of how many siblings?
4.
And so who are the other two?
My two sisters, Julie and Jill.
And they're present in the courtroom as
They
well?
are, yes.
What kind of things did Jeff like to do when he was a kid?
Well, Jeff was into sports. In fact, he taught me most everything I know about sports. He was a good athlete. He excelled in basketball, football, golf, tennis. He was just a natural athlete. And he was a good student.
Where did he end up going to, like college, and where did he study?
Jeff studied at University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee, where he got his bachelor's degree, and then he got his master's degree in journalism, I believe, at Marquette University.
Okay. And when was it that he came to Las Vegas?
1978.
So quite a while ago.
Yep.
Do you know where he worked prior to working at the Review-Journal? Did he work at the Sun?
Oh, he did. Yeah, when he moved out here, he started working at the Las Vegas Sun.
Okay. So he was a reporter for a number of years here?
Yes, since he moved out here. Yeah, he took the job and drove his car across country.
Do you remember him ever talking about particular stories or events that were important to him as a reporter?
Well, I'd have to think about that, but I mean, Jeff took seriously every story that he worked on. He really did. I mean, he investigated. He really enjoyed being an investigative reporter, and I mean, there were a lot of stories he worked on. I know the Binion murder trial was a big one in his life, but there are so many.
And what kind of things did you two do as brothers?
Well, first of all, he taught me how to play golf, and he was a good teacher. He really was, and he was a natural. I wasn't, but I think I only beat him one time in my ever. But he so we liked to play sports. We would play football and basketball right around behind the house. There was a big field where we played football, so I learned how to play. So we did a lot of sports. He took me to my first Milwaukee Brewers game, I think when I was maybe 12 or 13 years old. Movies, we went to a lot of movies. I remember that when we were younger. And even when we got a little older, he liked going to movies.
Were you living here in Las Vegas in September of 22?
I was, yes.
Can you tell the members of the jury how you learned about his death?
Yeah, it was a tough night. My sister Julie called me, woke me up. I don't know, it might have been 11 o'clock or so at night, and broke the news to me. It was devastating. And I mean, I certainly didn't sleep at all that night, the rest of the night, but yeah, it was a tough one.
And how do you feel that, like observing your two sisters, how would you say that this event has impacted your sisters and your observations of them?
It's been really hard. I mean, it's been a hard couple of years. I mean, Jeff was our leader. You know, he was the older brother that we all leaned on. And yeah, it was hard for them.
And how about for yourself?
Difficult.
And are there particular events that you've kind of wished you'd been there at, or?
Yeah, I mean, I just retired, and Jeff had no interest in retiring. 2 years ago, he was 69 years old, and he loved what he was doing, and we talked about it. He just wanted to keep writing and investigating, but my goal when moving out here a few years ago was to spend time with the family, and Jeff especially, because we had gotten closer as we got older, and I was hoping that we could spend time playing some golf when we retired, going to movies, going to Raider games and Golden Knights games. I miss all that with him.
Yeah. Your Honor, I believe Mr. Droskovich is stipulating to the admission of 412 and 413.
That is correct.
Sir, I'm going to put on the overhead states 412. Who are we looking at there?
Yeah, is that Jeff or is that? Yeah, that's Jeff. Yeah, I can't tell what age. Oh my God, what age that is. But he was a natural athlete. He just loved baseball too, and I mean, I think when when he took me to that first Brewers game, he liked, I mean, he loved it as much as I did. Yeah.
And now I'm going to put on the overhead states for 13. Looks like you're a bit older in this picture.
You know when this is from? This is from New Year's Eve, 1980, so December 31st. And I'll tell you, I can't remember if it's 79 or 80, but I was in college. Jeff had been out here, 1 or 2 years, and I flew to from Milwaukee to Las Vegas. It was my first time on an airplane, and this was the first trip that I took of many that would come going forward over the years. But he said, come on out, because I hadn't seen him since he moved out to Milwaukee, since he drove his car out here back in the middle of 1978. And we spent the New Year's Eve on the Strip. It was just a great night. I'll never forget it, and it was so memorable. I mean, and that was just, look how young he was.
Aww.
Yeah. So. Is there anything else you'd like the jury to know about how this crime has impacted yourself and your family?
Well, it's been very stressful over the past couple of years. I wouldn't want anybody to go through this. It was devastating to the family. It really was. We loved him, and he loved us. And I mean, a big part of Jeff's life was spending time with the family. He loved the holidays for that very reason. He loved Thanksgiving, just the whole ritual about him being with the family. It's been, it's going to take a long time, I'm sure, for us to get past this, but, we're doing our best, and we miss him a lot.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Good. Good.
Here today, you may step down. You may call your next witness.
Say a call Jill's word.
Stupid Tellus.
Raise your right hand, face the camera.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
First name is Jill, Jill. Last name is Zwerg, Zwerg.
Thank you very much. Jill, if you could, just for the record, how are you related to Jeff?
I am the youngest sibling, and Jeffrey's the oldest.
Okay, so you're the baby of the family.
Pardon me?
You're the baby of the family?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I want to publish what's already been admitted by stipulation as states 415. Oh, 415 by stipulation. And I think I have exhibits 414 through 417. I think those all have been admitted by stipulation. That's correct, John.
That's 415 through 417, correct?
I think 414, 415, 416.
Oh, that stupid face he makes.
Those four exhibits.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Publishing.
He doesn't like hearing how great and important somebody else was.
So, who can you tell us who we're looking at here in all these photographs?
Well, that's the four of us. I'm the little tiny one in the left corner with the same haircut as Jay to my right. And then Jeff is a tall one, and then my sister Julie with the no teeth.
All right. I also now want to show you another exhibit, which is admitted by stipulation as 414. All right, who are we looking at here?
Well, there we are again. I don't know if we were trying to copy that first photo or not, but I believe it's at my niece's, a celebration for my niece, and we all just got together and tried to take a picture together real quick, and it was really kind of fun, actually.
Okay. I'm publishing 416. Who are we looking at here?
That's Uncle Jeff. That's my daughter. I think she was like 3 or 4 months old, and he couldn't wait to fly in and be with her. She is the firstborn of his nieces and nephews.
And what was her name?
Jessica.
Jessica.
Her name.
And then I'd like to publish 417. What are we looking at?
That is Jeff with my son Connor, who is looks pretty much like Jeff, and just they're two peas in a pod. They both into sports and yeah, he just idolized him. He's the only nephew, so he just took to him immediately for that.
I know you've written something, but I do want to ask this. So you've looked at a couple of pictures, at Uncle Jeff. Mm-hmm. What was he like as an uncle?
Oh, he was wonderful. He just loved each and every one of them for who they were and accepted them for whatever. They would do quirky little fun things and just loved them with his heart and soul. Absolutely.
Did they grow up here in Las Vegas or somewhere else?
They all grew up here.
Okay, so Jeff was kind of here growing up and watching them be raised. Okay, well, listen, I know that you've written something that you'd like to read, so if you could, why don't you share what you've written, share it with the jury, please.
Okay. So most of you know my brother Jeffrey to be a hard-nosed investigative reporter who went after corruption in our city. He wrote about wrongdoings by mobsters, gaming officials, politicians, corporations, basically anyone who was corrupt, and I don't think they could hide from him. Let me give you a little insight to the man behind the byline of Jeffrey M. Garriman. Jeff was the eldest sibling of four, as I stated, and I'm the youngest. There's an 8-year difference between us. He always watched out for me and guided me in my schooling, my work, personal matters. I believe my other siblings, we welcomed his advice, as it usually was on target and gave us a good perspective when we needed it. He always was there for me when I needed him, like a second father for me. And with the age difference, I think that was part of it. After I graduated college, Jeff was very instrumental in helping me acquire my first job here in Las Vegas at the newspaper where he was working. We are very much alike, from our chosen careers to the music we listened to, the food we enjoyed, and going out to happy hours after work. Of course, that was the 80s, that's when it all happened, and that was just a fun thing to do. I remember we were both on the media softball league together representing the newspaper. It was so much fun, especially when we won games and we would celebrate afterwards. I wasn't going to say this, but now I just feel like I'd like you to hear this. He was the first one I told when I became engaged. We were at Mount Charleston, my now husband proposed to me. It was a Friday night, and we're like, well, now what do we do? He's like, let's go tell Jeff. So we couldn't wait to get back. We knew he'd be at TGI Fridays. He was the first one I told when I got engaged. And he bought a round of champagne for the entire bar. And I'll just never forget that. It was just the most memorable, fun, exciting moment for all of us. I miss reading his stories and seeing his byline. And shopping with him, talking on the phone, and texting with him because he was so bad at texting. Going out for Sunday brunches, having him at our family barbecues and holiday celebrations, especially, as my brother Jay said, at Thanksgiving, where he really ate most of the dark meat and insisted that the TV be on some type of sporting event, probably football, if I'm not mistaken. These events, these holidays, they'll never be the same without Jeffrey there, ever. He was kind, he was loving, he was loyal, and he was fun. He was a good friend, uncle, brother, and a respected colleague to all who knew him. He had a knack for remembering everyone's birthdays. He never forgot his nieces and nephews' birthdays. He just loved being their uncle. My son is very much like his Uncle Jeff. They shared a mutual passion for the sports, particularly basketball and football, and of course all the Wisconsin teams, as you know, that's where we're from. My daughter also had a special bond with her Uncle Jeff. They shared a lot in common, like both being Virgos and having journalism degrees as well. I remember asking Jeff why he chose to stay here and not be at other major newspapers who frequently recruited him. He said, Jill, this is Las Vegas, this is Sin City, this is where I need to be. Jeff is fearless of all the corrupt people he called out in his reporting of the mobsters, politicians, casino executives, and so on. Professionally, Jeff had many headline stories that made the national news. Some of you may or may not remember this, but they were breaking news, such as the Judge Harry Claiborne impeachment trial. I was here when that happened. To reporting Chicago mobster Tony the Ants Spilatra and his brothers' murders, to being the first to report Liberace's death and his AIDS diagnosis. Those are just a few of the many breaking stories for Jeff, and they all came out of Las Vegas, Nevada. Jeff is a trusted, top-notch journalist and author of the top-rated Lifetime Network television movie made from his book, The death of a Las Vegas casino boss, murder in Sin City, and that was the Ted Binion murder story. His award-winning podcast, Mobbed Up, The Fight for Las Vegas, is still heard by many. He belonged to a class of journalists that are in a league of their own. Not many reporters out there will ever match his caliber and investigative journalism and storytelling. These past 2 years, it felt like I've been living in a chapter of a murder novel as it unfolds. One that my brother Jeff could have written, entitled Murder in Sin City, Part 2, The Death of a Journalist. I never imagined that Jeff himself would have become a national headline news story for his murder by a cold-blooded elected city official in broad daylight. But in typical Jeff fashion, he was able to have his attacker identified and locked up behind bars after his own murder. Not only did my family lose a wonderful, loving brother and uncle, but the Las Vegas community and the world of journalism lost an amazing investigative reporter and a relentless crusader for justice. To everyone else, Jeffrey M. Gehrman was a dedicated and respected journalist. To me, my family, he was our big brother Jeff and our children's loving uncle. He is so deeply missed every day.
Aww.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. You may step down and you may call your next witness.
Julie Smith.
Don't even look at her, loser.
Please watch your step. You can remain standing, raise your right hand, face clear.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Julie Smith, Julie, Julie, Smith, Smith.
May I proceed? Ms. Smith, you are the fourth sibling of the Gehrman group?
Yes.
I'm going to show you some pictures. I believe Mr. Draskovich will stipulate to the admission of 418 to 423.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And this one I think I get what the event is, but I'll have you describe it. This is States 418.
Yes. This is my daughter Lexi's wedding. So it was nice. We were all together as a family. It was in Lake Tahoe. And she's been married for about, I think it's 8 years.
And now I'm going to put on the overhead States 419.
That's Jeff and my daughter Morgan. They were very close.
And this is States 420.
That's Jeff. I don't know when that picture was taken.
That's okay. 421.
Another picture of Jeff. I'm not sure where that was either. My sister dug up some old pictures.
And this is 422. Looks like the kids are a little younger to me in this one.
Oh yeah, that was a celebration for my youngest daughter Lexi. It was just a fun celebration. Everyone had their beads on and they were happy, and we got a picture of Jeff with his 3 nieces. Jesse's in there, Morgan, Lexi.
And 423.
Oh.
They said before that he was really close to his nieces and nephews.
Jeffrey when the girls were young, so it's with Morgan and Lexi. They were just on the couch, and of course there's always a cat in our house, so there's a picture of Daisy with them also.
So it seems like Jeff was a pretty devoted uncle.
Oh my goodness, yes. He loved his nieces, he loved his nephew. He loved just to be around them whenever he could.
And your other siblings have commented that holidays were particularly important for him. Is that your recollection as well?
Very important. We always grew up in our family in Milwaukee when the 4 of us with my mom and dad. And my mom was always kind of the matriarch. She always made a spread for every holiday that we would celebrate. And my sister Jill and Jay, we've continued that with our families.
And have you prepared a statement that you'd like?
I did. Okay, that's okay. So as you know, Jeff was my older brother. Everyone in our family pretty much looked up to Jeff. He was our oldest sibling. So he always had a very special place in our hearts for Jeff. He just seemed to be the core of our family since my parents were gone. And we all pretty much migrated because of Jeff living here. So it was nice. We were all together finally. Most people who dealt with Jeff, the journalist, knew him to be no nonsense, a straight shooter, who always searched for the truth. He had a nose for sniffing out the corrupt, the nefarious. We knew him to be those things too, but we were very proud of his many years of service to the community and his numerous accolades as a newspaper reporter. But we also saw the side of Jeff that most people, unfortunately, didn't get to experience. Jeff loved his family. He loved spending time with his nieces and nephews. He was especially close to them. As I said previously, he looked forward to hanging out with them whenever he could, especially during family holidays. Basically, Jeff was a family man. He loved being with his family. Sometimes at those family gatherings, it was kind of the place for Jeff to display his playful and awesome biting sense of humor. He loved sitcoms and was especially fond of 2.5 Men and Seinfeld. He had many of the classic lines committed to memory from those shows, and he would use them often. He liked to have a good time. He was always willing to put together a family dinner. He loved to have breakfast with his friends from the newsroom. He just really enjoyed being with people. He loved sports, especially football. I guess you could say it was almost like an obsession with him. His commitment to journalism he took that same approach to his commitment with sports. He could take notes. He knew the stats of players. He pretty much had a near photographic memory, and he could recite almost any score of any game. In another life, Jeff could have been a Las Vegas odds maker. And of course, there was the quirky side of Jeff that we teased him about. His house was meticulous, almost to being a point that it was like a good housekeeping, Better Homes and Garden setup in his house. He was into symmetry. If there was a lamp here on one side of the room, it had to be on the other side. It's kind of interesting. But you can see from these few examples how much Jeff meant to our family and how much we will all miss him. Sorry, I'm the emotional one. We're never going to be able to share laughter with him again, discuss sports with him, enjoy a barbecue with him, or admire his tenacious spirit. The tragic and brutal taking of his life has resulted in a loss that I don't think we'll recover. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. You can step down.
That concludes the witnesses we'll be presenting, Your Honor. Thank you.
This part's always hard, but I love how it humanizes the victim, and I
I'd like to
love
call
that.
Mary Ann Ismail.
I love that he's having to sit there and listen to how amazing and important Jeff was. Because we had to sit there and listen to him ramble on for 3 damn days about how he thinks he's so important. So I love that he's having to hear this, but I also love that the jury is getting to hear about the person in this case who actually matters. Not this loser.
Please watch your step. Yeah, that's right. Okay. And if you'll remain standing, raise your right hand, face the clerk.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Mary Ann Ismail, Maryann. Last name is Ismael.
Thank you. Mary Ann, do you go by May?
Yes, I go by May.
You know Robert.
Just a little. Yes, I do.
Tell us how you know him and tell us about the two of you, please.
Yeah, so Robert is my husband. We met 15 years ago. We've been married almost 14 years. And it's been well, you know, every marriage has its ups and downs, but it's been a good marriage overall, I would say.
Were you with him when he went through law school?
Yes. In fact, when we first got married, we not only had a baby, but he also started law school at the same time. So, very busy time.
And how was that? What type of law student was he?
He's like, his work ethic is second to none. I've never met anybody who worked so hard, who was so ambitious, and just wanted to do everything to not only move himself ahead, but to also make sure that he was able to provide for his family.
And what kind of a provider was he for your family?
He was a great provider. So, you know, not just monetarily, but also he was there. We're a blended family. So I have my son, his daughter, and then we have our youngest one is together. And he was always there, especially for our kids. He attended every single school event. Even if I couldn't make it, he was always there. He was the one that helped them with homework because I have very little patience. And he has just this unlimited amount of patience and was always able to walk our kids through, you know, difficult math problems or word problems or whatever it is that they were struggling with. He was always the one that was with them after school and helping them through you know, schoolwork. He was also the fun parent. So he would be the one that would always present ideas like going for a hike as a family, and he was always the one that wanted. So he was very much, he loved to celebrate holidays and milestones, and always had something up his sleeve. So
yeah, he did.
Easter, for example, was always a big deal. He was the one that would get super excited about decorating eggs with the kids and stuffing the little plastic eggs and hiding them all over our yard. So our kids would have such an amazing time searching. And you know, he shared a lot of his Mexican traditions with our family as well. I'm Filipino, so he would share a lot of his traditions with our kids. So like things like where they have like the empty egg that's decorated and it's full of confetti, and you crack it on the kids' heads. Like, he introduced that to our children, and they just he always had something. Even our wedding anniversaries. I always forgot our wedding anniversaries, but he never did. Always had a gift, always had something planned, even if it's just a dinner with just the two of us. One year he had planned this whole weekend getaway where we went up to Zion, we went hiking, he had planned like different tours where we went rappelling, and it was just the most amazing weekend, and it was so much fun.
I'm going to show you, and Your Honor, we have a number of photographs that are in a drive that will be given to the jury, if I may publish, and they're going to be admitted by way of stipulation.
That's right. You three. They are admitted and published.
This is a picture here of you and your family, and this is a little bit older photo, and I know there's been a lot of press that this case has drawn. I'm not going to ask you the names of your children for obvious reasons, but this is a picture of you and your husband and your mixed family.
Yes.
Blended family.
Yes, our blended family.
You each had a child from a prior marriage, and then you had one in common.
Correct. Yeah.
How did he treat all three children?
Obviously the two girls are his, but he never treated my son any differently. So when we first met and we first started dating, my son was 3, but he never even to this day, he doesn't treat him any differently than he treats any of the other kids. So,
He was
calls
fair.
him my son. It's always, he refers to the two girls as, his sisters, or he would talk to his sisters about, oh, that's your brother. And it was never a question about, there was no stepbrother, half-brother, it was just their brothers and sisters, period.
And that's fairly uncommon based upon talking to friends and other experiences.
Yeah.
Fair to say. In addition to being a family man, an attorney, having gone through law school during your marriage, was he involved in any community activities?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. So, even throughout law school, even before law school, so he was a very active Rotarian with the local Rotary Club here in Las Vegas. He was always involved with community service, planning events. He's offered his law services to help start other nonprofit organizations. And he would be the first one to volunteer if anyone ever needed help that he knew that he can assist with. And it inspired me so much that I actually became a Rotarian with a different club, which and it was something that we just shared together.
Is there anything else that you'd like to tell this jury that I perhaps have failed to ask you?
Robert is an amazing father, and like I said, even to this day, he tries to stay involved with the kids. He tries to share some type of an experience with them, even when he was at the detention center. Like him and my youngest daughter, they would talk about anime and manga, and they would send each other drawings that they had. And he really tried to continue fostering the relationship with his children, even when he couldn't be there. Even when he couldn't be there in person, always made sure checked on, even would check on schoolwork, so I would love for my children to not lose that, at least not for the rest of their lives. Robert really is a great father, and he's a good husband, and I would love at some point to give my children the chance to have their father back.
Thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions.
We can.
No, Your Honor. Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony here today.
Thank you.
You may step down.
Yeah, you know who else would like to give somebody back? Jeff's family. I'm sorry, this sucks for her. It sucks for his kids. But that doesn't mean that he deserves to be out. He planned this, carried it out, and then sat up there and made us listen to him for 3 freaking days while he tried to tell everybody he didn't do it. That it was Compass Realty, and it was Paris Hilton, and it was whoever else he threw in there.
Step up to the witness stand, please. Thank you. If you will remain standing, raise your right hand, face clerk.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Tanya Burton, Tonia. Last name is Burton as in Nancy.
Thank you. Ma'am, obviously you know Robert Tellis.
I do.
Please tell us how you know him.
Robert Tellis was my first husband. We have a daughter together who is an amazing child.
Due to the amount of press attention this case has garnered, I'm not going to ask you your daughter's name.
Thank you.
How old is she?
She's 16 years old.
What can you tell us about Robert Tellis?
He is a great dad to her. He loves her. She misses him every day. He always helped her with so much of her homework because, I mean, I'm going to be honest, he's higher educated than me, and he's just good at that stuff. He's very patient, very thorough. They would spend Sundays together.
So he's an attentive father?
Absolutely. He was part of her soccer team for a while when she was younger, a great advocate for her diabetes, always up on the new technology.
And in reference to your daughter's diabetes, what type of a father, what type of caretaker was he with your daughter with?
From the time she was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes, he was up on every single new technology, every single sensor, every single new idea, very big on what kind of diet she could have, what she needed, what she shouldn't have. Most of our arguments, even later, were over what she should and shouldn't have, and he was usually right.
Fair to say he's been a very hands-on dad.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And even given your separation from him, his new marriage, he's continued to co-parent with you the best he could.
Absolutely. Robert always involved even my newer stepkids and his family. They went trick-or-treating together. They celebrated all kinds of special events together.
So even though you had moved on and then ultimately had your own stepkids, he included them in his family activities?
Absolutely. I don't think there was one Christmas that went by with no gift, no anything. He was very involved in Olivia's sisters. You know, they were her sisters.
Fair to say that Robert's intelligent?
Absolutely.
Has a hard work ethic?
He does. A lot of drive.
In your opinion, is he capable of change, learning?
Absolutely. I believe he can get anything done if he chooses to, if he has that direction.
In addition to these questions that I've asked you, is there anything that you'd like to tell this jury that I have not asked you?
My daughter is 16 years old, and she misses her dad. And I know that you've made your decision, but I have hope that one day he can walk her down the aisle when she chooses to get married. When she has children, I'd like him to have the chance to be there with her, for her.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any cross?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down. You may call your next witness.
Our final witness will be Rosa Anaya.
Not gonna call the mistress? No? They released her from her subpoena. Look, he could be Dad of the Year. Give him a macaroni necklace and a participation ribbon, but he shouldn't be allowed out of prison after what he did for that.
Yes, ma'am. Please watch your step.
I hate it for the kids, but that's...
If you'll remain standing, raise your right hand and face the clerk.
You do solemnly swear
Something
the
he did.
testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may be seated.
Thank you.
Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Rosalinda Anaya, Rosalinda, last name Anaya.
Ms. Anaya, you are Robert's mother.
Yes.
Tell us about him and about your other children.
I was 18 years old when Robert was born, and he was my world. 3 years after, I had another son, and my daughter is 6 years younger. And he was a great big brother. Always took care of his siblings, was very loving. He never fought with them.
I'm going to show you a picture that you had sent to us and has been admitted by stipulation.
It's from
Who's
my
in
boys.
this picture?
My two sons.
This one on the left, is that Robert?
Yes.
And the one on the right?
Is my other son, his brother.
How old was Robert, if you can recall, when this picture was taken?
Probably about 5.
Showing another picture that's been admitted?
That's when Robert was 8 months old. When he was born, he was my world.
And you would have been 19?
Yes, in that picture, I'm 19 years old.
Were you a working mother?
Not at that point, but when Robert was 13, I got a divorce from his father. And that's when Robert became the man of the house.
Going to show you this group of pictures that you had sent us. Why don't you start with the left of the screen and describe to us what we're seeing.
That's Robert as a toddler. Right there, he was probably 2 years old. The top picture is Robert with his girls at the father-daughter dance. And then the other two, you.
Fair to say, obviously, this case has been very difficult for you and your family.
Very.
You had said that you began working, you were 13. I'm sorry, when he was 13, you went back to work after the divorce. Tell me about what it was like with him as your oldest child.
Like I said, he became the man of the house. At 13, I was working full-time, going to school in the evenings. So he took care of his siblings, made sure that they were fed, got them to bed, because I got home so late. Also at 13, I was a single mom. I remember I couldn't afford to buy them school clothes and shoes, and we would go pick chili. And I remember he was 13, and our hands were burning because the chili was so hot, even though we were wearing gloves. I'd fill up the buckets, and he would take them to the truck, and we would make like $2 a bucket. And it was a lot of hard work and a lot of buckets just to be able to buy them school shoes.
Where did Robert grow up?
In Texas, in El Paso, Texas.
And what was that like? What was his childhood like in El Paso, Texas?
Like I say, he was a very good boy, very loving, very supportive of his siblings and myself. On occasion, when I was threatened once physically, he was very protective and, came to my rescue to protect me, and he was only 13. Once he was in high school, he got a job at a gas station. He would also help take his brother and sister to school in the morning, pick them up after school. Has always been very loving, a great son, great brother.
Has Robert always had a good work ethic?
Very. Like I said, at 13, he started working with me in the field, then in gas station. As an adult, he was an IT tech, then heating and cooling, HVAC tech during the day, and then went to law school in the evening.
So
Always wanted to better himself.
Put himself through law school?
Yes.
While being a father?
Yes.
Finally, you've obviously had an opportunity to see him interact with your grandchildren and step-grandchildren. Just tell us about that.
He's an excellent dad. Always very involved. And like I said, even with me, as an adult, always helped me financially, emotionally. I have a lot of health issues. He was always on top of that. Even to this day, we talk several times a week.
Thank you, ma'am.
Can I say one last thing, Judge, please?
Please, do you have another, there's something else that you'd like to tell us?
Yes. I ask you to please, I accept the verdict. And if you could please give my son a chance of parole. His family is still very young, and I would like for him to someday be back with them again. Please. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
We're done.
No, Your Honor. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you, Judge.
That concludes our presentation.
All right. Okay, so at this
It's a
time,
no for
ladies
me,
and
dog.
gentlemen,
I
we're
feel
going to
sorry
take a
for the
short
mom. I do.
recess. When you come back, you'll have an opportunity. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. And when you come back, you'll have an opportunity to hear from both sides in their closing argument. We'll go with Officer Cox, and he will bring you back in when we're ready. Thank you very much. You're excused.
Thank you all.
I feel bad for the mom. I really do. I feel bad for his kids. They are also having to suffer the consequences of what Lame Duck did. And I think that's awful. Him getting up here and pretending to boohoo cry does zero for me, because you don't get
We
to.
just needed to formally settle the instructions. Is the state familiar with course proposed instructions 1 through 13?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Any further instructions to propose?
No, thank you.
And you're familiar with the verdict form?
Yes.
Any objection?
No.
Okay, Mr. Droskowitz, are you familiar with course proposed 1 through 13?
Yes, I am.
Any objection?
No objections.
Any further instructions to propose?
That have not been given, no, they're complete.
Okay, and
Oops.
have you looked at the verdict form as well?
We have, and we have no objection to it.
Okay, all right. Probably about 15 minutes, and then we'll come back in and start.
Thank you.
It bothers me when they get up there and do stuff like this where he's making sure that he's super expressive when his mama's on the stand, and he's super expressive when his wives are on the stand. But, you know, he's mostly because they're talking about him. He loves hearing good things about himself. So they're up there saying all this good stuff about him, and he's just eating that right up. But then you get, you know, Jay and Jill and Julie up there talking about how amazing Jeff was and what a good uncle he was and what a good brother he was and how much integrity he had and what a good journalist he was. You don't give a rat's tail about that. But they're going to get up there and talk about how he's so this and he's so that and he helps with homework and all that. And that's what gets his goose going, because that's what he likes to hear. He likes to hear stuff about himself. It's annoying. I do feel bad for his kids. They didn't choose this. I feel bad for his mama. She didn't choose this. I feel bad for the wives, because even though they chose him, for some reason, they didn't choose this. I can't say nothing about that. You should, like, you know. My ex is a narcissistic psychopath as well. So I get it, girl. I get it. See those red flags, think it's a circus. I get it. But I don't, as much as I feel empathy for what they're having to go through, he's got to pay for what he did. Would I get on the stand for my ex if I knew that they were guilty? Yeah, not for the right reasons, though, probably. The last one I'd get up there, I'd be like, let me tell y'all what else I did. Hold on, let me pull out my bullet point list and all my receipts. On January 4th, 2017, he said at 2:22 p.m., I zoomed in on his face the whole time, and he literally wiped dry tears. He didn't even well up. He's a true sociopath. Very scary. Thank you for the super chat, and I absolutely agree. I absolutely agree. The ex wanting him to be out to walk her now 16-year-old daughter down the aisle. I mean, I don't get it, but I think I was 36 when I got married the second time, but there was no aisle. Went to the courthouse. Actually, went to the courthouse, and apparently they gave us the wrong day. So we were there, instead of being there with the other people at the courthouse who were supposed to get married, we were there waiting to be called, and it was a bunch of domestic violence cases. Should have been a warning sign. That was the good Lord trying to do for me what I had not done for myself. I did try to back out that day, but he flipped out. But I should have taken that as a sign. Get up out of there, girl. Run. Live and learn. Yeah, first husband's cool. He's still my friend. Second one, I'm not going to say I'm wishing. Never mind. Let me just shut up. You could vote the second one off the island, and I would be fine with that. He's a horrible person. There's nobody in the world who has actually gotten to know him that says otherwise. There's never a winning side for the families. It's a tragedy for both families, but he doesn't deserve much for taking one's life. That's what I say too. I feel terrible for his kids. I feel terrible, for the family members that he has screwed over because of what he did. But unfortunately, you just can't be like, okay, well, off you go. Scurry on and don't kill anybody else, just because you feel bad for them. So I get it. But I agree. It's my sign. See, yeah, stabbing is a personal thing. That they say that all the time. Stabbing is a personal crime. I'm ready to see him do that little walk in them little moccasins with them little shackles. Well, no more moccasins for him. It's going to be state issued Crocs and whatnot, but I see comments about these no winners for both sides. We get that, okay, this evil man took a life and now he's going to pay, bottom line. Yeah. There's no winners either side, but he's got to pay for what he did. I think we all agree. Yeah, the only thing he has admitted was banging the maybe I should have was having relations with Roberta. And even that he lied about until he was busted. Crocussins. Oh my goodness. That's my favorite new word. He's going to be issued some state-issued crocussins, his little crocussins. That is my new favorite word. Gonna have some kitten-heeled crocussins. Do they make lifts for state-issued shoes? Maybe they'll have them on the commissary. You never know. You never know. Yeah, he gets to address the judge, I think. Because Thami did it too. His little crocussins. Little kitten-heeled crocussins. He is still married. For now. Not the crocussins. Can't get those at Kohl's. Have you seen the new Spanx shoes? No. Why you need Spanx shoes? Shoes are the only thing that do still fit me from high school. That's not true. Shirts still fit. But my hips got wider. Didn't think that was even possible, but yeah, here we are. David C., thank you for the super chat. Jeff's family will never get another day with him. Robert's family can visit him. Yeah, I agree. They can visit him. They can write letters. He can pay somebody some ramen noodles for them to draw a fancy pencil drawing to send it, on birthdays and whatnot. I know that there are different options for him to keep in communication, and Jeff's family doesn't get that opportunity. Crocussins and a macaroni necklace. Macaroni necklace was the first thing I thought of about, stuff that you give, that kids give their parents on Father's Day and Mother's Day and stuff. I don't know. You paint the little macaroni noodles and put them on a string. I made you a necklace. I have a whole tote full of stuff like that in storage. How long do you think they will deliberate? This one definitely won't take as long, I would think. Gosh, look, if they do, y'all, tomorrow, I've got to work on the podcast. And now, because I've got 2 episodes that I had to put out this week. I've got the Benefield one, and then I've got the Canton one. And the Canton one, after everything's happened, I'm going to have to rewrite everything. Maybe it'll be quick. No lifts in commissary, Ricky Watson says. That's a shame. Now he'll just have to stay 6'5". They'll probably give him a bottom bunk. Can't take too long because they only have 3 choices. They'll have, the good thing is they have specific instructions on different things to consider for this. So hopefully that will help. I am so curious about what took them so long for them to reach their verdict, though. I'm like super duper hoping that an attorney somewhere, not an attorney, journalist somewhere talks to them. I got questions. Good night. Good night. It's 2:42 there. So they're going to do their little closings. He'll probably have another narrative. How much y'all want to bet he's going to say, I'm innocent? That'll be the first thing for me to be like, oh, nope, still not taking responsibility. Cool. Life without parole. Go sit on your bunk with your crocussins and think about what you've done. No DP on the table. Michelle B, thank you for the super chat. Beef stick, $1. Honey bun, $2. The hearing where he tried to get the judge disqualified saying that she was part of the conspiracy, priceless. Is that that's not the one we put on, is it? I had that one pulled up earlier because I was going to play that one before everything broke out this morning with Sandra Birchmore. My plan for today, I had pulled some of the, I pulled that one and then the one where he was asking for better conditions and more playtime or whatever the heck he was saying. I'd pulled those and I was going to play those while I worked on the podcast so that we could keep the chat going. We could keep our eye on it, but I could finish this episode. And then Farwell got arrested and then all plans went out the window. Oh, he can become a jailhouse lawyer. Yeah, he could charge like 2 packs of ramen and a honey bun, for legal counsel and whatnot. That'd be great. That'd be fine. He'll bring up his so let's make bets. What do we think he's definitely going to bring up? He's definitely going to say he's innocent. He's going to bring up his kids. He can help Sarah Boone. She's in the market for a lawyer. Pro bono. He'll bring up Compass. He would like to have them consider giving him parole so that he can get out and continue investigating Compass Realty. Bruh. We're past that, fella. Remember that whole we, the jury, find the defendant guilty? Remember that whole thing? We're past Compass Realty. We're past Paris Hilton. We're past your narratives. Mildred, thank you for the super chat. He will implore them to investigate Compass framing him. Yes. Y'all, he's going to start divvying out assignments up there. He's going to be like, okay, juror number 1, I need you to pull all of Compass Realty's financial holdings from, he's going to start assigning stuff. I would not put it past him. I would not put it past him. He's going to start giving them homework. He's going to cry as they take him away. Continue my work against Compass Realty. In the name of Paris Hilton, continue my work. Don't let my legacy die. Don't put him in the kitchen in prison. He'll be serving chicken fried rice in his croissants. Ooh. Wayne, welcome. Welcome. I think she said that she accepted it. I heard accepted. Yeah, his wife's. Right here. I am an innocent man. It's a conspiracy. He'll bring that up. For sure, he's going to yap on about his innocence again. Blah, blah, blah. I'm going home. That will always live on in my heart. Saw me telling that judge they're going to get his papers. I'm going home. It's going to ruin your day. It's going to ruin the prosecution's day.
Relate to the presence of the panel? Yes, Your Honor. And the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you have been provided with, Hawks, have you passed out the jury instructions? You will be provided with a copy of the jury instructions. There are 13 of them. I'm required to read them to you. As you know, you'll each have your own packet. You can follow along, and you'll be able to take them with you when you go back to deliberate. Number 1, is now my duty as judge to instruct you in the law that applies to this penalty hearing. It is your duty as jurors to follow these instructions and to apply the rules of law to the facts as you find them from the evidence. You must not be concerned with the wisdom of any rule of law stated in these instructions. Regardless of any opinion you may have as to what the law ought to be, it would be a violation of your oath to base a verdict upon any other view of the law than that given in the instructions of the court. Number 2, if in these instructions any rule, direction, idea is repeated or stated in different ways, no emphasis thereon is intended by me, and none may be inferred by you. For that reason, you are not to single out any certain sentence or any individual point or instruction, ignore the others, but you are to consider all the instructions as a whole and regard each in the light of all the others. Number 3, the trial jury shall fix the punishment for every person convicted of murder of the first degree. The jury shall fix the punishment at 1, life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, which means exactly what it says, that the defendant shall not be eligible for parole. Number 2, life imprisonment with the possibility of parole with eligibility for parole beginning when a minimum of 20 years has been served. Or 3, a definite term of 50 years with eligibility for parole beginning when a minimum of 20 years has been served. Number 4, a prison term of 50 years with eligibility for parole beginning when a minimum of 20 years has been served does not mean that the defendant would be paroled after 20 years, but only that he or she would be eligible for parole after that period of time. Life imprisonment with the possibility of parole is a sentence to life imprisonment, which provides that the defendant would be eligible for parole after a period of 20 years. This does not mean that he would be paroled after 20 years, but only that he would be eligible for parole after that period of time. Life imprisonment without the possibility of parole means exactly what it says, that the defendant shall not be eligible for parole. Number 5, in the penalty hearing, evidence may be presented concerning aggravating and mitigating circumstances relative to the offense and any other evidence that bears on the defendant's character. Hearsay is admissible in a penalty hearing. Number 6, a reasonable doubt is one based on reason. It is not mere possible doubt, but is such a doubt as would govern or control a person in the more weighty affairs of life. If the minds of the jurors, after the entire comparison and consideration of all of the evidence, are in such a condition that they can say they feel an abiding conviction of the truth of the charge, there is not a reasonable doubt. Doubt to be reasonable must be actual, not mere possibility or speculation. Number 7, the jury is instructed that in determining the appropriate penalty to be imposed in this case, that it may consider all evidence introduced and instructions given at both the penalty hearing phase of these proceedings and at the trial of this matter. Number 8, in your deliberation, you may not discuss or consider the subject of guilt or innocence of a defendant, as that issue has already been decided. Your duty is confined to determination of the punishment to be imposed. Number 9, the credibility or believability of a witness should be determined by his manner upon the stand, his relationship to the parties, his fears, motives, interests, or feelings, his opportunity to have observed the matter to which he testified, the reasonableness of his statements, and the strength or weakness of his recollections. If you believe that a witness has lied about any material fact in the case, you may disregard the entire testimony of that witness or any portion of his testimony which is not proved by other evidence. Number 10, although you are to consider only the evidence in the case and reach a verdict, you must bring to the consideration of the evidence your everyday common sense and judgment as reasonable men and women. Thus, you are not limited solely to what you see and hear as the witnesses testify. You may draw reasonable inferences from the evidence which you feel are justified in the light of common experience, keeping in mind that such inferences should not be based on speculation or guess. A verdict may never be influenced by sympathy, prejudice, or public opinion. Your decision should be the product of sincere judgment and sound discretion in accordance with these rules of law. Number 11, during your deliberation, you are not to communicate with anyone other than your fellow jurors in the jury deliberation room in any manner regarding the facts and circumstances of this case or its merits, either by phone, email, text messaging, internet, or other means. You are admonished not to read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case. You are not permitted to do any independent research, such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or any other reference materials. You are further admonished to not conduct any investigation, test a theory of the case, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other manner investigate or learn about the case on your own. Number 12, during your deliberation, you will have all the exhibits which were admitted into evidence, these written instructions and forms of verdict which have been prepared for your convenience. Your verdict must be unanimous. When you've agreed upon your verdicts, they should be signed and dated by your foreperson. Number 13, now you will listen to the arguments of counsel, who will endeavor to aid you to reach a proper verdict by refreshing in your minds the evidence and by showing the application thereof to the law. But whatever counsel may say, you will bear in mind that it is your duty to be governed in your deliberation by the evidence as you understand it, and remember it to be and by the laws given to you in these instructions, with the sole fixed and steadfast purpose of doing equal and exact justice between the defendant and the state of Nevada. The state may address the panel.
Your Honor, the state's going to waive the first close and reserve for rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Draskovich.
Thank you. You know, the jury instruction that I would like you to look at, and please pay close attention to, is jury instruction number 4. Jury instruction number 4 lays out the penalties that you are to consider at this stage in the case. You've heard a great deal of testimony in this case. You've seen a lot of exhibits. You've been attentive. We're basically rounding third base here, and you're headed home, and I'm going to ask you to, again, apply the same attentiveness, the same effort, and the same energy that you've expended up to this point. You know, when we pass judgment, it's an awesome responsibility because it takes two. It takes one to pass the judgment, and it takes one to receive it. The judgment that you make in this case will place an indelible life, or an indelible mark upon his life and yours as well. You've heard from the families, and in this case, we have 2 devastated families. Both families, through no actions of their own, have received the trauma of this case. The question now that's been put at your feet and that you must determine and you must pass judgment on as being the sole determiner of the facts is what's the appropriate sentence. There's generally 4 purposes of sentencing. First would be that of restitution. Well, in this case, it's a murder case. There's not going to be a return of Jeff Gehrman's life, but then the question becomes, what does that mean? No sentence whatsoever that could be imposed is ever going to change that. The second purpose or consideration in the area of sentencing concerns deterrence. There's a fair amount of science on this subject, and our criminal justice system does the very best it can, but heavy punishments in capital cases, capital punishments don't really have a deterrent effect. What we do have in our sentencing scheme in this state and most others are very harsh sentences. Every sentence that you are to consider will be the sentence imposed when you ultimately make your determination. It's not like a person gets sentenced and gets their sentence commuted. No, what you decide is the sentence that stays. The third purpose or consideration in sentencing is rehabilitation. And we're making steps in this society and in this state concerning rehabilitation. Any sentence that you determine is appropriate involves a heavy prison sentence. We've heard from Robert's family. He's smart. He's capable of learning. He's got a work ethic.
He'll do great on the
Any
gang.
sentence that you impose, there's going to be a long period of incarceration, perhaps forever. And I'm going to ask you not to do that. But every sentence will have a period, a substantial period of time that would allow for rehabilitation. The fourth purpose or consideration is retribution. Most of us, this community kind of comes from this old Judeo-Christian, most societies, most cultures have this idea of retribution. And I would submit to you that as a society we've gotten past this idea of an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. We end up being blind and toothless. Oftentimes though in society, and I will submit to you now in this stage of this case, there's just tug of war, really, between retribution and redemption. In order for justice to be justice, there needs to be an element of mercy. A person has to pay. There has to be this idea of punishment for a crime. But at the same time, there has to be this element of hope. I'm not a religious person, but I know much of our society is religious in nature, and we have these ideas of atonement, forgiveness. I would submit to you that we don't forgive to let an offender off. Forgiveness involves preserving ourselves. As a society, we have to have this element of mercy when it comes to justice. There has to be this element of forgiveness. The question then becomes, will there be this opportunity of redemption? What's going to happen in his life now? You've heard pretty compelling evidence, testimony from his family. You've seen the pictures. He's a loving dad to his natural children and those that aren't. He's got a work ethic. He's intelligent. He can learn. The sentence that you decide, this connection that will leave this indelible mark on his life, how's it going to affect his family? His children? You've heard the evidence. We respect your verdict. What happens now? Give him the opportunity, give those children the opportunity at one time, decades from now, the opportunity to have their father back, their stepfather back. Maybe even his mom will be alive at the time when he's released. Let her have the opportunity to have her son back.
You can hear Mama crying.
It's a heavy burden the judge has instructed you. Obviously, you're duty bound, as you have been in the initial phase of this case, to follow those instructions. Allow for there to be mercy in this determination. He's not going to speak to you through this course. Given the posture of this case, he's maintained his innocence, but don't punish him for that. He's exercised his right to go to trial. This is what makes this country so great. Trial by jury, trial by our peers. Hold the state to their burden. That's occurred. You've passed your judgment. Please don't punish him for exercising his constitutional right, which is one of, again, these ideas that we adopted from this old English common law and that our founder fathers embedded in our Constitution. Please don't punish him for doing that, for holding the state to its burden. And they've done an exemplary job presenting their case. You've done an exemplary job reviewing the evidence. But now the question as to the appropriate penalty. What is it? It's not life without. The man has no criminal history. He's 48 years old. He's led an otherwise exemplary life. Put himself through school, worked climbing ladders, doing HVAC, raised kids. He's involved with his daughter's diabetes. He researches it. And even now, as he sits in custody, he's been a hands-on father. Oftentimes we deal in the criminal justice system with these recidivists. People that commit crimes over and over again and they just don't learn. That's an appropriate sentence, life without. That's what you give a man that doesn't learn from his mistakes. That's what you give a man that continues to break the law, puts other people in danger. Given your decision, you have found that he's committed a crime, and now the question is, what's the appropriate punishment? I know firsthand, you apply to the bar, you have to give up every traffic ticket. If you're already going to get expelled, they know about it. He was a licensed attorney. I'm not in any way saying that makes him a better person, but it shows that he had the wherewithal to put himself through school, to learn, and he had the background that allowed him to become a lawyer. That's gone. Give him a chance when he's an old man to maybe be around his grandkids or for them to be around him. He has a lot to give. Regardless of what's been proven in this case, regardless of what's happened, he has more to give. Locking him up, throwing away the key doesn't do him any good. It doesn't do his family any good. It doesn't do our society any good. Show him mercy, please. I'd submit to you that as a society, it's the appropriate thing to do.
Thank you very much. The state may address the jury.
Thank you. Just take down.
Get him, Hamner. Remind that jury that he can't change.
I love how fast you talk.
Have a seat. Thanks so much. I want to touch on a few things. I think what you've seen over the course of this trial, when you've listened to, at least in this phase, when crimes like this are committed, they have a ripple effect. No one wins when crimes like these are committed. But one of the things that has to be abundantly clear about this is we're only here because of the actions of one person and one person alone. And it's the defendant. It was the manner in which the defendant chose to handle the situation that has created this ripple effect on his family as well as Jeff's. One of the things, when you do this long enough in our line of work, you see a lot of people come through the system. And the state would submit to you he is not similarly situated to a lot of people. He is highly educated. He comes from a good, loving family. I'm not saying everyone does, but his upbringing is pretty good. When you think about the situation that he was in, the world wasn't going to end. He had simply lost an election. And the way Robert Tellis chose to handle this was devastating. And it was his choice and his choice alone. No one forced his hand. And so one of the things that we need to talk about is this idea of what they mentioned, retribution, redemption versus retribution. When you think about what happened in this case, think about the act that he committed upon Jeff. What was that? It was an act of retribution. Robert Tellis decided to be judge, jury, and literally the executioner of a man who was simply trying to do his job, to report the news. He executed him. He didn't have to do that. But that is how Mr. Tellis felt it was appropriate to deal with this situation. And he has taken this man away, essentially, at that time, the patriarch of his family away from his family. And why? Because he simply wasn't happy with what was being written about him. That is an extraordinarily serious thing to be considered when you evaluate what is the appropriate punishment. Because this is the way Mr. Tellis decides to handle things when he feels slighted. Another thing that the defense brought up was there needs to be a measure of atonement. We agree, atonement is appropriate in certain circumstances. But think about this. The defendant, when he got up and took the stand, was willing to sacrifice the reputations of a company like Compass Realty, the employees that work for Compass Realty, members of the Public Administration's Office, multiple members, specifically Detective Gaddis, Detective Jappy, Detective Mogg, members of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, their DNA lab, even the District Attorney's Office. Why? All to save himself. The state would submit that that is the length that he was willing to go to save himself. And it needs to be considered when you're evaluating what is the appropriate punishment. That's a really scary thought. I want to address something else. What is the appropriate punishment? The state would submit to you that life is an appropriate punishment. Whether it is an eligibility for parole after 20 years or life without the possibility of parole, I'm going to leave that to you. But I want to at least explain to you why the state believes a life sentence is appropriate. One of the reasons is, what did we learn about this case? That Mr. Tellis decided to exact death upon someone who he felt slighted against. And he certainly has shared all the different people he feels slighted against. The beauty of a life sentence is even if he's eligible for parole, if he gets out, he'll always be monitored. Because there is a future of dangerousness going forward. If he truly believes that all these people did something to him, then there is a risk that something like this could happen again. It should be considered. Another factor as to why we believe life is appropriate. I don't want to paint it in too broad strokes, but we cannot, the state doesn't believe that we should ignore the fact that what happened here was literally a journalist wrote a story or a series of stories and lost their life over it. Because someone or a politician, outgoing politician, just did not like the consequences of the writing. That's a pretty serious thing. That doesn't happen very often, and it should be considered. Which is why we believe life is appropriate. At the end of the day, whether parole eligibility is something that you wish to grant, we'll leave that up to you. But at the end of the day, he was a highly intelligent person with a loving family, with a good background, who really did have his future ahead of him. His life really wasn't over. But he let probably his ego, his pride, get in the way, and it manifested itself in the worst possible way. And we have lost one of the most significant journalists we've had in our community in the world of investigative journalism. So we thank you for your patience and your time. And we wish that you consider these factors when evaluating which of the three punishments are appropriate. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Hampton. At this time, the officers of the court will take charge of the jury panel. You can take your notebooks, your jury instructions, and you are excused to deliberate upon your verdict.
Thank you. All right, back to the jury for the third.
Loser. The thing is, you can't get up there and talk about learning lessons and retribution, or, you know, rehabilitation, when he got up there for 3 dang days and said, I didn't do nothing. When he wouldn't talk to the prosecutors about a plea deal because he's like, no, I didn't do it. Not me. When he's blaming everybody else and their mama and their realtor, but he won't take responsibility for anything else in the world. Anything. Nothing is his fault. He is a victim, and he is a hero, and he is nothing in between. Okay. Let's do a poll. We did the poll before. We're going to do another one to see if it's changed your mind. What do you think jury will decide? A lot. Life. Parole after. Now, this doesn't mean he's going to be paroled. This means that he will be eligible for parole. There you go. He hadn't taken responsibility for anything. For absolutely not anything. Not a one thing. Not even half a thing. He did take responsibility for his backseat rendezvous with Roberta, but that's only because he got busted. It's only because he got busted. There's life with no parole, and then there's life with the opportunity of parole after 20 years, or there's 50 years with the opportunity of parole after 20 years. He's a bad dude. The thing is, getting to the point where they have discussed all this and get to the unanimous decision that he is guilty. Guilty AF. That's the hard part. We are there. Now you have to look at it as they're all saying, okay, dude's guilty. And he sat up here yapping on and on and on for 3 days, telling us that he's a hero and he's the victim and everybody else has done this. Because it's no longer about, to me anyway, it's no longer about just, like, we're beyond, obviously, did he do it? So you're not thinking like, well, we'll give him the lesser one because, you know, just in case, whatever. No, we're saying that he's guilty, so now that's what we're basing this on. For somebody that you know is guilty to get up there and take no responsibility and still trying to blame anybody else and still trying to get out of it. Like, that, he ain't gonna change. Don't change nothing. If he had gotten up there and, you know, done some kind of, well, if he had kept his big mouth shut, I could see maybe the jury giving him less. But the fact that he got up there and showed how unremorseful he is and how unwilling to take responsibility he is and all that nonsense. Lock him up, give him some ramen noodles and some croissants, and send him on his way. Too bad, so sad. That's true. That's a good point. That's a really good point, actually. That's a really good point. To go in front of the parole board, if you get up there and say, I'm innocent, the parole board is not going to be like, oh, okay, scooch on home then. Tell your mom and them we said, hey. No, that's not, no. If you go in front of the parole board and you're still unwilling to take responsibility, and you're still behaving like he is, you ain't gonna get parole. I don't know that he would be able to swallow his stupid little ego enough to be able to even admit to the parole board guilt or that he's, you know, remorseful. So even if he got the lowest one, which is 50 years with the eligibility of parole after 20, how does he now? 48? 98 when he gets out? I don't think he's going to have a, come to Jesus moment where he's all of a sudden going to decide he's wants to live an honest and truthful life. Can he appeal? Yeah, and I'm sure he will. They all do. But, I mean, pretty much everybody appeals, but statistically speaking, it ain't gonna do nothing. You have to have some major problems for an appeal to matter. How often does he get a parole hearing after the 20 years? Reviewed every 5? I'm not really sure. Also, there is elder abuse conviction to add to this. So he's got the two factors, the elder and the laying in wait. He can't claim ineffective counsel because he wasn't representing himself. So he had the right to shut up and was either not willing to or not capable of it. Either way, he wouldn't shut up. So he can't say ineffective counsel now when his attorneys have done what they could. It's like herding cats trying to get him to do something. You can't. Can you imagine trying to get him to sit down and shut up? Stop shaking your stupid head. Take your little crayon and color. Shut up. And it was very planned out and deliberate. See, those are the things. When you're looking at this as that jury, and this is why I don't think that this part will take long. If you're looking at this as this jury, he planned this. He planned all of this. He made the decision. He acted on the decision. He planned it. He drove that car around trying to find the right place. He stalked him, doing surveillance leading up to it, taking pictures of the house across the street, where the cameras are, pulling up his Google map pictures. This is not like this article came out and he was so overwhelmed with emotion and now he was losing everything that he had worked for and he went over there and no, this was a decision that was made and not just an action that was carried out. It was a series, a long series of actions that continued to happen. This isn't like, catching your wife in the back seat with a coworker. Roberta style. And then doing something. This isn't that. This is a very long premeditation. And all premeditation takes is for there to be a decision and then an act on the decision. Premeditation doesn't even mean you had to plan it for days or weeks or whatever. Like premeditation, all premeditation takes is for there to be a decision followed by action on that decision. This goes so far beyond premeditation. This is premeditation and planning and stalking and Googling. And then going, and then you've got the elder factor of it. And then the lying in wait. Remember when we did Amy Harwick? Part of what made his whole, the prosecution's whole argument on that was the special circumstance of lying in wait. He broke into her house and waited on her. So that, which is even worse, because you're sitting there knowing what you're about to do, and you're waiting to pounce on him. It's so messed up. There ain't no chance. This fool needs to be out. Hello, Zach. I'm back. You feel better? Gallstones tacos get through your system. Okay. I am better. I took some Tylenol. I was having like cramps on my left side, like sharp stabbing pains. No clue. I'm just falling apart. Falling apart. This case was masterfully prosecuted. Yes. Big round of internet applause for Hamner and Pamela Weckerly, because they did an awesome job. They did a great job with Thami too. They're good prosecutors. Oh, you know who goes to trial next week? I think. Remember the guy, same courthouse, the guy who jumped over the thing and went after the judge, and he hurt the court officer real bad? I'm pretty sure he goes to trial like either next week or the week after that. Yeah. Superman dude. Oh, it started yesterday? I thought it started like next week or something. My days run together. Yep, the bench jumper. Oh, next Tuesday? I think I did have bad temper. Detective Dean, are you in here? Detective Dean was there. He had to go help clear all that nonsense that was going out. I don't remember. I can't remember if I showed it on screen. I don't think I showed it on stream because it was bad. That court officer had a bad head injury. Like, bad. The judge was okay. He did not speak at sentencing. I think that was the only smart thing he's done this entire trial. Because if he'd have got up there again with his whole, I'm innocent, poor me, let's all work together to take down Compass Realty nonsense, then it would have been way worse on him. So I think that was the only smart thing he's done, was to shut up. Because obviously, they don't, Yeah, I showed it on X. I don't think I showed it on stream, though. Next Tuesday. There you go. It was a bad gash, yeah. It was real bad. You think if they agreed on the sentence, it wouldn't take long enough? I don't think that this one will be a long one. Let me make sure I have my... notifications from the court. The court. Oh, Friday. Friday, I'm going to do a stream on Sandra Birchmore. And I think we're doing 2 Eastern. I'm going to have Mizzy come on. I'll post it tomorrow. When they cart him out in 10 years, I hope they put him in one of those boxes for light bulbs. I think they'll be back today. Oh yeah, the neighbors who found him, they made me sad. Well, let's make Jeff a little bit bigger now that... Give Jeff a little bit more space. When is our next members only? I'm not sure. I have not scheduled one yet. I've had so much going on. I'm struggling to keep up. Yeah, Mizzy's awesome. She's an amazing force for Sandra Birchmore. Yeah, so she's going to be on Friday. And then he looks like a bulb, and it would kind of karma to see him in a carton, but it's bulbous kind of for 2 reasons. Because the shape of it is like so big and like so there's some real estate up there, you know? But also because he's so pale. So he's kind of got both of those factors going for him. Yeah, the last was Meet the Mods. Well, no, we did one more since the Meet the Mods. I think it was like a last minute impromptu something or other. I can't remember. I think it was right after. Was it right after Karen Reed ended? Or maybe it was right. I think it was right after the ARCA guys. I think it was that night. That may have been the last members only. I loved the CrimeCon stream we did. CrimeCon was a lot of fun. I've had a great time both years I went. It's cool getting to meet so many people in person that you see and talk to all the time. Most of them I like. Most of them. If he didn't like detention, he's really not going to like prison. He can be a prison lawyer and help himself. I liked all your pictures from there. Yeah, it was a good time. CrimeCon was a lot of fun. I'm going next year too. Trying to get my kid to go with me next year. Not to CrimeCon because I know he doesn't want to go to that, but at least to go to Denver and then hang out and like maybe go the week before or whatever and hang out. I want to get him to do that with me. But we'll see. He likes hanging out with his mama. But I don't know if he's down for Denver. I know he wants to go to Montana. Oh. Oh, well, it'll be later. That's fine. I was going to say I didn't put that on my schedule for next year for my sponsors. It'll be fine. We'll figure it out. I need to come closer to New York. Wonder where it'll be the year after next year. So last year was in Orlando. This year was Nashville. Next year's Denver. So we've done 2 in the South, then Denver. So maybe Northeast will be next. Phoenix, California. Oh yeah, it's the Gaylord, because it was Gaylord Opryland, and we went to Nashville, and it's the Gaylord in Denver. Oh, the year before Orlando was New Orleans. All up in the South, because we crazy down here. JMO says, y'all can bunk here. Party at JMO's house. Woo woo. Oh, we had so much fun. The hotel was beautiful. Well, both times. In Orlando and in Nashville, it was beautiful. And then I stayed a couple extra days in Nashville to see my family, which was great. That was awesome. I've never been to Colorado. It'll be my first time. Who picks the sites for CrimeCon? They have like a whole team. We had a blast in Nashville. I think Nashville was more fun than Orlando. As far as how everything was set up, it was more spread out. I liked Orlando being, everything was a lot closer together. I liked that part about Orlando better. But I think I had more fun at the Nashville one. Because I got to spend more time with my friends. Where's Lucy? She's over here drinking water. Oh, she just was right there. Where'd she go? She was right there. Oh, I hear her. Hey, Miss Priss. Sarah Boone filed a motion to dismiss. Denied. No, ma'am. Go back to your bunk. That one's going to be a crazy one. I don't even know how. I'm not booking my hotel for that one until right before. Because why do I just feel like something's going to happen and it's going to get delayed again? Zach, thank you for the super chat. When I was in Aruba, key lime pie was $15. Then I checked other places. $18 in Antigua, $16 in St. Thomas, but only $8 in Cozumel. Anyways, those are the pirates, the pirates of the Caribbean. Thank you for our daily dad joke. Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Bulba said it. I just realized that I don't care what it gets. Good night. Good night. Oh, I feel for the judge in the Boone trial. Me too. She was found to have 30 staples hidden in the seams of her jumpsuit. What, didn't she have like 20-something pieces of cheese or something random too? Don't make me cheese and staple you. Let me out of here. How long would y'all drive to see a trial? It depends. Because to go to Sarah Boone, it's going to take me, it's going to be about a 5-hour drive, but I'm not going to be driving back and forth, of course. I'm going to be there. To go to Charlie Adelson, it was a 2-hour drive, and then I would just stay there during the week. Come back. Sarah Boone's going to be longer, but Ashley Benfield filed a motion for a new trial. They all do. Oh, yes, Caleb, fly in and we can go together. Neither of us are going to be able to fix our face in there. Both of us be like, staples for an escape chain. The more the merrier, yes. Come hang out at CrimeCon. Look, after Sarah Boone, we're going to need them. We're going to need them. I was going to go to Donna's. I went to Charlie's. I was going to go to Donna's. And I still might go for parts of it. But the problem is it's going to be tough for me to do that because depending on how long Laurie's lasts, because I'll be in Claremont for Laurie's. That crazy heifer. Laurie starts on the 9th and Donna's starts the 16th, right? Did that change? I still have it the 16th on my calendar, but why do I feel like that changed? She just called her a crazy heifer. Yes, I did. I call her worse when I'm not live. Speaking of crazy heifers, Daybell, Lori Vallow Daybell, hers got moved. Let's see. I don't have her new one on my calendar. I have to go back and look. I have to pull it up on the court stuff. What I might do for Donna's is just go, go for the end. I don't know how long Laurie's is going to last. The discovery lists on that one are extensive. But they're not going to let her daughter get up there, who was 7 at the time, get up there and say that she did it. Lori Vallow's trial is February 27th, 2025. You know, they just push stuff out. Can't wait for Sarah, but I wonder how long it's going to last. The October 22nd is, hold on, let me double check. Yeah, October 22nd is Benefield sentencing. That's the episode I'm trying to get done right now, is the part 2 of 3. It might end up being 4 parts of the Black Swan podcast episodes. February 24th for Lori Vallow. New video. Shows the arrest of Matthew Farwell.
established the 29 I request. This is everyone. And you're all set. I request this water. So this is your case for the class. After established the 29 I request. This is everyone.
Hang on. CrimeCon has sold out of a lot of passes already. It's crazy. I got mine right when they went, but I had a voucher, so I got it. I got lucky. I was gifted. I got very lucky. They were saying his kids were with him. I saw a picture earlier where there was a boy. On the last motion, she put Attorney Sarah Boone. Did she really? Bless her heart. Sarah Boone, Esquire. Sarah Boone is unhinged, and Laurie Shaver is just diabolical. Yes. Yes. I can't believe Laurie's been out on bail this whole time. That's crazy to me. Sarah Boone, Esquire, put some respect on her name. If they don't decide tonight, do they go home? Probably. It is 4 o'clock there right now. I don't think that this should be a long decision. I was trying to give them a little bit of time. I really need to get stuff done. But we only have 169 until we hit 30K. Not too bad. What'd I say? I think I just said that backwards. How many did I say that we needed? Well, let me see. Um, oh, 166. That's kind of cool, right? Yeah. There you go. That's like the little live thing. I think they'll come back tonight just to save the government family from the stress. I hope so. I hope so. Do I have a deep dive? Something done on Lori Sherry? Yes. I haven't put the video out yet. The video will be out next week. To get everybody, we've talked about it on stream before. I made a video somewhere. I can't find it. Whatever. Anyway, I'm going to make another one. I've got all the documents and everything pulled in the timeline and all that stuff. But I'll have the video out next week because I already got the pictures and all the documents and everything saved on the computer, so it won't take me that much long. It won't take me that long to redo the video. So I'll have it out next week, and we talked about it. We went over the probable cause affidavit the other day on stream. What was that, yesterday, the day before? It all runs together. I don't know. Sometime around there. Oh, did Ari get 60K? Oh, we need to look. Mildred, thank you. Give to 10 memberships. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's subscribers, though, y'all, not memberships. I mean, I very much, very, very much appreciate the memberships. Very, very much. But I don't want y'all to spend money on memberships to get to that, because that's just a subscriber thing. And I love y'all very much, and I appreciate you. I just don't want you to spend for that. Welcome to our new members. Woo-hoo. Evangeline Light gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All the new green. We love green. What's today, Wednesday? Oh, everybody's at the bingo and I'm missing it. It's okay. Kelly gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Welcome to our new members. I love y'all too. Y'all are the best. Y'all are the best. How'd you go to me? I wanted to go. I'm just too busy this week. They asked, but I'm just too busy this week. I'm swamped. And then you add on all the extra streaming. I sure did think this is going to be a quick verdict. And then I was going to be able to get caught up on my episodes, but that is not how this has worked out. I cannot wait to hear Kathy's recap of today. Y'all, Kathy's recaps, if y'all do not watch her recaps are so funny. She is a trip. She's the one who called him the Kitten Hill Killer. I'm gonna end our poll. She's like, he wears lifts in his shoes like a kitten heel. He's a kitten heel killer. It's hilarious. Yeah, not many people can make me laugh before 6 a.m. Kathy does. Kathy wakes up like yesterday. Like, that's how early she wakes up. Kathy wakes up before I go to bed most nights. And does her recap videos, and they're hilarious. Gossip, rumor, and innuendo. We have the link. Thank you, mods. We have the link. If y'all have not subscribed to her, you are missing out. She is hilarious. She's one of my favorite people. She actually is the one who named my charts, Churchwell charts. That was Kathy. She is hilarious. Oh yeah, I have her at the end of my outro. I throw in all my peeps in my outro and my intro. Kathy is the best. Clutching my pearls the last few days. I love a good pearl clutching. In the shade. She's awesome. She's awesome. No, still no nothing from the court. I got all my notifications on over here though. So as soon as anybody posts anything, get on it. Yeah, I'll usually listen to her while I'm taking Lucy out. And I have so little time that I'll usually put her videos on and I'll put them on like a higher speed. So I'll listen to her when I'm taking Lucy out in the mornings. But I have such little time because I work so much. So anything that I listen to, I always have to listen to it at faster speeds. And she talks fast anyway, so listening to her stuff at fast speed is hilarious. I love it. She cracks me up, and she's got a good heart. She already talks fast. Yeah, it's kind of like the judge, how the judge talks at like 1.5 speed. So does Kathy. But instead of like reading boring jury instructions at 1.5 speed, she's just making you laugh. It's one of my favorite people out here on these true crime streets. Let's watch a video right now. Here, yeah, let me show you a video so y'all know who she is. So then if you haven't subscribed, then you'll want to. Kathy, if you're not in here, and if you catch me on replay, she was in here earlier. If you catch me on replay, don't give me a copyright strike. Gossip, rumor, and innuendo. Okay, there's one from 13 hours ago that I haven't watched yet. We'll do this thing. Love me some Kathy. Let me move my big head. It's going all over the place. Gossip, rumor, and innuendo.
Speechless. I am without speech. I mean, clearly not entirely without speech. I am mostly speechless. Do you know how hard it is to leave a big mouth like me without speech? This jury, this Tellis jury, yo, what is happening in that jury room? I am beside myself. Look. Okay, first, please like this video and subscribe to the channel. If you don't know about the Robert Tellis case, please get in the description of this video and you will find an entire playlist. We have gone day by day, every day through this case. Oh, they had the opening statements. They had the evidence. We saw the evidence. We saw Mr. Tellis and his wonky walk. We saw everything. And then Mr. Chris Hamner got up and gave a brilliant closing statement. Oh, it moved me. It moved me to my core. But here we sit 2 days later and no verdict. How is there no verdict? I do not understand. Every poll everywhere. Everybody who's running polls, it's like guilty, not guilty, hung jury. Everybody is like 90% guilty. There's one idiot. You know, if this is one idiot holdout who got that Robert Tellis in his spirit, who's just like, I'm gonna need y'all to prove it to me. Las Vegas. Las Vegas, are y'all the new Nevada? I mean, are y'all the new Florida?
Hey.
Even Florida comes up with verdicts most of the time. Listen, they call this hung jury summer. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Look, I have decided on my very own that what we all need to do is get together and help inspire this jury. And we are lighting the Golden Girls candle and sending prayers to Sophia so she can go in there and smack this Mama Luke up the side of his head. I would get fire and actually light this candle, but you know I'm not trying to defile my beautiful Golden Girls candle. I'm gonna get one of them little press it on and the little light flicker kind of candles to put right in there because we need it right now. These people, what is wrong with Las Vegas? Las Vegas. I'm gonna need y'all to get your whole act together. Now listen, if this jury hangs, I'm gonna be big mad. Okay, I'm brainstorming of what might be happening over there in the jury room. Okay, it's one holdout with bad vision who's like, I'm just not sure. Yep, I saw him with his little lip down the street, but I'm not sure. I think he was lipping on the other leg or something like that. But maybe that was not a hoodie he was wearing in the car. Maybe that was actually hair. Do we have a video of him actually, unfortunately, unaliving this man? And the answer to that is yes. Yes, we do. He did it. We all know he did it. We saw with our eyes. He did it. All the evidence was in his house. Compass Realty did not conspire against him. Nobody knew who he was. Nobody even likes him. Why are we going through this? Y'all, I'm melting down. I can't do it. I can't. Look. I'm like, I got to take the hamburger. I got to get my Jinkies. Look, if you were back in the member spaces, you know all about my Jinkies. This is not an advertisement. I'm just telling you what happened. Every morning, it's upside down. Look, every single morning, I get up and I clean my glasses and I clean the little lens on my thing. And then I sit here and I have a private members only video. Oh, me and the members talk every single day, 7 days a week. But like 15 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever. We have a little chitty chat. We get ourselves together and then we come over here and make the main video. But what did I do today? No, I don't have notes because there is nothing to note. The only thing of note is that this jury is out of their rabbit ass minds if they have not come up with a verdict yet. That is the only thing of note. I can't take it. I need a verdict and I need it now. Now look, do I like a closing statement? Yes, I love a closing statement. Do I like a deliberation? I didn't even think they would have to get out the jury box. I thought they would just lean over and be like, he did it, right? He did it. They just, Mr. Chris Hamner and them, they just gave us a mountain of evidence. And then we could go to our next case. But here we sit. Who's over there trying to get free lunch? Come on. I know. But there was a clue. If you paid attention to this trial, there was a clue that there might be a problem with one of the jurors. And by problem, I mean proof that one of them was an idiot. Now, listen, I am not calling no jurors no names, but one of them might have a little idiot on his daddy's side because they asked a question. And I was like, wait a minute. One of the jurors, when they could ask questions, said, is it possible that somebody airdropped all that 120 photos into his phone? How you airdrop 120? You know you can't email that many. But also for the uninformed, if you airdrop something, somebody says you get a notice on your phone, someone's trying to airdrop this to you, and then you have to accept it. What, you're just going to accept 120 random photos from a stranger? No. But the defense had a very reasonable answer. Airdrop can only happen on Apple phones, and he had a Google phone, which means it was not an Apple phone, which means airdrop was not a thing for him. And I was like, who's asking about airdrop? Was there airdrop evidence? I don't. Signs of idiocy early in this trial. We should have seen it coming. So look, in the absence of a verdict this morning for me to discuss, because I was fully prepared to discuss a verdict, we have to talk about the sentencing of Wade Wilson. Look, Wade's mom and them, his adoptive mom and them, they wrote a very, very heartfelt letter to the judge that was like, please do not unfortunately unalive our degenerate son. He was born to a 15-year-old who had a real ticklish brain and a narcotics habit. Now listen, quiet as it's kept. I heard over there on Wade Wilson's jail phone calls that after he grew up, he reconnected. Now, he abandoned that adoptive family many years ago. He reconnected with his biological parents, and he used to get together and party and get high with his mama. You get high with your mama. You're not supposed to do that with your mama. It's a lot of things. You can take your mama to tea. You can take her down to the Piggly Wiggly. You can buy her lunch. You can even take her to the Starbucks if you're feeling fancy. You're not supposed to, Even if your mama's a narcotics enthusiast, you still bring her a bouquet of flowers on Mother's Day.
narcotics
You don't bring her
enthusiast.
a bouquet of crack. That's not a thing. Not where I'm from. I don't know how they do over there, wherever he's from, but Wade Wilson, I wish I could feel sorry for him. I do not. I guess if you don't know who Wade Wilson is, I will link his playlist down there. He unfortunately unalived some ladies after doing some real raggedy stuff before that. But they're gonna shuffle him off this mortal coil. Now listen, Florida, are you in the house? Florida, this is what I need to know. Is Florida like Texas, where if you drive too fast, they might give you the unalived penalty? They just take all the people on death row and put them on electric bleachers and take care of everybody at the same time? Or is Florida one of these states that like lets it play out for years and years and years? Either way, I don't care, because look, I have been listening to Wade Wilson's jail phone calls, and I have some insider information on him. Not actually insider, because it was out here on Beyonce's internet, everybody could see it. But I was over there with the Jumpsuit Pablo, and Jumpsuit Pablo was breaking down all the jail phone calls, and it's two things Wade Wilson cares about: fame and money. Okay, cool. He's gotten a modicum of fame. People know his name, not everybody, but true crime people who watch court TV and stuff, long crime, they know his name. Okay, good for you. He just wants money. His family, his friend, he just like, put some money on my books, put some money on my books. But see, now these days, because we modern, it's not on the books, it goes on the kiosk. It's like a little machine. He said, can you get down to the kiosk? When you gonna get to the kiosk? Can you put $25 on the kiosk? I need some Long Johns, I need some Honey Buns. You coming to the kiosk? Every other word out of his mouth is kiosk. And then he got this little girlfriend, Kiosk Kristen is what they calling her. Kiosk Kristen girl, you need to get your life all the way together. Oh, Kiosk Kristen is out here trying to defend Wade's honor as though he had any. He does not. So the good news and the unalived penalty is that I don't think he has access to the kiosk. Good for him. He need to sit there alone with his thoughts and feelings for the next however long until they shuffle him on off this mortal coil. And listen, I will not be running into him at the Endless Heaven Buffet, because clearly he not going. He gonna be in the deep, dark inner city of hell with the other sociopaths and crazy people and whatever else. Now listen, normally I am not pro unalived penalty. I don't like it, because you got to be perfect every time. You got to make sure every single time you did it absolutely right. But in his particular case, I'm not going to be at the protest. I'm just not. I'm going to be like, oh, it's his day. My mama used to say, don't say nothing about the dead unless it's good. He's dead. Good. That's good. I try to be a lady. You know, I try to keep my pinkies out and be a very, very nice, respectful gossip over here on the tubes of you. But sometimes a day just makes you mad. And this day has made me mad. That Wade, I hope I never have to see his stupid face again on my TV. And that big old angry Elmer Fudd head of, oh my goodness, if this Telus jury hangs, I'm gonna be there for the retrial, because you know they're gonna retry him. Oh, I will be there. And also, I think Sophia should stay. Sophia, not Miss Sophia from The Color Purple. Sophia from the Golden Girls, from our Golden Girls candle over there, right there. There she is. Just needs to stand outside the jury room and bop him upside her head. And I hope she has all them brochures from Shady Pines in her purse, so it's nice and heavy. These people have made me mad. I need to take a breath. And then I'm going to go have a nice, calm conversation with the members over in the members only spaces. Normally, I have a crazy conversation with the members, and then I can calmly make my public video. Yes, those videos you see, that is the calm me. Don't judge me. But today, I did it in reverse. The ever so slightly unhinged version is now just going to be the public video, because what you want from me, these people have made me mad. They got my pressure up. I just, like, y'all know I be having flashes. I can't. They need to get their act together. They really, really, really do. Okay. Listen, I hope you have a good day, and I hope we have and now I'm cold. Hot flashes, cold flashes, child. They told me about the hot flashes. Ain't nobody told me about the cold flashes. Oh, Jesus, my hormones. Okay, y'all have a good day. I'll see you later. Bye.
She's awesome. Isn't she? She's the best. She cracks me up. This is gossip, rumor, and innuendo. During the Murdaugh trial, yeah, she is hilarious. During the Murdaugh trial, the attorney said something, the defense attorney said something about how, they're not here for the gossip, rumor, and innuendo. And she was like, that's my favorite part. So she made her channel Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo, because it's all the favorite parts about the trials: the gossip, the rumor, and the innuendo. Yeah, she's filled in before. She filled in when I've had to go to the doctor, and she filled in when a couple times when I was at the Charlie Adelson trial. Yeah, she's babysat, y'all. She's hilarious. Okay, we'll watch one more. And then that way, if you haven't, don't copyright strike me. Kathy, I love you. That way, if you haven't subbed yet, you can sub. All right, let's see. Videos. All right, we'll watch the one.
Friends, how you doing?
We'll watch the one from yesterday about closings.
I'm trying to contain myself. Yesterday, I watched the closing statements of the state of Nevada versus Robert Tellis. Honey, it was the most brutal closing I have ever seen in my life. We really need to talk about it. But first, you know what you need to do. Please like this video and subscribe to the channel because it helps other people find us. Okay, so look. First of all, let me start with the calm parts. I know I don't do calm well, but I'm gonna work real hard to do calm. Okay, so there's two district attorneys, right? A lady whose name escapes me, and then this man, Christopher Hamner. Mr. Hamner, sir, I tip my hat to you. But look, okay, so the lady got up and she explained everything that happened. Look, if you have not seen all the evidence in this case, go down to the description of this video. I have a whole playlist that goes day by day through this trial. So the female prosecutor gets up and she's like, this happened, and this happened, and this happened. And she was very calm, and she explained it all, and she laid it all out for us. And I was like, yes, that is absolutely right. It seems that there's a ton of evidence that shows that Mr. Tellis, unfortunately unalive, investigative reporter Jeff Garman, because Jeff was reporting things on him that he didn't like. Okay, that's fine. And then the defense attorney got up there and was like, listen, we can all be reasonable people. Of course, this evil real estate agency was out to get this public official because that makes a lot of sense. And the state didn't prove it, blah, blah, blah. And then they had this one piece of evidence and they were like, here's a video of the car with the assassin in it driving by, and it looks like there's hair. And I was like, wait, is that hair or is that just a hoodie up over his head? Maybe that was an assassin real estate agent who unfortunately unalived this newspaper reporter who'd said bad things about oh, I got a little amphibian in my throat this morning. Child was trying to take me out. Wait, an assassin amphibian, that is terrible. Hang on. The defense attorney was like, it looks like the driver of the red Tahoe had hair. And you see Mr. Tellis's gigantic bulbous head. There is no hair there. Also, could it have been a wig? That's my question. Also, it could have been a hoodie. It was just a profile. We don't know what we were looking at. It's that whole mountain of other evidence. And I was like, okay. The prosecutor gave a very thoughtful case. And she was just like, Mr. Tellis said he was wronged by the real estate agent, and he was wronged by the newspaper reporter, and he was wronged by this one and this one and this one. Could it be that he was wrong? And I was like, right, that is a strong closing. And the defense got up and said whatever he said. So basically, it wasn't this dude. Doesn't he look like an innocent Tweety bird with that big old giant head? Anyway, and then, oh, I loved it so much. Chris Hamner stood up and brought the house down. Look, first of all, he was like, Mr. Chris Hamner, Prosecutor Chris Hamner over there in Clark County, understands how narcissist works. In case you don't know, a narcissist in their mind thinks everybody is thinking about them all the time. Everything is about them, and it would crush their world to feel like everything was not about them. And Mr. Chris Hamner understands this, and he was like, okay, in addition to giving my closing statement, I am going to throat punch the defendant over and over and over again using just my words. Sit back and watch. He was like, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this man was not a senator. Nobody knew who he was. He's nobody. Before this trial, had you ever even heard of the Office of Public Administrator? No, nobody knows anything about this job, this office, these people, and nobody cared. I was like, oh, okay. That just was like a personal little needle in the giant bulbous head that is Robert Tellis. But okay, he was like, but wait, there's more. I was like, buckle your seatbelts, y'all, because Chris Hamner has been set loose. He was just like, Mr. Tellis was a lame duck. He couldn't do anything. Who cares about a lame duck? He's doing absolutely nothing over there. Mr. Tellis's face, he went full Sharpay. He was scrunched up his face real hard. I was like, sir, did your whole face just disappear behind some wrinkles? Because it just looked like his whole face just collapsed in on itself. I was like, oh my God. Mr. Hamner went on to explain, so look, if all of these people were out to get him, everybody had conspired against him. The police and the lab and all these other people got together to conspire against him. Why would they unfortunately unalive Jeff German? Why wouldn't they just unalive him? Wouldn't it be easier to unalive him? I was like, sir, it's brutal. Now you're just saying the quiet part out loud. You're just going to say it out here for all of us to see and hear. I'm leaning in. Please say some more. And he was like, and look, we have the video of the unaliver walking down the street. And he said he has a little hitch in his giddy up. I was like, oh, that's cute. And then he was just like, look, here's a video of the assassin walking down the street with his little limp. And then he was like, here is a video of Mr. Tellis walking in the office. He has a little limp, right? And as he spoke, he played on a loop over and over and over again of this walk, these two walks side by side. And I was like, sir, the fact that that video played on a loop over and over and over behind him for at least a full minute, I was dying. I was like, is the jury noticing the lip on the thing? Because I'm noticing it and I am freaking all the way out. It was brilliant stagecraft. And basically, he stood there and trolled this man to his face. Now look, usually if you have a troll on the internet or something, it's like a nameless, faceless person who's saying really brutal things about you that may be true, may be false, whatever. But it's meant to hurt your feelings, but they're hiding behind a cloak of nobody knows who I am. Mr. Hamner's not going to stab you in the back, baby. He's going to stab you right in the face. And he was just like, look at this ignorant mama Lou. He's just like limping down the street like we're not supposed to notice he's limping down the street. What, are we crazy? What, are we blind? I was like, dang, okay. And he was like, also, Mr. Tellis says, oh, you have to be a professional assassin to impale somebody like that over and over and over. He's like, let me tell you this. If you get mad enough, you don't need to go to knife school. It'll take a professional. If you get mad enough, you can, I'm not sure if you can say that word on YouTube. He was like, you can impale somebody over and over and over. No problem. I was like, oh, dang. And then he went on about the recipe. Now, look, Mr. Tellis says he did not cut his finger during the commission of a crime. He cut his finger while he was making chicken fried rice for his daughter. And I was like, okay. Now, look, Mr. Tellis tried to paint himself as like the ideal dad. He's like, my daughter has diabetes and she does not like the school lunches. So I, with my very own hands, handcrafted a chicken fried rice using a recipe so that I can make it nice and delicious for my child. First of all, people need a recipe to make chicken fried, right? Okay. None of my business. He was like, I was using a recipe to make chicken fried rice. The crazy thing about that story is that it was a lie he didn't have to tell, especially since the police were able to prove he never looked up a recipe for chicken fried rice. Like, sir, also, chicken fried rice has too many carbs. Your daughter has diabetes, you say. So why are you giving him all those carbs? Are you trying to unfortunately unalive your child? I think not, but I'm just saying. It was a stupid lie. Maybe you were making that for yourself, but it was a real stupid lie. Also, a recipe for chicken fried rice? Okay, whatever. He went on to explain that Mr. Tellers was like, the prosecution was like, there was a sports bag. Yes, the sports bag found in Mr. Tellis' house matched exactly the sports bag that was found at the scene of the crime, but it was a totally different bag because the bag at the house had sawdust in the bottom of it. And why would the bag have sawdust? Mr. Hamner was like, let me help you out here. Remember that big old hat that the assassin was wearing? The hat that got cut up into a bunch of pieces that was also found in Mr. Tellis' hat? I submit to you, in the bottom of the bag, that was not sawdust. That was pieces of the hat. And in my head, I went, dun, dun, dun. I was like, dang. Mr. Tellers had gone full Sharpay at this point. All of his facial features had disappeared. He had scrunched up his face real tight. And I was like, sir, Mr. Tellers, you might want to stop. You don't want your face to get stuck like that. That's going to be bad for you. But sir, this entire thing is bad for you. And then the text messages. Now look, during the commission of the crime, a whole bunch of text messages came into Mr. Tellers' phone. And he did not respond to them. And the defense says, you don't respond to every single text message. Some of them were like, Macy's is having a sale, blah, blah, blah. Your Amazon package was delivered. Nobody has to respond to those messages. But here's the thing. Mr. Tellers had been previously caught having an affair. And so he was very, very concerned with keeping his family, keeping them happy, making sure everything was happy and smooth and everything. When his wife texts, where are you? Now, let me tell you something. If you're married, if you're not married, if you're in a relationship, if your beloved texts, where are you? You better commence to respond to that text. I'm telling you right now, I don't care what you were to your baby, I'm right here. Baby, I'm right. I'm not going nowhere. Now, if you had been caught ooching another lady's coochie like this dude was, they had video of him getting out of the backseat of a car with another woman, and she's pulling all her dress down and adjusting herself. And if your wife texts, where are you? I'm telling you, not a millisecond needs to go by before you respond to that message. He never responds to the message. Also, he deletes it off of his phone and off of his wife's phone, but he's not that technologically savvy because the where are you message stayed on his wife's Apple Watch. Another nail in his coffin. And I was just like, oh my God. And then Mr. Hamner pointed out, listen, while you're going through all of this, just remind yourself of his mannerisms on the stand. And I was like, Rorge. Now look, when Mr. Tellers got up there and told all his lies, I mean, when he gave his narrative testimony, and for those who don't know, when you give a narrative testimony, that's because your lawyer is like, listen, I got a law license to uphold. I can't be suborning perjury. I cannot ask you questions that I know you're going to lie to. So I'm going to let you get up there and say whatever you say, and I'm just going to hide and watch. Child, I'm going to hide and watch. I'm not messing up my law license for this, Mama Lou. And so I'm going to let Mr. Tellers get up there and say whatever craziness he's going to say, and I'm going to sit back, and then we will let the prosecution question him. The fact that he gave his testimony in narrative form, honestly, to me, was just like him saying, the lawyer saying, psst, my client's about to lie, and I don't want no parts of that. I tried my best to defend him, so we're going to let him say whatever. Y'all take it for what it's worth. And then the prosecutor was like, where he was giving his narrative testimony.
Verdict has been reached.
Relaxed. Let me just explain to you what happened. You saw him. Look, go back and look at the picture. He was glamour shots all over the place. He was like, like, sir, I'm gonna need you to be less glamour shots, more accused unaliver, and try real hard to look innocent. And he was like, you know, he get that angry Elmer Fudd face all squinched up. And he was just like, okay. In my head, I need to be less Fudd, more Tweety, less Fudd, more Tweety. He channeled his inner Tweety bird doing a glamour shot during all of his narrative testimony. And I was like, okay, you did real good. And then Mr. Hamner got up there and cross-examined him and hammered him within an inch of his life. Mr. Tellers is a skosh, just a little bit self-conscious about his size. He says he's 5'6.5", but he wears lifts to make him taller. Sir, now you told us on the stand that you wear lifts for vanity's sake. It's not orthopedic. You're not trying to heal nothing or fix nothing. One leg is not shorter than the other, although it might be. But he's like, I just want to feel a little bit taller. What I heard was, I'm just trying to feel pretty. Can a girl feel pretty? He was like, I just want to feel a little bit taller. See, this is me with lifts. This is me without. You can see it's a giant difference, right? And I was like, sir, Sir, that's like a 1/4 inch tops. You think, so you out here unaliving people in kitten heels and you expect us to think that that's going to make all the difference? He was like, I was just trying to be a pretty girl and I was not trying to unfortunately unalive that man. I did not go to night school. I did not do all the terrible things. I think a professional assassin hired by the real estate agent did this terrible deed while using a car that looked just like mine and then went and hid all the evidence for the crime in my house, because that makes perfect sense. Sir, have you heard of Occam's razor? The most likely explanation is probably the one that's right. All these like weird Compass Realty assassins, sir, that does not make any sense. What are you doing? Okay. I was like, okay, Mr. Teller, sir, this is not going good for you. It doesn't look good for you at all. And then, oh, Chris Hamner, blessed be his name. We might need a Chris Hamner candle because this brother brought it. He brought it. He was just like, okay, one last thing. So there's this whole giant conspiracy theory against Mr. Tellers, and the police are out to get him, and they're trying to take him off this mortal coil. Number one, why? Nobody cares about this man that much. Nobody cares about this man at all. Nobody knew he existed until Jeff German started writing about him. And Jeff German only wrote bad things about him. Jeff German was like, he's a terrible supervisor. He's bullying people in the office. He's doing immoral things. Also, he's short. And Mr. Tellers was like, I could have taken all of it, but you did not let me be tall and pretty. And so I might have to unfortunately unalive you. And so they were like, Mr. Hamner was like, okay. So these assassins, to pay back Mr. German, to get back at Tellus, we're going to unalive the newspaper reporter who revealed him. That doesn't make sense. See also Occam's razor. He's like, why didn't they just unalive him? Nobody needs him. Nobody likes him. He's nothing. They could have just unalived him. I was like, oh, Jesus. And he was like, and then when Mr. Tellers tried to unfortunately unalive himself, roll your mind back. Mr. Tellers came home and his house was messy. And he's like, it's so messy. And the newspaper is out to get me. And all the people in the community and the police are out to get me. I'm going to take a knife to my body parts and I'm going to try to exsanguinate, bleed out. Over here in the bathtub, he got in the bathtub to try and in his own existence on this mortal coil. And so the police sent in a robot to try and save him, but it was too much junk on the floor. And the robot was like, girl, I'm trying to get in here to save you, but this place is a mess. I heard the robot say it. I think they should have put the robot on the stand. And so then they had to send a drone in to fly over the mess to rescue Mr. Tellers from the bathtub. Chris Hamner has one very, very important question. If the cops are out to get you, they don't like you, they don't want you here no more, why didn't they just let you bleed out in the tub? I was like, oh, Mr. Hamner, you're not supposed to say stuff like that. Mr. Hamner was like, they talked to you for 2 hours. This ignorant Mama Luke is laying over here in a filthy house. We're going to see it all on the videotape. He's laying in the tub this close to going to the Endless Heaven buffet, but the police saved him. They came in. They worked hard. They took the knife away from him. They saved his life. Why didn't they just let him bleed out in the tub? I was like, oh my God. Also, excellent point. And so I was clutching all of my pearls. I was sweating. Y'all, I needed to have my hot flash fan. I was sweating so hard. I was just like, yes, can you cheer during a closing statement? Are you supposed to cheer? I was just like, yes! It was the most savage closing statement I have ever seen in my life. And honey, I have seen a lot of closing statements. I have been on 3 juries. Oh yes, I have sat on 3. Can you imagine all this on jury duty? Child, it's a lot. It's a lot when I'm just sitting here in my living room. It's a whole lot on jury duty. I have seen a lot of trials. I have been on a lot of juries. I have never seen a closing statement this savage. And then he was just like, jury, I leave it with you. That's not what he said. That's what he said in my mind. But wait. Let me back up. Mr. Hamner pointed out one thing. He was just like, Mr. Tellers had all of these theories about why all these people were doing terrible things to him. And when he was asked for the evidence, his evidence was, I just feel it in my spirit. No, I don't have evidence that they were doing all these things. I just feel it. I just feel it in my spirit. Sir, That is a line for gossips, not people with their life on the line. You up here on the court TV, you understand in the trial for your life, and your evidence is I feel it in my spirit. Now listen, I feel things in my spirit all the time. All the time. And I report them live right here on my channel. Little newsflash, sir, that's not evidence. Now listen, if you wanted to be a correspondent for Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo, LLC, then you can be out here in these streets feeling things in your spirit. But right now, I think you're going to be a correspondent for the jail news or something like that. Maybe you could do like probate work or legal work or whatever for them inmates down at the jail, because I think you're going to get convicted. But look, the jury got the case yesterday, and I was like, they are going to have a verdict before they sandwiches get cold. I was wrong. The jury had lunch for 20 minutes, and then they went to deliberate, and they're still deliberating. What do y'all have to think about? I do not, for the life of me, I do not understand. But look, I have been on several juries, and like I said, every single time there has been one idiot, concerned citizen on the jury who's like, I promised to uphold the law and stuff, but it doesn't seem right to send people to jail. And everybody else in the room is like, I'm sorry, what? They go for what? On this one juror. There is, without a doubt, I have never been on a jury where there was not at least one juror who was like, jail seems so harsh. I mean, the low threat count on the sheets, I have to sleep on it before I can send somebody to jail. And I'm like, oh Lord. Okay, well, I will get my extra $15 for this day of jury duty, but really I could just be doing other things. So I trust that this jury will come back today. Child, fingers crossed. But either way, we will have something to talk about when we gather here tomorrow to figure out what happens in the state of Nevada versus Robert Tellers. Hopefully, we have a verdict in the morning. I will see you then. Bye.
She's awesome. So if you have not subbed to her, you need to. She's gained a couple hundred since we've watched those 2 videos. So maybe that's enough for her to not copyright strike me. She's awesome. Her name is Kathy, and her channel is Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo. She's at almost 9,000 subs. I love her. When I don't get to listen to her little recap in the morning, sometimes I'll save them and I'll listen to two or three in a row when I get backed up, and I love those two because then get to hear all her mess. It's hilarious. Oh, there's Kathy. Hey, Kathy. Don't copyright strike me. We were listening to you. You have a couple hundred new friends. Lady in the blue dress is Vanessa Murphy. She's a local reporter. I can't believe I make videos in my pajamas. That's ridiculous. Where's the lame duck? Bring the lame duck. Kathy, you're like less than 20 people away from 9,000 subs. I'm going to get you to 10K. Soon. As soon as people hear you, they're like, yep, need that. Pebbles Love, thank you. Brandi, you're killing all these day streams. Thank you. Thank you. They are wearing me out. Day streaming and night potting. Crazy. Hello. Thank you. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you. Thank you. I love you too. I am taking a break from streaming tomorrow. I'm going to just work on the podcast tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be all podcast day. And I'm not going to set my alarm. Which means I'll probably get to sleep till like 7. And then just podcast all day. That's the plan. Did Brandi say night potting? Night podding. Podcasting. Yay, Kathy reached 9,000. Woo woo, Kathy reached 9,000. 9,000 subs. Yay. Yay, Kathy. That's awesome. Be at 10 in no time. Then 20, then 30. Then all the subs. Any of the days that you're going to be, if there's any of the days that you're not working that you want to dual stream here in your channel while I'm at Laurie Shaver, if they end up streaming Laurie Shaver, I still haven't found out for sure if they are, then let me know. I know you have one day where you can do it sometimes. Christine D, thank you for the super chat. Yes, I know. What makes me really angry is that Jeff went up against the mob and all sorts of big crime, and this little punk is what took him out. I know. Isn't that frustrating? That he did so much and accomplished so much and stood up to, like, people in the mob and, like, bad dudes. And this little heathen is what, ugh, makes me so mad. Definitely work something out. I have a million unused vacation days. Okay, good. So Kathy might be babysitting y'all some. Everybody loves it when Kathy's on the stream. The ladies in red are the ladies from the office. That's what he called the old guard. The ones that he was so awful to. Yeah, they're the ones that reached out to Jeff Gearman. Just try to get something done. Now they're just waiting on the jury to come in. Oh, his face. No, sir. So tired of seeing him. His head is bright. It's like a... Oops. He has a luminous dome. Luminous dome. We are waiting on the jury to come in. What was your prediction? What was the prediction earlier when we did the poll? Do y'all remember? Oh, here we go. Shaking his head still, loser.
Does the state stipulate to the presence of the panel, including the alternate jurors?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the defense?
Yes.
Okay, juror number 2, has the jury reached a verdict?
Yes, it has, Your Honor.
Can you please hand the verdict form to Officer Hawks? Yes, please.
Thank you. District Court, Clark County, Nevada, the State of Nevada, Plaintiff versus Robert Tellis, Defendant, Case Number C-368935, Department Number 12. Verdict. We, the jury in the above entitled case, having found the defendant, Robert Tellis, guilty of murder of the first degree with use of a deadly weapon, victim 60 years of age or older, impose a sentence of life in the Nevada Department of Corrections with eligibility for parole beginning when a minimum of 20 years has served. Dated at Las Vegas, Nevada, this 28th day of August 2024, signed by foreperson, juror number 2. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, is this your verdict as read? So say you one, so say you all.
Yes.
Does either side wish to have the panel polled?
No, on behalf of the state.
Mr. Driscoll?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, at this time, the verdict will be recorded in the official record. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to discharge you from your duty as jurors. Before I do, I want to extend my gratitude and thanks for your willingness to be here. It's a long trial. You're a very good jury. You paid attention, you took notes, and clearly took the case very serious in your deliberations. You are no longer under the admonition not to discuss the case with anyone. You're free to discuss the case, but you're under no obligation to discuss the case with anyone. After you are discharged, you will go back to the jury deliberation room in which you will be given further instructions. I do always like to give the lawyers an opportunity to speak to the jury panel, because I think it's always good for them to have that opportunity. However, it's up to you whether you want to speak to anyone. You also may have noticed that there was quite a bit of media attention on this case. So members of the media may reach out to you and want to discuss the case with you. I just want to make sure you understand you're under no obligation to discuss the case with anyone. But if you do want to discuss the case, it's up to you. So this time, ladies and gentlemen, you are discharged. Again, thank you very much for your service.
Thank you. All rise for next jurors.
Doesn't mean he'll get parole, it just means he's eligible for it. If he goes in front of the parole board and convinces them that he should be paroled, which usually requires taking responsibility.
The record reflects
Raise your hand
that
if
the
you think he
hearing
can
is
do
taking
that.
place outside the presence of the jury panel. At this time, the matter will be referred to parole and probation, and we will set it for sentencing.
That's going to be October 16th, 8:30 a.m. for sentencing.
Thank you. Did the attorneys want that opportunity?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll let you know when you can come back. Thank you very much.
All right. Here we go. Later, loser. Here you go. Off to eat his ramen noodles and his crocussins. Parole, does parole really require admission of guilt? It doesn't, it's not like a thing like where it's like a requirement, like they have to check it off. But if you've ever watched like the parole board hearings or anything, one of the things that they are pretty big on is, you know, taking responsibility, showing that you've put in effort to, you know, acknowledge what you've done, change, you know, make changes to your life, but basically like just taking accountability, because they don't want to release you back into the world if you're still at a point where you're lying to the world about what you did. Because that's kind of the whole point of parole. The date, October 16th. October 22nd was Benefield. October 16th at 8:30 Pacific for sentencing. You can't change if you're up there telling them you ain't done nothing, when we know he did. When we know he did. So today was a long day. However, we accomplished a lot today. We got the first step in justice for Sandra Birchmore. I cried a little bit. Maybe shed a tear over that, and that's okay. We finally got a verdict for the lame duck over here, and got the verdict for him to get his sentencing. So, it was a big day. I didn't get done any of the stuff that I was supposed to get done. Not one check on my little OCD checklist. However, that's okay. It was worth it. We got to spend the day together. We got to hang out. We got to watch the press conference with Josh Levy talking about Sandra Birchmore. Big day. All right, so no stream tomorrow. I'll be working on podcast all day. On Friday at 2 Eastern, I'm going to do a stream on Sandra Birchmore, and I'm going to have Missy on there with me, and we're going to talk about Sandra Birchmore. We're going to talk about the stuff is, we're not going to read it on air. It's hard to take. It's hard to take. The papers in that one are hard to take. And they will enrage you. They enrage me. It's exciting though, because this is, that's a huge step, you know? So that will be at 2 o'clock Eastern. We don't have anything for tomorrow, do we? I don't think we do. I hope not. I've really got to get. Nope, I don't have anything on my calendar. So not that I remember. Do you think his wife will wait? I wouldn't. Look, bro couldn't even wait till he got home from work every day. He's back there backseating it with Roberta, so you can't even wait till you get home. I ain't gonna wait for you to get out of prison, potentially, in 20 years. Heck no. May needs to be out there living her best life. No. Backseat Berto. Let me shut up. Let me shut up. Let me behave myself. Okay. So, behaving. All right, so Friday. She will not wait. I wouldn't wait. Who violated parole? Wait, what did I miss? Who violated parole? Wait, what? Gypsy Rose violated parole? May face prison again after alleged parole violation. Well, what? Hold on, let's read this together real quick, and then I'm going. Was sentenced to 10 years. Let's see. Okay, so she had strict parole restrictions, which she may have recently breached. Social media users claim she was caught communicating with a current inmate, a clear violation of her parole terms. A YouTube content creator shared screenshots of an alleged text exchange between Blanchard and a woman named Millie. In the exchange, Blanchard reportedly admitted that she received a citation from her parole officer for taking prison calls, stating, "It's a warning. Next one, they send me back." It escalated further when another content creator, Bree, who has reportedly developed a close relationship with Gypsy, was caught on a live stream advising Gypsy to lie to her parole officer. Look, I'm gonna give y'all a little bit of free life advice. This is free life advice from a crazy person in Florida. This is no charge for this. Free life advice. If you are out on parole and you have never had any kind of freedom in your whole entire world, this is very specific advice. So if it doesn't apply to you, that's fine. If you were a prisoner of your mother and then had your little boyfriend kill her, and then you went to prison and now you're out on parole, if that situation applies to you, my free life advice to you, and I know it's specific, this is, if it's not to you, tune it out, it's fine. If that applies to you, I'm a YouTuber, and look, I love to get people's opinions as much as the next person, but if that situation applies to you, stay away from YouTubers and prisoners. That's bad advice. That's bad. That's stupid. These are not, why would that be how is that your bet? And look, I get it. This child has never been in a situation where she has ever had the ability to make a decision for herself. And now all of a sudden, first time in her life that she is ever able to make her own decisions about anything. So she gets out and she is wilding out. You know, like when you get, like, did y'all ever have real strict parents? I had real strict parents. So when I got to college and I was a freshman, I went a little buck wild. Not gonna lie. You've seen it floating around. We've talked about it in here. I had a whole semester where I was wild. So I get it. When you've always been, and that's even more extreme. That's not just strict parents. That's a whole new level. So now she's getting out and she's able to make her own decisions, and she is making up for lost time, y'all. And I get it. However, if that is what you choose to do, leave YouTube and social media out of it. Do you, boo? But not in front of the entire whole world that is watching you. You can't do you can't do both. You got to pick one and go with it. You can't do documentaries and make yourself a social media influencer and interviews and talking about the boyfriend's eggplant being fire, and you can't do all of that and have everybody like, oh, okay, tell me more, and then also do this. If you're going to do things like breaking your parole and whatnot, that's something that you do when you're keeping your life to yourself. That's not something we share with everybody. Again, if that doesn't apply to you, ignore, move on. Free advice for anybody who just might need it, or if it applies to your situation. Thank God they didn't have all that when I was a freshman in college. Just saying. Okay. Who decides after 20 years if Robert leaves jail? We will all meet back here and vote. It's the parole board. It's not us. I wish it was. Maybe we should write a letter to the governor. Like, hey, we're all very invested in this. It'll probably get denied, but we can try. He will go before the parole board, and they will ask him questions, and then they will vote. And if they think that he is worthy of being released back onto these true crime streets and being a free man, where's the first place he's going to go? Kohl's. With his Kohl's cash. Get him some Nikes with the plastic. But they'll vote. They'll decide if he has been rehabilitated enough to be released back into the world. We can still all meet back here in 20 years and vote. Planet Fitness. What, Planet Fitness gets to decide, or Planet Fitness will be the first place he goes? Either way. Go get him some little moccasins. Jail calls, Rotellus will be in, ugh. That fool. That fool. Send him my parole letter written in grease pencil. That is the only medium I intend on using for the rest of my God-given days. I will be investing in grease pencils and legal pads, and that is the only kind of communication. It'll be fun. It's a good idea. He's onto something with this whole grease pencil thing. Good idea. All right. No more time for tells. He sure does take a lot out of you, huh? Woo. All right, y'all. I will see you on Friday. I will have the part 2 of the Ashley Benefield. I don't know if it's going to be 3 parts or 4 parts total. We're going to play that by ear. I'll have that out sometime tomorrow, and then the Canton episode, with everything that's happened, it will probably not be out until Saturday-ish. But that one will be out, and we'll have a whole lot. Now I got to redo a whole lot of that. I hadn't recorded it yet. I've only written some of it out, but a whole lot I got to change on that now. And then, of course, Saturday, nope, not Saturday. Get your life together, Brandi. Friday at 2 Eastern, I will be right here doing Sandra Birchmore stream, and we'll have Mizzy on here. She is the one who she's the one behind the Justice for Sandra Birchmore social media and all that. So, that's the plan. Sound good? Y'all, I appreciate you so much. Thank you to everybody who hung out. If you have not hit the like button, please do so on your way out. Thank you to everybody who went and subbed to Kathy. We love her. We adore her. She's the best. Turn on your notifications, because who doesn't want to wake up with Kathy and all her energy? It's great. I appreciate every single one of y'all. I will see you Friday. Be kind.
I gotta go. I can't stick around here forever. wonderful. Everybody behaved. Everybody's always so nice to me.
Just love your channel. And
Goodbye, good people. Now, how the heck do I get out of here?